Get it poppin', ladies and gentlemen. Testing. Are we live? Wait for it. There it is. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I hope you're having a wonderful day. If you're watching this and it does not say live at the bottom of the screen, unfortunately, you're watching the recap. The good news is we are live Monday through Friday, 30 minutes before open. Drop your thumbs up on that video. Make sure you're subscribed. You're on mobile. Press hide chat. X out the chat. Hit the thumbs up button. Second link for the nightly watch list and main channel. First link for the Scream Alerts Bootcamp and Real Estate course. But, ladies and gentlemen, today is the day. It is Jerome Powell in the FOMC, 2 p.m. Eastern Time. 2:30 is when we get the press conference, and the market is probably going to go crazy. So, I got a couple of things that we're going to go over. I hope you didn't miss the watch list, but even if you did, I'm sure a lot of questions are going to go over it. But coming into this morning, though, you did get that Putin mobilization. Futures dropped, and then we went up. So, in a weird way, you remember the buy the invasion kind of playing out a little bit, but we woke up to that bad news, so we are going to have to deal with that in the midst of Powell, but really, it's all eyes on Powell, and then we got the Bank of Japan and everybody else, but what happens today, it could be quite interesting, and I don't know which pretty picture do you want me to go over first. Actually, I'll just leave these up here for now. Okay, I'll keep these up for a second. And let me say good morning. Oh, Chad. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Oh, what's up, Chad? I hope you're ready for Powell Day. What's up, Jesus? What's up, Amor Fati Trav, Sizzler, Slow Motion? I know I saw Charlie up there earlier. Picchiotti, good morning, baby. Open face sandwich, Dinosaurus, stock trading. Good morning, Ez. What's up, Max Capital? Laurie, how you living? Darren, Brian, James, Jolly, Carlos, Matt, good morning. Rai, what's up, baby? Jay Cortina, EM, good morning, baby. Oh, it's that time. I'm back. Let's get it. Let's get it, Austin. I hope you're ready. Michael Van Bamo, good morning. Famous Fame, good morning. Mr. Sosa, gang, baby. Oh, it's Powell gang. What gang you repping? I'm repping Powell gang today. That's it. I don't even like to do that much. I'm just saying it's about to go crazy, man. Oh, Folsom, good morning. Colton, Romeo, what's up, baby? Malta, good morning. JP, oh, I hope you guys are feeling good. Oh, Carissa, tell them we need the berries. Tell them we need the berries. Amen. Amen. The winds of history. Amen, man. Welcome. You know that we have gathered here today, Chad, to witness the winds of history today. So blessings be to you. I hope I see you on the other side. Don't get too frustrated. Don't get too excited. Oh, it's going to be a wild one, Chad. Oh, I'm already pumped up. Powell already got me pumped up. So I hope you're ready, Chad. But let's get to the news, but let's start with it. So which one do you want to start with? The right one or the left one? Which chart looks more compelling to you? Is there a chart that sticks out? The one on the right, the one on the left? Maybe we all have the same universal right and left, I assume. So I don't know. Which one? You tell me. UUP did hit an all-time high. Again, there was a very negative reaction to that Putin news. Oh, right. They want to start with the right. All right, let's start with the right chart. So what this chart is showing you, I'll zoom out a little bit so you can see the timing. But what it is showing you is the net future positions. And net futures are short the most since 2002 or 2020. Since 2015, that was my flash crash. Shout out to Cole, baby. 2011, and then 2008. So coming into this, we are positioned at one of the most net bearish positioning on futures ever. Okay, so that's the first one. Now, let's go to the second one. What this one is showing you is how over the last year, from last June or coming until now, so a little bit more than a year, I think 8 out of the last 10 Fed meetings have led to a gain. So this is where some people are talking about a lot of the springs have been pressed in the sense that you are at peak bearishness. But if you take a look, really it was like, September And then the May one of this year, May of this year was the only one where you actually kind of stayed lower. Now, granted, some of them popped up and then they sold off the next day. So this chart is kind of deceiving, but keep in mind there's going to be a move for today and then the move that comes in over the next 7 to 9 days. That is what a lot of people are going to be looking for. So, Chad, I hope you're ready. I hope you're locked and loaded. And good morning. But let's get to the news now. What do we got? Ba-da-ba-ba-ba. All right, investors, they have jockeyed for position before another expected rate hike from the Fed. Treasuries and the dollar gained on haven flows after Vladimir Putin escalated tensions over his war against Ukraine. U.S. futures pointed to a recovery from yesterday's slide, and European stocks advanced. Crude oil rallied with gold. Bitcoin hovered around 19,000. The Fed will probably hike by 75 basis points today, though 100 can't be ruled out. Traders will hone in on the dot plot, which sees to be signaling rates will stay in restrictive stance until 2025. Markets are pricing a peak 4.5 by March as an end of 2023 rate of 4% to 4.25. Again, that is going to be the terminal rate. If you didn't watch yesterday's Watchlist, summary of economic projections, that's really going to have all of the information that we need today. So keep that in mind. Putin, he declared a partial mobilization in Russia from today, vowing to use all available means to defend occupied territory in Ukraine. He plans to call up 300,000 reservists under the order, though not all at once. Putin has also ratcheted up threats of nuclear response to Western blackmail. Don't fight the Fed. U.S. yields at a decade high are tempting investors from BlackRock to Amundi to wager bonds as a good hedge in the next downturn. Fixed income will be back with the bank, said Ursula Marchioni at BlackRock. Some say don't bet big before the Fed. Close shorts on equities and bonds and long dollar positions, says Stephen Miller of GSFM. Wall Street bankers may lose about $600 million after offloading Citrix debt at steep discounts. Firms led by Bank of America, Credit Suisse, and Goldman sold $8 billion of the total $15 billion debt package, with investors forcing underwriters to pay up to offload the risk. Amazon introduces new Fire tablets. Michael Burry took another swipe at Tesla after another one of the batteries was blamed for shutting down a stretch of California highway. If I'm tweeting this, you can bet I am not short on it, but I should be. Steve Ashley and Nomura, as head of trading and investment banking, is stepping down to take on a new role at a brokerage of crypto business people, Familiar said. General Mills rose after a boosted 2023 forecast. Cody raised their outlook for the current quarter on stronger than expected sales of dearer fragrances and personal care products. The slowdown in PE deal flow will last until late next year at the earliest, with the U.S. economy about to enter a recession. U.S. gasoline supplies surged more than 3 million barrels last week. API is said to have reported that would be the biggest increase in 2 months if confirmed by the EIA today. Distillate stockpiles climbed 1.5 million, while crude inventories gained 1 million. Oil products also face pressure from a potential rise in Chinese exports from the next month. A draft law to regulate stable coins would place a 2-year ban on coins like Terra. It would be illegal to issue or create new stable coins marketed as being able to be converted, redeemed, or repurchased for a fixed price that relies on the value of another digital asset from the same creator. Amazon's Twitch will ban live streaming of crypto gambling sites like Stake.com, Rollbit, and Duelbits that aren't licensed in a jurisdiction, providing sufficient consumer protections. The U.S. stock market may see a relief rally after the Fed. History shows, that's that other chart I showed you. If officials don't spook investors with 100 basis point or hugely hawkish remarks over the past 18 months, the S&P has advanced after 8 of the last 10 Fed decisions, especially in January, March, and June. 10 a.m. U.S. August existing home sales, 10:30 EIA crude oil inventories, 11:30 119-day CMBS auction, 2 p.m. Fed rate decision, 2:30 Powell press conference, 5:30 Brazil rates, and then bank CEOs including Jamie Dimon and Brian Moynihan are going to testify before the House panel. So literally there's a Senate banking committee while all of this Powell stuff is taking place. But you're going to get earnings from Lennar, Trip.com, and Legend Biotech. Brazil may hold their key rate at 13%, marking the end of the sharpest tightening cycle among major economies. The decision isn't a lock, though, with a few economists predicting a 25 basis point bump. More Fed strategists are looking beyond inflation for potential market metrics that may cause Powell to slow rate hikes. These include wider credit spreads, rising default risk, shrinking bond market liquidity, and growing currency turmoil. UK government borrowing costs climbed to 58 billion euros in the first 5 months of the fiscal year, a sum that's set to surge. Liz Truss has promised over 30 billion of tax giveaways in a bid to turbocharge the economy. Public sector net borrowing rose to 11 billion in August from a revised 2.9 the previous month. Truss's government unveiled a bumper bailout to help companies with energy bills. The state will cap wholesale energy prices that feed into gas and power contracts for businesses for 6 months. The Bank of Japan conducted an unscheduled bond operation in what may have been seen as a warning against misguided speculation about policy tweaks before tomorrow's Bank of Japan. Daiwa said the country is ready to intervene in currency markets if needed to support the yen, and it doesn't need to wait for a green light from the U.S. to do so, a former finance ministry said. Surprisingly, it did not move the currency too much last night. So I was watching when this came out. It was an unannounced intervention by the Bank of Japan, and weirdly enough, the currency barely moved, and then we had more currency moves off of the Putin headline this morning. But keep that in mind. It follows through if you've been following along. Xi Jinping, he reiterated China's military focus, preparing for war based on requirements of the new situation in tax. State TV reported the country has the patience to someday bring Taiwan under their control, said Qiu Kaimeng, an official in a government department that handles ties with the island. The ADB cut their Chinese GDP forecast from 3.3 to 3.3 from 4. China approved a 15 million ton fuel export quota. JLC said that's after talk that it wasn't a done deal amid disagreements between the NDRC and the Commerce Ministry. The NDRC was against such a move. According to Energy Aspects, FGE said state-owned refineries may raise some rates by much as 15% in October. Refinery stoppage, BP halted their Husky Toledo facility in Ohio after it suffered a blaze. That's a fire. The refinery processes 160,000 barrels a day. In France, Exxon's Gravenage complex with a capacity of 235,000 is shutting down because of a strike. Crude and natural gas futures jumped on concerns about supply disruptions after Putin's mobilization order. Copper fell as inventories held in the LME rose 10%, biggest gain since June 27th. Precious metals and wheat rose. Cocoa fell for a second day in New York as favorable weather boosts crop prospects. Copper's short-term outlook faces pressure from supply chain obstructions and decades-high inflation, said Rio Tinto CEO. He is comfortable with the metal's long-term prospects. Taiwan plans to buy 600 million of corn products from Iowa in 2023 and 2024. PE firm Investa Industrial is close to buying a controlling stake in Italy. Boeing will outsource about 150 finance and accounting jobs while they boost hiring in engineering, manufacturing, and product development. SoftBank's Mayoshi Son plans to visit Seoul for the first time in 3 years to discuss a potential partnership between ARM and Samsung. The FDA found flaws at a factory that produces Moderna's COVID shot, but cleared some batches after resolving assurances. JP Morgan may quit the Glasgow Financial Alliance. Walmart sets goal of 40,000 spring seasonal hirees. JP Morgan and Bank of America may leave Carney Alliance on legal risk. Moderna COVID supply hit by manufacturing issues. Air Liquide, Chevron, and PetroChina explore carbon capture. Nike, Monica Gill, and Bob Swan joined the board. Walmart, CVS to pay West Virginia $147 million in opioid deal. Cisco Systems cut to equal weight at Barclays. Goldman hires Rothman to head EMEA government relations. And then Honeywell names new unit president. Ken Griffin is going all in with Citadel's move from Chicago to Wall Street South. The relocation may reshape Miami, bolstered by political support and $29 billion fortune, but not everybody is welcoming him. Skeptics worries communities may be displaced and suspect Griffin has bigger plans. More on this big take. Lloyd Blankenfein once joked that he was doing God's work. Robert Nestle, a former Wells Fargo wealth advisor, insists he really is doing it. He wants to corporate in America to an answer to a higher CEO, and he's picking stocks such as gunmakers Stern Ruger, Dollar Tree, and Rupert Murdoch's Fox to hasten the day. A hard no, Amazon, because it supports LGBTQ rights and is covering employees' travel expenses for abortion. Wow. Robert Nestle. Okay, Asia's new gilded visas are striving to lure rich folk in search of a change of scenery. Malaysia, Singapore, and Thailand are among nations offering post-COVID incentives to attract tycoons, rainmakers, and digital nomads. The beaches are a bonus. Paris luxury hotels are hiking prices big time as free-spending Americans armed with a strong dollar return. La Bristol jacked up the rates of their top imperial suite by 20% to 30,000 euros a night. In late August, the Plaza Athénée said it had a record summer. Money isn't an issue for clients. Roger Federer stopped believing he could continue playing because of his injuries. The retirement champion told the BBC that he tried to return after a third knee operation post-Wimbledon in 2021, but realized that was it. He hasn't made any specific plans, but would like to stay in tennis. China built 14,000 bed COVID isolation centers in the south. Drone footage shared with Chinese social media shows what appears to be prefabricated structures surrounded by forest. What? Authorities said construction in Sichuan started in April, part of a plan to provide 20,000 beds across the sites. Bro, you have to see this. This one's actually wicked. It don't look like they're in a forest, but I don't know, man. Bro, what is this? These are the COVID isolation. Oh, I guess it is a forest. Dude, I don't know what the hell is happening. That's crazy. Good morning. Good morning. On this day in history, political rivalry got out of hand in 1809 when British Secretary for War Lord Castlereagh fought a duel with pistols with Foreign Secretary George Canning in London. They'd fallen out over an ill-advised dispatch of troops to land on the Dutch coast. Canning missaid, but Castlereagh wounded his rival in the thigh. There was so much outrage that both resigned, though both served in government again. Castlereagh committed suicide in 1822 by cutting his own throat. Okay, that's good morning. Good morning. They're like, yeah, it was a duel over a mishap, and then they both got back into government, and one committed suicide. Good morning. Happy Powell Day. Wow. Wow. Good morning, Chad. Good morning. So it's 6:13. Oh, it's early. Oh, it's early. I'm going to go to the bathroom. I'm going to give you some. It's very early. We got through that quick, Chad. We got through that one quick. I like it. All right, follow me on Instagram at The Trading Fraternity. Say good morning, Chattadonia. It's Powell Day. I hope you're locked and loaded. Good morning, Chattadonia. Good morning.
For the banks involved.
Oh, wow.
About 30 or so in total were involved, but also not the only deal on the pipeline. So could it close the market for longer and impact future deals? Yes. And could it impact the banks in terms of what they have to mark as potential losses because of those mark-to-market write-downs? Also, yes.
Well, let's talk about the leaders of the banks specifically, because all those big bank CEOs are going to be testifying before Congress today on risk to the economy. We've gotten a preview of their remarks already. How fiery do we expect their exchange with lawmakers to be?
It's a great question because you have two things going on, Kaylee. First, you have the banks stepping up and making their case. In the case of Jamie Dimon, that case was about the higher capital requirements that JP Morgan may face and what that could mean in terms of a tightening economic outlook. Jane Fraser talked about the economy and said it was daunting despite the worst of COVID being over. You have the head of U.S. Bancorp making a case for its acquisition of MUFG Union Bank. They're waiting regulatory approval. But remember, there are different concerns on the eyes of lawmakers, Kaylee, and that includes sparring views in Congress about climate change. It's concerns about the availability of financing for homes, for communities, for mortgages. You have worries about roaring inflation.
It's good. That's kind of refreshing. I like it. I like it. You get to hear from what's it called? You get to hear what they're talking about. At least a little bit different with the Congress stuff. So that's good. You know, that is going on, like I said, in the midst of Powell and Putin. You do have a Senate Banking Committee. So it is quite interesting. But Chad, I hope you are ready. So tell me, the market is up. We're coming back up again, even after a mobilization announcement. But tell me, Chad, what is your first play for the day? What do you got? What are we looking at? What are you holding on to? What are you feeling? How do you feel? You already know my plan. I hope so. Bradley Frizzle and the Peach. Oh, no, man, these plays are going to be blessed. Oh, let's go, baby. Oh, God bless you, Bradley. Oh, he's playing the peach. That's the first play. Hey, man, Tesla calls. Oil and gas, long on the Dow, baby. Oh, my gosh. FXY calls. EWG puts. Oh, again. Boyle call. Peach play. Dude, the peach is fire. Are you kidding me? Peach in plays. Tesla puts. Peach. Fed peach. Peach. Buy everything. Peach. Ford. Tesla calls. Peach. Bonds. Peach. UNG long shares. Peach. Oil. Peach. LFG. Peach. That's how I feel about it, baby. Let's go. Oh, I needed that. Are you kidding me? Back to back 2 more. I know it's crazy, bro. Oh, man. Putting on the seatbelt. SPY calls. DFEN calls. Puts all over. Mara calls. Juicy Peach calls. DLTR short. Oh, man. DLT short again. UNG. Let's go. LFG. Oh, you say let's go. Conoco. Sava. Sold 0-day spot puts. Powell calls. NOC. Powell. Shot put. Brought to you by Tesla and the Peach. Dollar Tree. I have no. Damn, you really like Dollar Tree. He really wants the same Dollar Tree, bro. So let's look at Dollar Tree. HYG calls. Uncle short like Tom Cruise. Why you got to do me like that, bro? Come on. That's not cool, bro. But Tom Cruise rich as hell. I'll take it. And, you know, Katie, what's her name? Katie Holmes was fine back in the day. Stop playing with me. Open calls. TQQ, cost till 12. And paper chow, cost till 12. That's my brother right there. He knows. He knows what's up, baby. He knows what's up. Cost till 12. I feel you. I feel you, bro. Amen. 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 So let's go, Chad. We got our plays. I hope you're ready for it. You even got the peach, man. Stop playing with me. You even got the futures up. Oh, I hope you're ready for it. So I got a couple of plays that I'm going to be looking at here. XLF, LMT, wheat, UNG. Maybe I should give you backgrounds. Again, XLF, I would definitely be watching out for that with financials. I think it's going to be a big one. LMT, wheat, UNG, these are literally all war plays and related to the Putin news. So we'll see how it plays out. But, I mean, you already see the buy the dip reaction, but we may watch these come to life in the next coming days. Again, it's one thing about today with Powell, but it's also about the next couple of days. I really, really hope you guys get that. Then Apple and Tesla, again, relative strength. It could offer opportunities, and we're really going to see where they go. ZQ, those Fed futures, honestly, I think some of you should paper trade them. It will be very good practice, and even if you're not going to practice it, it could be an interesting trade here after Powell. Google, because they're at that level, I want to see, depending on how volatile we get, where they go from there. That will be key. And then Walmart and Target, consumer discretionaries, even Costco with earnings tomorrow. I think that one will be good. So very, very straightforward, my friend. Very, very straightforward. I think we're up on the future. We're getting close to it. So remember, I'm only down 150 on that fiasco we had yesterday. So again, markets are looking good for now. But tell me this, Chad. Do you have any questions? I brought up something yesterday on the watch list. So even if you have questions, I will wait for your questions. But I do want to bring this up. This is what we will be looking for today. So as the report comes out, this one comes out every quarter. It is the summary of economic projections, okay? But what you want to look for, literally right off the bat, this is what people are going to be looking for. Do you see here? We want to see where the federal funds rate is for March, pretty much. And if this thing goes to 4.5, that's where we're going to have a problem. Or 4 or 4.5. Anything higher than 4.5, the whole entire curve is going to get repriced. So legitimately, this is what people are going to be waiting for. Obviously, we're going to see what they feel about employment and all of that. But do you understand why this is so important? Last time the Fed came out with this was June 15th. So I'm going off of June 15th. This was 1 quarter ago. Okay? And why this is so important right now is simply because that's the only thing that's going to be new. We're going to find out, okay, damn, it looks like the Fed thinks employment is going to be this high or this low. And then we're going to really find out with their median dot plot and all of that. You're going to really see where the Fed thinks rates are going to end by the end of the year. And why that's so important, because the market is already pricing in something and we've already been coming into it. And as of lately, Powell has been saying that they expect pain, right? So why this is important, because if they're saying it's going to be painful, the idea is we should see that in the summary of economic projections. If they think it's going to be painful, we should see that unemployment number be very, very high coming into the next year, not just 0.1 above the long run. You see what I'm saying? So keep that in mind, but that's really all we're going to wait for right when it comes out. That one, obviously, the size of the rate hikes and then how Powell communicates alongside the Fed futures and all of that, that is what we are going to be looking at. So hopefully you get it, but it's very simple. You wait till that comes out. That will be the big driver. Obviously, we don't know what's going to happen. I am a little bit bearish, but I'm telling you, a lot of people have woken up a lot bullish coming into it. I mean, this is usually what happens, but like we said, usually the day of the Fed, it has ended positive 8 out of 10 days, or 8 out of the last 12, or 10 out of the last 12, but usually it comes down afterwards. So it really all depends. We're going to find out, but today is definitely the day. We're going to get movement. I would watch the first 30 minutes, but like we talked about yesterday, you are going to get all of this moving leading into everything. So you're going to get the report coming out at 2 p.m., so you have to wait till all of this happens, and really, I think it might be a little bullish, but we are going to find out. So it comes out at 2 and then 2:30. So you will get the summary of economic projections. We will get that at 2 p.m. So that's going to be the paradox here, is that even though the move happens at 2:30, right when Powell starts talking, that's usually where you get the big move. The summary of economic projections, depending on how big they are, that will be able to move everything more or less. So I hope you're ready, Chad, and good morning. We got a couple of minutes. Any other questions? Any other questions? Now we've gotten the easy stuff out the way. Exactly what to look for. Keep it simple. You're all, man, it's going to be great. Anything else? Putin is talking. I don't think he will be talking during Powell. I think we already got that this morning with his mobilization announcement. High unemployment will be taken as when will the Fed pivot? It'll be taken as bullish. Possibly. It depends, though. It depends on what year they think the employment will go up. Bonds play, yes and no. I would play the Fed futures, but not necessarily the other bonds until we see what happens. But if the summary of economic projections are really bad and like they think the rates are going to be a lot higher, then I would make a play on the bonds. Otherwise, it just really depends on the scope of what they kind of signal or what kind of numbers we get. Otherwise, I would just be primarily focusing on the Fed futures. Why 3.5? Shouldn't we be looking at rates for next year? Well, that's the 10-year, but I'm saying for summary of economic projections, you want to see anything above 4% by the end of this year or by March, because that's where most people and most of the market is priced in right now. Yeah, higher than pretty much is, keep in mind, 2022, 2023, anything really higher than 4.5 is a new number. And then that would be much higher than both Fed futures and the Fed have also forecasted over the entire year. UNG can go up today. Again, I mean, we got to be careful. You could even see LMT. They're still up, but they sold off. So you had the war news. You had news that would drive UNG, wheat, LMT. But the question is, can it really hold on to it? So I think yes, but you never know in this volatility. Yeah, ZQ is bonds, and then I would look at ZQZ22. I would go further on the front month curve because the front month is already decided. I would go December and beyond, as you could play alongside the Fed futures. So that's what I brought up yesterday. I think it's pretty cool if you ask me. Like, you guys know when you go to investing.com and you see the Fed futures. So like this was from yesterday, 95, 97, but like literally that is what we are shorting. So ZQZ22, you'll see it. Look at the price, 95.96. So we're literally shorting this exact contract. So it's not only in a weird way you're participating, you're not even just looking at it. Isn't that wild? So if you actually do trade this with real money and make a play, you would be part of the 1,000 open interest that is actually moving this, believe it or not. I made a real trade on it. I didn't make a paper trade. My paper trade was on 6J, but I would get used to ZQ because, quite frankly, I think if we could spot a trend between now and the middle of next year, I genuinely think it might be like one of the easiest trades if we know what's going to happen, if that makes sense. So I would get familiar with it. We'll see what happens, and we will see what happens. We will see what happens. But, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, I hope you're ready. We have a very, very big day. A very, very big day, and I hope you are locked and loaded. But Chad, here at the Colt, before we do anything, before we try to chase a dollar, before we try to enrich ourselves, we must pay homage to the people who have sacrificed more than most of us ever have and ever will, and that is the veterans of the United States of America, ladies and gentlemen. So on behalf of the cult, the people here, the people not here, we want to give a huge special shout out all the active servicemen, past servicemen, anybody who has served this country. God bless you and thank you for your service, and shout out to the vets. And don't forget about the police officers, the firefighters, the doctors, the nurses, the teachers, all the other public servants out there as well too, baby. God bless you and thank you for doing what you have done. Ladies and gentlemen, please rise. Place your right hand over your heart. Say it with me. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all, baby. Son of the Jets! Oh, it's game time, baby. Or nah. Oh, there you go. We just have to break the horn in a little bit. Oh, good morning, Chattadonia. The Jets have been sent. Oh, I hope you're ready. You got a couple of pre-market movers, too. Nothing too crazy. GLT drops 14. IDEX gains 1.6. They got Chargers at the port. Western Digital, they got downgraded. MGAM is down 0.8. Oil and gas rise on the war. OXM, Johnny Was acquisition. And Cisco is down. They got downgraded. And that's it, Chad. Oh, man. So I hope you're ready, Chad. It's going to be a good one. We have all of our plays cut out for us. Let's see if the upside continues. It is going to be a good one. It is going to be a good one. Am I getting sick? Nah, man. I actually feel amazing. I feel excited. This is the day, bro. We have gathered here today to witness the wins of history. I don't know if they feel me, Chad. This is it. Some would argue this is, borderline one of the most important Powells. This is one of the final Powells to the end of this year. Oh, think about that. This is just going to be one of the last Powells. Isn't that crazy? You only have you're going to get 2-3 more Powells, and then that's it. And then it's 2023, and then you're another year older, and then it's a whole nother market. And now people are going to be talking about what happens in 2024. Oh, my goodness. So, Chad, I hope you're ready for it. Let's have some fun here. You got about 1 minute. Do me a favor, like the video, put a smile on your face, make some call-outs. Again, it might be a little confusing ahead of it, but that's if you want to make it confusing. But just be on the lookout for volatility. You saw yesterday, but really it's all up until after the event. Good luck to everybody, and we learned a lot yesterday. Again, sometimes not moving could be the best, especially if you feel overwhelmed. So let's see what happens. But, Chad, I hope you're ready. Oh, it's exciting. So we got our plays there, like I said. Going to be watching a lot of the ones related to LMT, wheat, UNG. That's the war-related. XLF, I really like it as a play. Literally, Apple and Tesla. I brought it up yesterday. We keep bringing it up. I'm telling you, if you really want to make today even simple, too, you could focus on those. It's either going to be a good day or a bad day. I think today, I don't think you're going to get relative strength. So watch Apple and Tesla because those could probably go crazy up or down depending on how the market wants to interpret today. And then again, Google and ZQ, those are plays I think at key levels. Oh, what's going on? Oh, round one. Fight. Bro, that pumped up real quick. All righty. It looks like we're up about 0.5%. SPY and Dow. I don't have the NASDAQ just yet. So LMT. See if that ends up going up. Again, banks are already up. Damn, are banks up 1.9? Yeah, some are up 0.5%. Let's see. And then again, we're only down $80 on that future from yesterday. So hopefully he could go. Let's get our ranges up here. So there it is, Chad. 3890. That's it. That's literally all that's going to matter here on the SPX. This is like yesterday, but instead of gapping lower into it now, you're going to be at 3880. And the question is, do you go to 390? And it's really not going to be that too far. We're going to find out. Yeah, General Mills had earnings here this morning. So if they are gassing, keep that in mind. Where is it? What is General Mills ticker? Why am I blanking on it? GIS. There it is. Oxy. The yen, there was news. They had a surprise intervention, but it was very, very weird how the currency, pretty much traders didn't even respond to it. Yeah, General Mills is up 3 right now. Kemmers declines 5%. Its lowest open since July 5th. Again, there's Apple, 0.45. If there's anything underpacing, call that out. Like Baba and some China names selling off here. Actually, they're actually doing very, very bad. Watch UNG again. It had the earlier pop. But UNG's coming down. Netflix is up barely. General Mills a little bit to the low, but still, again, up 3% on the earnings. Apple is going crazy. Let me keep up XLF. Watch for leaders, too, from yesterday, like XLV as well. Good morning. What's going on, Najee? Happy Fed Day. Everything's green right now. Worst on the day is communication up 0.16 and then healthcare 0.45, but then everything's green. Industrials, energy, and real estate, the industries that were down yesterday, those are the ones that are leading. So first drop here, if you don't know what happened, you went above 3880, and then we're coming back. So see if we drop below 387, but these are key levels. Like we said, you have a lot of upside if you could break through here, but let's see how this one plays out. Actually, pretty big movement. And then NASDAQ's up 0.3. NASDAQ and then SPY and Dow are about 0.5. Clarito will be on Bloomberg Live. Twitter, Tesla. They're still holding. Again, XLF. Keep an eye. Where's UNG? Wheat. LMT. Apple. Rum is up 3.4. Apple's holding up great. Again, they're already up 0.5%. A lot of things are selling off a little now. Dollar is climbing, and then so are the bonds. Let me check. Banks are crashing. It looks like they are leading the way. They're not the worst on the day, but they're about to be. Communications have flipped red. So you fell below both those levels after a strong gap up. Fed futures, same price as yesterday. And 385 now. We're back down to the low again. Meta red, calls getting destroyed. Banks are about to go negative. Banks will be the second one to go negative, so they kind of are leading the way. Again, China names are getting clapped. Baba's down 2.5%. PayPal on the low. Coinbase on the low. Citi, FedEx, even Meta. Again, Meta down to 144. Big red on Netflix. UUP. The dollar was high. Again, the Putin stuff. I think this is your new high on the dollar. So we will see, but that definitely could get in the way of things. Any big news? Just the Putin stuff. Still holding the BP play, yeah. I think, let me check the price. I was going to get, because 2 days ago, it was right at the 35 I wanted. It's actually still above that, sadly. So I'm going to have to wait on that one. When I wait, I want that one to kind of die. Again, banks are now negative. That's number 2 on the day. Them in communications. Netflix is selling off. China names, I think there was a couple of China news, or I guess they weren't going to ease, and then the currency weakening, but they are definitely the noticeable underperformer today, especially after we open like this. So maybe this is the first bounce. We're still in between ranges, so you could come down a little bit lower, pretty much to where we closed yesterday, or where we even hit at the highs. But see, remember, we couldn't break out at 3875 yesterday, so we were right below that. Microsoft slowly selling off while Apple's going up. DraftKings dropping hard, down 2.6. Roblo, they were up pre-market and they flipped. Yeah, those BPs are still expensive. Again, oil did good today off of the Putin news, but again, UNG was up 5%, but it's already sold off 2.5. LMT, those are still holding a little bit decent, actually. Market low-key sleeping on Google monetizing YouTube. TikTok killer, maybe. I don't know if they have restrictions on it, though. It might not be for everybody. Puts on Apple. If you really feel bullish and you're really willing to go and short the stock with the relative strength, you know, the one that really has been the borderline safe haven. Microsoft climbing again. Honestly, watch if the dollar goes down. Again, we're just so high, and then the market's still kind of holding. I feel like dollar weakness will help drive us. Again, General Mills, they gain on upbeat analysis on margins. LMT still at the high. Microsoft just had a big candle. NVIDIA is still red. I don't know if it was because of the WDC downgrades. And then Ford, they're up, but they sold off a little bit. Surprisingly, Tesla's not up. Call credit spreads. I mean, if there's no other alternative, they're not bad. Just make sure, you know what your collateral is and how much you're doing the risk for. You know, what's your max gain? And if there's no other play that you could play similar, I mean, I don't think they're bad, but that's just going to be what you're going to be able to tolerate during a very, very volatile event right now. So again, VWAP is literally right below that 3875 or whatever. Yeah, 3875. We touched it, kind of coming down a little bit, but we'll see. Surprisingly, Tesla is not playing along. DWAC approaching 7, so it fell below 20. Oh, that's sad. The best SPAC, the longest performance SPAC, SPACing away. J&J's up. Oh, Target's up 1, dude. All of these consumer stocks are killing it. Even Costco, 0.5%. Coming back down, Tesla's selling off. Again, even dollar trying to climb. This level right here is the VWAP is the 375, 376 level that we couldn't break yesterday. Those Fargo puts, if he goes hard. I think you could go puts on everything if he does 100 basis point, but he shouldn't. We'll find out. Google's already red, or about to be. Again, they've been kind of the weakest over the last couple days. AMD Butter, yeah, chip makers not doing good. There were some downgrades on like WDC, and even then they're up in the morning, but chip makers are not looking too hot. Dollar is near the high, and again, after Putin's news today, the dollar hit a new yearly high as a result. Big flush on Disney. Down 1.3. Maybe Netflix, they're kind of holding. Where is it? Netflix are down $30 on it. $873. So a little bounce. The take two were up on it. I forgot about that play. But I'm kind of looking at my, wait a minute. How's it going to move here? The Putin news was that he announced general mobilization. Pretty much he was saying he's not going to have new army people, but they're calling in their reserves. And then he made a lot of threats, and he said he's not bluffing. So literally, some people are saying we're not pricing in nuclear war. I mean, Putin did make comments towards it. But for the most part, it was just the mobilization of troops. It was a very, and I hope you all realize it, it was just a very rare escalation in the sense that it's been like 5 or 6 months. You really haven't had any headlines or like that were really that big, but it was just kind of Russian escalation out of nowhere. Again, I mean, even the fact LMT is up and holding, I think that says a little bit. So Netflix trying to bounce, so is the SPY. You're right below the level. If we get above here, it'll be better than not. Again, even trading here yesterday, we had trouble getting above it. Remember, like I said yesterday, it was like we were either going to get up there or have a miserable fall. So, I mean, this is kind of important here. If we could start to run up, it might unleash a little bit. Okay, I closed out the take two. I only made $30, $2 per share, but I decided to close out of it. I really think that thing could get clapped, though, when I look at the daily. Bank stocks are dropping again. Literally, city's on the low, so watch out. I mean, it could just lead us down. Banks seem very, very powerful. Did you close? I didn't close the ES yet. I'm still in it. It was up right now. We're only I have the small short down, up for 300, and then the big call is down 300 now. So like literally, I'm about to go break. I think if we get right back up here, my break even is like at the high candle of the day. I just closed out take two. So that one was from, remember, after earnings, I made the play, then it bounced on me. I went really small on it. So let's see. UUP starting to come down here, and SPY is below the level. We might be able to get a little bit of movement here. Let's find out. Where's Apple? Apple is dropping. Tesla's coming up, though. They might be switching. $8.75. Yeah, J&J, and again, General Mills had good earnings. So now we are above VWAP and above the level, or like right above there. Now we could go back up to 3880. But let's see. It has to actually do it. AMD bouncing. Yeah, watch out for the chip makers, though. They're definitely moving interesting. Google seems kind of pinned. Meta was pretty solid in the red by almost 1%. That could be a good bounce play if we really bounce, but be careful. Boeing is coming up. Sava. Oh, I forgot. Sava from yesterday was on fire. So maybe. $40. Yeah, it might continue. Remember yesterday all day. I don't know if I'm going to go for it, but literally all day yesterday, that was the one that was like really, really leading the way. Uber tanking. Any news today? I don't know, but the travel names, remember as of late, they've kind of had that relative strength. It looks like they kind of have relative weakness here. So we'll see. 386. So you're above the level now. Let's see if we can get to the highs here, and then if this turns into a more upward trend. NVIDIA bouncing very, very solidly off the bottom. Where's, I think, Meta? That's the one. I think if we do get a real move and bounce higher, they're the one kind of struggling. But even them and Google aren't moving too much. Beyond up 5. Walmart bouncing. A little break, but not enough to hold. I don't know how I feel about that. It's kind of trading like a soft version of yesterday. We are having a lot of trouble with that level, but it is still pretty early. And dollar's surging now. Hold up. Apple is starting to sell off. And then dollar is hitting a new high. I'm not seeing any Apple news, but they are dumping there. Again, Tesla started to go up in the process of it. But nope, now they're coming down. Completely dumped. I mean, now it's underperforming. I mean, when it's all said and done, Nasdaq is still green, but they're down more. Apple is showing up on the low ticker, and the dollar is going up. Bank's still selling. That's going to add weakness, but see how we dance at the level. But that's kind of that might be a failed level, and then we might come down a little bit more. Let's see though. And remember, it is Powell Day, so get ready for the volatility. Man. Yeah, existing home sales in 15 minutes. That'll be your first set of data on the day. Only financials and communications are in the red right now. Yeah, 52-week highs on the dollar. That's why hitting a new high. I mean, it might cause a panic reaction. I mean, if it wasn't Powell Day, I'm sure we would be down on it. The highs and lows, the high ticker, those 3 lines is velocity. The top bar is 5 minutes, the middle bar is 1 minute, and the low one is 30 seconds. Yeah, so existing home sales comes out, and then just FOMC. Wow, Tesla app. Wow, look at the fight back, Habibi. Holy crap. This guy really fighting. Oh, man. These guys are crazy, bro. You know I'm saying? These guys are crazy. Ford ripping. That's good considering the 12% sell-off. Yesterday was Ford's worst day since like 2011. Let's see, UNG came down. Oil plays. I don't know if energy is going to come up. Yeah, you just bounced right there, surprisingly. But again, I think we're going to experience this type of volatility today, unless it really wants to just break out or just get clapped. FOMC is going to be 2 p.m. Eastern. We will have information that will be actionable at 2 p.m. Eastern, and then Powell will be speaking at 2:30 live for the press conference. Mara, Coin, UNG on the low, XLF trying to move up. Coin is starting to move. Coin is up 3%. Jeez. Yeah, Mara, a lot of the coin stocks, coin, crypto, they're going crazy. LMT, when it cools down, yeah, depending on how it is. I mean, I was even going to get it yesterday, but I felt like it was up, and then if we ended up fading it, so it's a big move. I mean, again, depending on how the Russia stuff plays out, I'd watch out for some of those Russian war plays, and then we'll see. So we're getting back to the 3,880. That was a wild little move there with Apple selling off. Even Apple now is underperforming the NASDAQ. Microsoft new high. LMT is still up. Amazon's hitting the high. And there it is. So take a look. If you were watching the future from yesterday, I am break even on it now. Now I have a gain on it. Wow, finally. So I want to write it for a little bit, but dollars finally dropping. Why is coin going up? I don't know. I think all the Coinbase or coin crypto stocks, they're moving pretty crazy right there. Cody, yeah, they had good news in the morning. SPY is starting to break out a little bit. Yeah, NVIDIA's on the top. Check Meta. Again, I think if we're really going to get some upside, I mean, Meta has a whole 0.5% that it's underperforming there. You think Putin's longevity would affect? It might. Well, honestly, I would just pay attention to see if Powell even mentions anything related to it. You know what I'm saying? Like if Powell even brings up anything related to the war, external situations. I mean, it wouldn't be uncommon. So we just hit the 3,880. I mean, let's see. It's like he's fly. You got little horns right here. I don't know if he's gonna hold up. We will find out. Qualcomm, HD, NVIDIA. Yeah, Qualcomm's up 1.1. Financials gone green again. Communications still red. Industrials, consumer staples, and utilities are the ones that are leading. UNH, that one, remember they were going crazy yesterday. So, honestly, next question here is how much can we hold? Like, you really want to see this thing hold. Again, last time we were here was just the other day, but you barely could hold above here. And then, 2 days ago, we went as high as 3,886. I think that's a soft level. But now you're even past the gap down from earlier. Is that Monday? And then 3,900. We'll see what he has, if he has the energy. Do the Fibonacci, dude? Ordered? What about like XLV, dude? Little healthcare Fibonacci, dude? There's XLF. DWAC, 100 basis move up to 19. Let's check. They were down yesterday. My Fed futures the same, but they have moved a little bit. And again, watch those Fed futures after dollar dropped to opening level. SPY's there. So, I don't know. Maybe we match up directly with the dollar. I'd watch for one of these to break out. Either watch for the market to ignore the dollar here or the dollar to give up. But literally, the dollar and SPY are matched up pretty well today. Banks are trying to catch a bounce. Yeah, there's NVIDIA at the high. Meta not play long. Netflix play, but not Meta. Gonna flush the dollar or the market. I think one's gonna make the move. either think dollar flushes and then we go higher, or if we don't break out from here, I think the dollar might stabilize a little bit. Oil and nat gas dump. UNG, yeah. Damn, that's a 4% sell already. I think wheat already went down a little bit too. Yeah. And then just honestly see if LMT and defense names start to drop. There's NVIDIA. The dollar's starting to climb. He's fighting. He said you cannot breach this level until Jerome says so. And then as Jerome waits under, dollar pop in. I don't think we're going to break out from there. I think it's possible, though. All you got to do is wait for the dollar to move around. I think, again, the dollar is just at all-time highs right now, or 52-week highs. It's going to have to do its thing. But see, I'm surprised you're not dropping more off of that dollar move here. How do you short Zoom down here? I think shorts, shares. That's it. Workday on the high. Warby Parker on the high. Meta is starting to sell off a little bit. Apple is at a low, surprisingly, with all of this. Apple is trying to tell y'all. It could be, but again, I mean, we've seen this before, especially in volatility. Just don't forget, because Microsoft's the one that's leading now. So just remember, those relative strength names, if they start selling off on a day like today, it doesn't necessarily mean it's leading down if everything else goes up with it. So that's where Apple and Tesla have been confusing in the midst of this. But we will find out probably in a couple of hours. I use UUP for the dollar chart. You could also go to dollar or trading economics and then just see the DXY under currencies. Yeah, what is holding the S&P right up right now? It could be banks. Low key. So 3880. Let's see if he holds that. Dollar's still going up. The dollar is UUP. That's the one I'm watching here in the bottom left. So that's like an ETF. You could get a stock chart related to it. It's quite easy to watch. Again, there will be some differences, and don't remember correlation will not always equal causation. But yeah, theta won't make much impact through 2 p.m. I don't know about theta, but it's like I said, I don't think I think we can move leading into Powell. I just don't think the market will be as pinned. And then, in a weird way, getting rid of some of that bad news with Putin, that kind of helped out a little bit. But I just feel like we have the ability to move leading into the event. So it's not going to just stay pinned, doing nothing more or less. So Apple selling off, dollar kind of in the middle, but SPY's not playing along with it. Again, watch the VWAP, watch those levels, but take a look here. Apple hitting a new low. Meta low, even Tesla, they're still red, while the NASDAQ is up 0.35. VIX and Apple feeling weird. Okay. Okay, I need to go to the bathroom. Follow me on Instagram at the Trading Fraternity.
Markets will drop everything
I love
listen to and through them
Say
all
hello,
into the
Chad.
same
Greet
day,
a Chad today.
It's
like church.
Media.
Say hello in the morning.
States, the
Shake their hand.
Big banks,
Say
and the
Powell
chairman
has
of the
blessed
Federal
you.
Reserve. As you said, first
Amen.
up are the banks on Capitol
Okay,
Hill.
right
What do they have to say about the health of the economy and the consumer? That really is going to be the language that the markets grip to. Then President Biden will talk geopolitics shortly thereafter. And then, of course, we're going to get not just a rate decision, but the updated dot plot and summary of economic projections at 2 p.m., followed by Chairman Powell at the podium. So all of that would have been more than enough excitement for a Wednesday, but Vladimir Putin this morning decided to throw a little bit of geopolitical risk into the cocktail with his remarks on the mobilization of reservists, talking about using any means necessary in Ukraine, which raises the threat at least of potentially nuclear weapons, or the question of it. All of that being market moving, giving a lift to commodities, giving a lift to some of those defense stocks here in the U.S. and also a little bit of a haven bid coming into treasuries. But of course, it's usually selling treasuries these days, not buying them. We have seen monster moves to the upside in the treasury market in anticipation of an aggressive Federal Reserve. Just take a look at the short end. The 2-year yield up 323 basis points year to date, and more than 100 basis points of that has come just since the start of August. We are very, very close to 4%, meaning the curve is more inverted, negative 40 basis points at this point between 2s and 10s. That inverted yield curve, what it signals about the health of the economy, to bring it back to the banks, probably something they're going to be talking about today, John.
Kelly, nice. Thank you. On the yield curve as well, I mentioned it earlier if you missed it. TD's pre-MISRA coming up a little bit later. Absolutely fantastic on that. Kelly, thank you. And to Kelly's point, if you have a day where the defense names and energy is rallying at the same time, often something good isn't happening somewhere. And
those are the war stocks. All of the war stocks. We're back down to VWAP here again, and this is now below the 3880. And back here, that might be the top for the morning or the morning highs we've seen. Let's find out. Again, I think a lot will be weighing on the dollar here. Hello, how are you? It's phenomenal. What does he say? Stupendous. Amazon, yeah, they're coming down now. A lot of things, and oil already made the drop. Beyond Meat is on the high. Apparently, they have a new offering for nose meat. Okay, I'm sorry. Bad joke. Apple, man. Apple and Tesla. Check news on Meta. Dude, Meta is doing its own thing right now. Again, that's why I'm like, if you really believe in upside, that has the most meat on the bone. But it's clear today that some of those ones with the relative strength are not today. But it's still very, very early. What time? It's only been 20 minutes, dude. Wow. The metaverse will unfold in 3 steps. One is happening sooner than I thought. That's all I'm seeing there. Beyond is surging. I have no idea what that is. Who knows why it's on the high? Twitter. Are the China names still down? Again, China got mollywopped just right off the open. EWG. Qualcomm. Again, you're right at the open here, but the dollar just does not look like it's relenting. This might be a range, but let's see. We got to be cautious. Happy Powell Day. Meta's at the March 2020 bottom. Yeah, dude, it's down a lot. Again, even below 150 is a very, very big level. Again, that's why, in a weird way, I'm saying watch out for Google, because if they break their 2021 highs, sadly, a lot of the social media stocks will be following a trend. But yeah, this is the 2020 bottom and 2018 low. Again, this is why Mark Zuckerberg he's lost the most wealth out of the world's richest 500 people. Qualcomm is on the high again, so some of those chip makers, they're still moving. There's NVIDIA, so they're not waiting. Even AMD now. Yeah, so it's the chip makers. I think you might get a little bit of pickup from there. And then if the bank stocks can surge, but we're still kind of jockeying around. Everything is green except communication still. You know about SLNG? I do not. What you got? What are we working with? Yeah, Qualcomm is surging. Literally another new high, 1.8. Netflix coming down. SPY just holding right near their opening candle. I remember that Facebook in 2018. I feel you. That one was scary. That one was one of the scariest. Pinduoduo. Chip makers, I think they're kind of just getting their relief after kind of being beaten, but that's about it. Baba and the China names are coming down again. So, honest, I think if China and Apple starts coming down, that won't be good. But chips are up for now. Apple had a little mini bounce, but now the rest of the market, again, you're playing a little bit of cat dog. Powell is going to be at 230, but we will get some data. Home building data, existing homes, 4.8. 0.4 decline. Estimate was 2.3. Last month was a decline of 5.9. They revised it to 5.7. So Good real estate data. Or I guess it wasn't that bad. SLNG. So yeah, Stabilis, I have no idea what this is. It's up 100%. Well, I wonder how the market's going to take it. Good data for the most part. I mean, it's better that it didn't go lower, but it's not like it was the hottest data. Again, 4.8 million homes is still pretty low. So in a weird way, it's kind of, I don't want to call it Goldilocks, but kind of in the middle. So here is the existing home sales. So it's still low, but it was better than dropping even more. But so I don't know. It's like good news and bad news at the same time. So you're getting a little bit of a reaction, though. Could be a pop and sell. We'll find out. Yeah, the yuan, again, they made comments towards it. Pretty much there was a comment by one of China's central bank guys. And like what he was talking about was that pretty much they're getting pressured with their reserves and that they were pretty much criticizing the United States. So they were criticizing the United States, but it was kind of interpreted as they're feeling the pressure more or less. And then you had a surprise announcement or surprise intervention kind of on the bonds by Japan, but it didn't move the currency. It was a really, really weird move on Japan. I think people are just waiting for the move tomorrow. NVIDIA, are the chip makers rocketing? Yeah, they are. NVIDIA made another high there. I mean, again, dollar dropped in the SPY. It looks like it wants to go, but it just looks like something's holding it back. I think it's oil and energy, low-key, after that drop. But I think we're back above the 387. Or you're dancing with it. LRCX. The 100 basis points is climbing. That'll be terrifying. It sucks because even if that goes higher today, technically, Powell made his decision off of yesterday. So I think it's because they dropped yesterday and then they're coming back up. Because my Fed future for December hasn't moved, or maybe the front month contract is just dancing around here. Keep watch on it though, but nothing should come from it. But you never know. Again, anything could happen right now. And then now for gifts, baby. God bless you. So dollar is lower, but SPY is not able to break out, even with chip makers leading the way. I mean, things are moving, but something has to take pull right now. It's either going to be bulls or bears, but as of now, nothing. And the dollar is just kind of at a pin position for now, or a little bit lower, but right near open. Pinduo, yeah, dude. China names selling off. Pinduo, good call out on that. That one's outpacing Baba to the downside. Neo's dumping too. It kind of looks like Baba a little bit, but I think Pinduo is the worst there. That was very weird. Even Apple's towards the low. Tesla, let's see what happens with the dollar, but see if chip makers are enough to bring this up, or you need energy to bounce. Again, communications still down 0.11. Industrials and consumer staples are the leader. So like XLP, that thing's leading again. I think it's like the Targets and the Walmarts. Yeah, even Costco, they're doing great. Booking still getting clobbered. I think it's because of the moves on the euro. Just don't forget. I know the travel plays, but even Airbnb's down. But that could be it. But, I mean, any Russia war news, wheat, LMT, and gas going up isn't going to be good for travel. But, again, remember, Booking has all of their currency in euros. Dude, what in the world is this? So volume's coming in, bro. You're just dancing. Dancing spy. Dun 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 dun. Powell. Oxy Chairman Chazen has serious health issues. It's not good. If we pop after Powell, how long till you cut the shorts? I mean, watch the first 30 minutes. Really, the move leading into Powell, like until the press conference, that will be very, very decisive. And then right away, like kind of just watch the first big knee-jerk reaction after he starts talking, and that might very well set the direction on the day. And then where we close will lead us into tomorrow. But really, it's going to be a game of watching the clock. Man, bro, you're just holding open. That's it. You're holding open. It wants to do something. Flight to divvies. Kind of. LMT's popping up here. And then see if the dollar and oil starts to come back up here. Yeah, LMT and NOC. I don't know why they're moving. That might be what it'll take to kill some momentum here if people are reacting to fear again. AMD, they're coming down off the top. Meta, new low. We're back at VWAP, back below the levels. That might be it. Yeah, even Meta is. Meta's down 1.2. Yeah, McDonald's consumer staple stocks are doing very good. They're number 2 on the day. But back below VWAP now. We've given it up. 3875. Second level, we're about to be below it. We were only below it at the first 15 minutes of the day. It's only been 30 minutes, so we spent 1/2 below the levels, 1/2 above it. And then the dollar is like slightly above open. Tesla down 0.5. General Mills is still up following that earnings. Oh, big dollar pop. Something's happening. LMT and NOC and then the dollar pop. That might be it. Down. Defensives and staples. Honestly, just wait till energy goes up. That's it. It's either energy is going to stay clobbered after selling it off or energy comes up. The dollar's tweaking, bro. That's a new high. New 52-week high on the dollar. Actually, where was it pre-market? I guess we were a little higher on that other candle. CCL straight selling, Disney bottom. Everyone is thinking 75 is priced in, but actual 75 is a lot, so expecting dump with 75. That's pretty much how I feel towards it, but, at the end of the day, we're going to see, and just don't underestimate some of Powell's messaging and signaling. That will be very, very dependent. And then again, like we said, the summary of economic projections and the numbers that the Fed places on unemployment and where they think the rates will end by the end of this year, that will probably be the biggest driver. And that will, again, instantly, right when the report comes out, I would believe it. I would believe the market move because simply it's going to, they're going to react to that SCP right away. Again, dollar pop and come down. It's just dancing. LMT's on the high, though. Something is happening with these defense stocks. They're getting carried away right here. Surprisingly, UNG and agriculture commodities aren't following, so it's a little unique there, but keep your eye out for that. And again, chip makers back to the high, AMD, Qualcomm, NVIDIA. I just think there's a giant bid on all of the chip names. Chip's still getting it, but look at, we're not getting above this level. It's like you're getting oddly pinned, but this is because anything above this level, you're literally gonna rock it up to 3,900-ish. But it's just like we are holding these levels very, very tight today. So it's trying to go. Let's see. Need chips for war, maybe. Yeah, all the chip makers, those are the ones really, really killing it. So we went a little bit out. You touched the high of the day, but you have not broken out the SPX, or you're like right under it. 388.331. You're at like 3882. Right near the high. Is Russia going to start World War III? You're going to hear people talk about it, but the simple thing is that Russia has just escalated the war, and you really haven't had headlines like that in a couple of months. So it was kind of just out of nowhere. Again, and this is coming off the heels of Ukraine making a lot of progress over the last couple of days. So just factor that into all of it. Yeah, LMT is launching. GMBO, I haven't looked into it. Esports. We'll see. I mean, there was anything gambling related. Be careful domestically. Again, maybe that's why DraftKings is down today. But like what they did with like Amazon and certain like banning of like online casinos and stuff like that. But let's see. We're just holding the highs, Chatadonia. NVAT, Snow Pop. And Vitae's up 11, Snow up 0.4. Are China names still selling off? Bro, you still couldn't break out the high on that? Are you kidding me? UNG new low. There's no good. Uber down 3. $880. What's the volume looking like? We're at 9 million by the just under the first hour. It's actually not even that high. I mean, I think most of the volume will come in after Powell, but still. Yeah, rotation. Again, yeah, the travel stocks were strong. Again, I think any negative war European news, I mean, it will hit the travel stocks or people even getting, again, foreign currency, euros, stuff like that. Surprisingly, VWAP's coming up. ASML, it's another chip one they're running. Again, the chip makers seem to be what is giving us any of the steam up here. Biotechs, I think they could run, or again, remember last Fed I brought up some of the biotechs. I think it was the Jackson Hole, but pretty much, I mean, they will respond to risk on, risk off very, very well, or very, very quickly. So depending on if it's a good or bad meeting, expect that. Bro, General Mills is up 3% or 6%. We called it out at 3 from the earnings, but they're killing it. That's a big winner on the day here. LMT finally catching a down candle. Apple and Tesla are not playing along with it. It really is just the chip makers that are running. A little bit of the bank stocks. They're trying to make a move. FSLR. Yeah, solar. Is it all of them? Enphase. Even EV or ETVX. Or was it EVTX? I don't know which one it was. I have to see it. Financials being red indicator. It is. They're a little bit better here. I think you'll get it, but ultimately, I think after Powell speaks, I think that the financials are going to respond. They're going to respond very sensitive. ENVX, that's what it is. That's what I want to see. But it does look like all of them are up. ENVX is barely down. So dollar dropped there, but the market is just acting super choppy right here. Again, you're slightly edging up. VWAP is higher, but it's just moving really, really slow at some of the key levels, and we've just been slowly like volatilely edging up, but it's not like the strongest. We haven't had a real breakout at all today. China Solar, DQ. It's weird all the other China names are down, but if those come up, that could be good. Again, JD, Pinduoduo, but they're still at the lows. Like Pinduoduo is still selling off. The VIX is dead. The volatility. Yeah, Chinese solar, again, with all the China names down, that's very interesting. Again, this could be part of the whole energy Russia thing. TM multi-year lows. Again, they had this split, and that killed them, and they split a lot of their business up. But then also, too, I mean, their guidance over the last couple quarters has not been good. Again, they've been warning about price churn, inflation, a lot of things. Dude, we are not getting above this. Apple dropping. Again, energy. You need energy to get up a little bit. Otherwise, I just think it's chips and then some of the other staples fighting to keep us alive, and then bank stocks are not reacting. Meta's breaking down. Yeah, that's a bad one. Even wheat on the low, Airbnb. It looks like we're getting a bigger flush here across the board. Last days of September are usually the worst, yes. Again, even this next 2 weeks is usually one of the worst times. Yeah, Airbnb took a candle. Everything just took one. Even Google. Again, Google is about to go red here. And remember yesterday, they were outpacing to the downside as a couple of bigger tech closed green. That's it. It's like things are not going up right now, and you see it with Apple and Tesla. But then you're watching other names. Like, again, the chip makers are just in their own little world here today. Ford trying to creep up. Have the bonds moved at all? Anything big? Nah. Yeah, Ford is making a high. Good call out on that. Roblo up 1.3. Different due to midterms or don't believe other charts. I don't believe the midterms. Pretty much I think the midterms have some effect, but I don't think the midterms will stop us from going up or down. So a lot of people might believe that, they're not like the market. They're going to do whatever they can to keep the market, up before midterms. I don't think they control that, whoever they is. So I think the midterms are important after the event, but leading into it, the market is liable to go any direction it wants to. So dude, you're just holding these levels. You are still above the 3880, which is big, or you're like right there, but we've been doing this dance now for about 45 minutes. In a very interesting open, to say the least. Yes, midterms do end bullish. It's afterwards. So that's why leading into midterms, though, markets usually decline. But then afterwards, once you settle it and everybody votes and you know what's going to happen and there's not political uncertainty, usually the markets are able to do a lot. Oil bounce. A little bit. That would be not, again, that would help if we wanted any upside. So here's the chart I brought up. This is what I'm talking about with the midterms, where it's just like literally second year presidency, first quarter you do good. On average, second quarter is a decline, third quarter is a decline, and literally up until after the midterms happen, the market goes down. So that's why I wouldn't be too surprised by it. So again, trying to make a move up, getting swatted down, but all the while VWAP is climbing up. If oil and Apple could get a move with chip makers staying up, I think that's what we need to get to new highs, but might be asking for a lot. HKD run. Yeah, Rum just had a big candle down. Fear of hurricane 8 days causing oil bounce. There has been a lot of talks about that. It's definitely factoring into it. Again, I think just got everybody. Again, the war news just did not help. Yeah, Megel on the high. HKD, they're doing it again. Rum just fell to the low. Yeah, even the video is still holding. Where is it? Below 1270, so now it's below we got it at. Again, I think you'll be able to trade this stock depending on as the hype hits it and not, but just like we said, just don't fall in love with any of the ideas. Play them, make a move on it, but don't let these guys trick you into falling in love with their piggy banks. I didn't sell the Yacht play. I'm totally clapped on that one. Down like $2,000. Microsoft got a candle. TLT dropping. UUP, bro, what is this market doing? NVIDIA customers not happy. They opened the door for AMD and Intel to offer super competitive GPUs. Bloomberg on Russia and Biden speeches. They are talking about it. They're saying Putin hits at nuclear.
But when it comes to European outreach, we have seen European leaders continue to speak to President Putin, most notably Francis Macron.
In terms of how symmetrical the threat could be, could we be seeing nuclear weapons, for instance, being put into Central
Yeah, they're
and
literally
Eastern Europe?
talking
the
nuclear war
If you think
prospects.
about the Cold War and Cold War doctrine, mutually assured destruction, there was a symmetry to the threat.
You're great,
Are we
Rob
getting
Irwin. God bless
towards
you.
that kind of territory, Anne-Marie?
What we heard
Coin
from
on the
John
high
Kirby this
again.
morning that they
Apple
don't
kind of
see any
moving. We're
reason
near the
right
top,
now
but
the United
we'll just wait
States
till
to
it breaks.
change their force posture at this moment. One individual very close to and understands the Russian apparatus once said to me that it would be incredibly difficult for Putin to use nuclear weapons because in that moment he potentially could be denied by his own military. If he gives the order but his military does not want to do that, then potentially that could be what you would see is potentially the end of him.
She said, you getting owned.
There is a big question of whether or not, and many just see this as Putin is
That's a very
defeated
good
from this
comment.
Successful offensive, counteroffensive.
Spy flipping already.
from
Again, you're
Ukraine
doing
in
the dance, but it
Kharkiv
looks like we're
area,
starting to
that
edge
he
down
is
here.
just using
Let's see
this,
if we do the VWAP test
really
and how we
to just
react.
distract and to make threats that he cannot actually and will not actually see the light of day.
Yep. Very difficult to understand what is happening here. Thank you for the analysis. Bloomberg's Anne-Marie Hordern joining us from the U.
I feel you. The fact that we're even talking nukes is nuts. It's a very good point, though, is that maybe his military, it just isn't as crazy as him. Tesla pops. It was pop and fail. Everything kind of got that move there. That candle was looking decent, but again, I'm just bro, this is wild how we're staying this pinned here. It's been almost an hour. You spent most of the time up near this opening level, but, bro, we have spent a straight hour pinned. So Putin has no power over his military. No, they say just like Biden. No, I think they're just saying that, I mean, when it's all said and done, if the big worry is that Putin's going to end the world and do something like that, it's just like maybe his military won't be down with it. It's a very good point where a lot of people know the consequences. And then if the people, like if you give them an order and they're like, I don't know, man. I mean, I think it happened in, if you remember the Turkish, the fake Turkey coup back in 2018, it was kind of similar to that where most military coups or coups in of a government, it starts with the military just disagreeing with the commander-in-chief, where they're just like, nah, we disagree with you, but we have the guns. So they just kind of do their own thing. Let's see. Dollar climbed a little bit on that. Honestly, I think Apple and Tesla will provide this spark or bank stocks. But, I mean, we've been saying this for an hour now. And literally, you've just been dancing. XLF, AMD, NVIDIA. Upstart. Travel, I think it's clapped because Euro dropping and then negative Russian news, again, affecting all of that area. Dude, you get one candle, you get up to this candle and then batted down. Let's see, man, what you got? It did hit VWAP technically, and VWAP is climbing off of this. Holding on till 2:30. Maybe we're going to find out on the next episode of Powell. Got 10 million on SPY. It's about average. First hour, 10 million. I mean, but you have to think all of the volume is going to come in right when Powell opens his mouth. Crude inventory, yeah, 1030. That'll be big. And then that's it. We already got the home sales data. Actually, we're up since the real estate data, actually. IWM leads to the downside. Usually, I mean, IWM is actually even breaking out, though, too. And Russell is at the very least. Come on, SPY. You need to break, man. JPM holds the key to your future. He'll tell you to go back to college. And he said, I'm glad the market's mission accomplished. Rates are higher. Oh, yeah, bank CEOs are testifying right now. Who is that? It's Bank of America right now. So dollars coming back up near the highs, but we're at the higher end of the range here. Posh is on the high, a couple of other names too. In a weird way, the high ticker is pretty active. Boeing, Dash. That one's up. That's interesting for a travel one. I don't know. This could be it. Let's find out on the next episode. 3882. You're 1 point below the high of the day. So it's either we're going to set a new high or it's going to fail miserably now. The tweet that stopped the bleeding was very sus. Kind of. I mean, it was kind of accurate. I mean, they're trying to how they're trying to define the mobilization that's like Putin's little trick. But, I mean, once it came out, we had a big reaction, then it chilled. But it was just, I think even Putin in general was weird. Jamie Dimon is live right now. He's testifying before Congress. So here it is, 382.83, 382.93, new high of the day. So there it is. The Russell was already breaking out, but now the SPY has set a new high of the day finally. Well, I don't know if it's going to hold. Good for momentum for the most part. But again, I want it to get a little bit further away from here. Again, we're talking about, I think there might be range like 386. 3886 would probably be the next level to see if we get to. But then again, now everything above here could lead all the way up to 390 or 3,900 on the SPX. There was a tweet yesterday saying that there wasn't going to be troop mobilization. It was kind of near the bottom, and that helped spark a little bit of the rally. But that was about it. UNG kind of a little bounce in oil. Again, I'm looking for 3886. It's literally almost right there. So, we're above it. You might start to reject around here. Otherwise, this could start to set us up for the bigger one. That's it. This would take us into the final levels around the 3899 or whatever. Yeah, JP Dimon is live. $390 next stop on the SPY. Again, see if oil or and the other ones go. Again, chip makers, those are the ones leading it. Dude, why is it being so weird? Meta, Joe Biden is live. 88744. Just feeling the gap a little bit. Okay. Okay, I sold the big ES. I took a $300 profit. I'm out of that for now. And I think I'm just going to hold my shorts till Powell. That's it. I might play another pop, but I'm out. $300 profit from being down 2K. I will take it. That's it. I'm out of that. I might play another one, but I do want upside exposure. But now I'm assuming, realizing $300 on that ES. I'm still up $200 on the other short, and then we're just down. Honestly, at this point, down big on Adobe and then the Tesla. That's really the only ones we're going to have to figure out from here. I still have the YCS too, yeah. But it's like Adobe and Tesla are the ones really, really working against me now. But that's it. And then we'll hold the other puts. And then depending on how it plays, we'll go. But, yeah. Sweet ended up positive. I know. I mean, it took a lot. I mean, you have to be willing to work there. But that's it. I mean, today was already a big one to even get there. I'll take it, man. I was down $2,000 on that play. Or even 2,700 or something. So to walk away with a positive 300, not bad. And then I still have flexibility depending on if we like sell off big before Powell, I will buy the dip leading into Powell. Again, if we get big movement and it doesn't just kind of keep us here, I'd be down to play it. Yeah, UUP is breaking out now. Absolutely breaking out through the top. Is it Netflix? We're down $40 on the Netflix still. $29. Ethanol stocks fall 2.8. Check if UNG moves. Dollar getting big volume. See, again, Apple even had to move off all that. Oil numbers bad. EIA crude 1,000 or 1.1 million barrels. Estimate was 2.2. So honestly, it seems like it was a draw. It seems like oil should go up off of that, but I guess you're getting a little bit of pop and drop. Yeah, inventories rose 1.1 million barrels. Oh, but gasoline inventories went up 1.5 million. Estimate was 4. So oil, crude barrels were down, but gasoline did very, very good. Like 3 times expected inventory on gasoline. So that's going to be bearish for oil, and then the other part will be bullish. It might be overall neutral until we see what happens. So gas and the dollar is still dollar is just going straight up. Even VWAP is climbing again. I still think we might have upside. Like I've been saying, I wanted to even hold that other one into Powell. I wanted to hold that ES into Powell, but I just figured give me $300 and then I'll ride it out here without anything because it's just this move here in the morning. I mean, we've stayed pinned at the highs for an hour. It seems suspicious, but we're going to find out. But like I said, if we do end up dropping here on the day, let's say before 2:30, we end up dropping on the SPX, I would be down to go buy something. Yeah, I sold out the ES. I walked away with a profit after the loss from yesterday. 3880. Any news on rum? I just think rum, again, it's just day after SPAC. I mean, or a couple days after SPAC, it had a good move on there, but that's what I was scared of. But again, I mean, I would, like I said, don't marry the stock because now, I mean, it looks even better to trade. You know what I'm saying? If we do get any hype with it. I might even keep that. I might be down to go trade that one. I'm going to keep it up here. Let's see. The closer it gets to $10, the SPAC deal, even better. Dollars pricing in hikes. Index just wants cushion. Maybe. I mean, but again, the dollar didn't move today just because of Powell. If anything, most of the dollar moved today because of Putin. Again, what that did to Europe's currencies and all of that led to a lot of issues. And again, we closed the take two for like $2 a share, $30 profit. Still got the Google, the Netflix, the Tesla, the Apple. I'm down. And that's it. And then we're up on the ES. Dollar is very, very wild. Again, it's up now. I mean, in a weird way, I'd kind of expect a bigger drop here with the dollar being so high, but let's find out, though. It's just been a weird day so far. You've broken back below the 3880. Again, that 3887, though, that level, that was, I didn't have this one drawn out, but that was one of those mini levels. Microsoft going on sale. Apple red now. Still not at the low of the day, but yeah, definitely going red. Just watch the chip makers. If chip makers really start to slip, then we're clapped. That's when we get into trouble. Tesla's about to hit a low. So Apple, they're dropping and they're red again, but they're not near the low. But Tesla and then Disney's on the low right now. They're hitting a new low. SPY's at VWAP. VWAP is stopped going up, but it's leveled up at the level we've been chilling out. So Putin threatening to nuke and they're letting Biden speak. It's a risk, but it could work. It's called the art of confusion. You want to fire a nuke? I'll tell you a story about a nuke. Today we're going to announce the Amtrak reduction bill. Putin wants to play with nukes. I'm gonna do an Amtrak. What? Yeah. Now all I want to say is I'll defend Taiwan with all of my with an inch. It's an inch. Fuck it, inflation. Why are you complaining about inflation? It moved an inch, you prick. It's 1 fucking inch. Inflation was 8 inches this month. What did you want? That's not bad. That's how we measure it. Fuck you. Come on. I'm going to be independent today. I'm going to let Fed Powell, he's going to do it to the interest, Jerome. Simple. So I don't know, man. That'd be crazy. Do you realize, I have a fucked up statistic for you. So far since Biden's presidency, 5 times he has said that he is going to defend Taiwan. And 5 times the White House administration has walked back his comments. So when they say strategic ambiguity, and even with Putin, in a weird way, I genuinely think it might be a strategy to let him talk. I'm being dead serious. I'm not. I know, as funny as it sounds, but for real, you could just let him say whatever he wants. He's a war criminal. Fuck him. And then we're gonna be like, we didn't really mean that, and actually we were speaking from the context of this, and we would like to get to an amicable solution. You fucking kill the war criminal. What he meant was that we want to kill any idea of not having a peace talk. He didn't really mean that, and what he meant was, I said, fuck Putin. He didn't mean, what he meant was fuck the war and the violence, and then that's it. So I'm kind of down with it. I'm telling you, that's exactly what it is. But we're back at VWAP now. Let's see. The big dogs aren't running. They were the ones down. You need healthcare, financials, and then you need the chips to stay up. The key, yeah, exactly. No, but it's funny, but I'm not joking. I'm laughing, but I'm as sad as it is, I genuinely think at this point this is political strategy. Why not? It's a very good strategy at that. You could say exactly what you want to say and then not have the political ramifications after you walk it back. It's it's pretty gangster if you ask me. It's just you can say whatever you want. Timeline today is that we just got the oil numbers. That was the last thing we were waiting for. And then we're going to get Powell at 2 p.m. And at 2 p.m. on the dot, that is when you were going to get the summary of economic projections. So I would not doubt the first move that we get. And then 2:30 Eastern is when we're going to hear from Powell. And that's it. All right, we're back below VWAP now. My goodness. My goodness. Exxon hitting October '07 numbers, remaining month-over-month stable. I mean, oil has been a monster. That's just all it is. Again, that's why even after Putin announced that this morning, we saw a reaction. Rum already bounced. I'm not going to buy it at those prices. So, again, I'm down to day trade it if it goes a little bit below like 11.50 to 10. But it's bouncing. Keep an eye. If you see that go lower, call it out. Dollars hitting another high. Watch out. Dust. Gold making a big move prior. Dropping. Yeah, dollars going up there. But it's just dollars is staying elevated. Surprisingly, the market is holding very good strength coming into Powell with the dollar this high. So I know the market's been moving weird this first hour. It's been an hour, 15 minutes or so. But the market is relatively high right now. It's holding up very good. Visa, I mean, they're down 0.4. They were down pre-market with MasterCard and, again, PayPal Square. I think there was a downgrade, I want to say, on one of them, but that's it. Materials dropping. Alcoa's down. Solar is safe today. Again, TAN looks like staples. You're going below VWAP now. You're getting into the first little VWAP sell that we had on the higher end of the range, but we have not broke 3876, so you got some safety. Remember, below here, this is where we start to break the range. ENVX, another. They probably have more meat on the bone because when I looked at them, they were down. Solar, good call out, Jay. Solar's hitting the high right now. Again, ENVX. Damn, that's up 4. Oh, that shit was lagging. Never mind. It already made that up. Yeah, FSLR on the high. All the clean energy plays are doing great today. Again, we're dropping a little bit now. You were right at the 3876 level. And the bank testimony is going on right now, too. So watch even XLF. That sucks. I wish that happened on another day. That wasn't Powell Day. Trump insiders expect civil suit from New York Attorney General. The move will be within the first 2 hours. Yeah, and that first, it's just end of the day. And really, I want you to observe after Powell. Observe it in 30-minute blocks. So first 30 minutes is going to be important, the next 30 minutes, and then the next 30 minutes, and then the final 30 minutes, we should see where it is. But I'll just tell you now, if it's an immediately positive move, I would be bullish. If it's immediately negative, I will probably be more bearish. Obviously, we're going to have to use our brains and read the report and see what the summary says, and that's where I'm going to be here for you. Where, again, I mean, like I told you, if that summary of economic projections shows anything higher than 4 or shows a wicked unemployment number, then people are gonna panic. If not, then I think if not, I'm expecting immediate positive, and I think we'll carry through. So we'll find out. And I'm still kind of bullish leading into the event. This is our first sell-off now. That was a great sell. I should have shorted it. But we're going to wait here. But, yeah, so it's going to be literally, it's about watching those first 30 minutes, watching how the market really moves. But it's just like we will have to interpret it. And, you know, there will be some critical thinking involved with today. But just even without thinking how the market moves, that reaction is they're going to tip their hand. I'm telling you. It's just the summary of economic projections. It comes out with everything. And the algos can read that very, very quick. So it's kind of like the Japanese yen. It's like whatever algo move you see initially, it might very well be the move that we're going to see following into the next hours. But every 30 minutes, there's going to be one move for the first 30 minutes, and that move can be negated by the Powell speaking in the next 30 minutes. So that's how it's really going to play out there and what we're going to have to watch out for. Yeah, Apple's selling off. So it looks like they are kind of matched up with the market. Only difference is that market is still green while Apple is red, but Apple is going down today now. Bro said I should have shorted it. I was thinking about it. UNG and Boyle on the low. I mean, think about it. I had to hold that ES all of yesterday, down 3,000. Got out here on the first, decent positive with, a decent amount of gains. But then I was like, if I don't believe in the call now and I'm nervous to hold it, I should have just went short. But thankfully, I have exposure. But again, like I said, though, at this point, I might go for upside if we really, really sell off. But my logic here now is that I am going for I'm just going to hold these puts until we get into, or any of the short plays until pow. JIC seeks Bain tie-up in second round Toshiba bid. So VWAP moving on that. We fell below VWAP now, third time or second time on the day, really, besides the morning. And now you're bouncing right at the level. We're either going to fail it here and really get like a test that'll make you nervous, or you bounce from here and we're gonna start running up again. I do think UUP is the canary, though. I feel you. The dollar is extremely high. That's the part, like I'm saying, the market is holding very well right now with the dollar this high at a brand new high. Very rare, until the dollar starts going down, very rarely has the market held up, or maybe the dollar's just early. But again, though, bonds are moving in the other direction, though. Actually, no, bonds have flipped. Shit. I thought TOT was still up. So we'll see, but it has a little bit of green. Big dogs are holding your breath. I mean, in my opinion, with what I've read, and even I read some this morning, I think it's genuinely split. I've heard from a lot of big money funds who've made comments. Half of them are saying clear out every position, don't hold anything coming into this, and then the other half are saying buy all of it. And literally, there's been more options bought this week than any other point throughout 2021 and 2022. So the weekly options volatility is through the roof. Net futures activity is the lowest since 2020 and 2011. So it's literally split. Yeah, there's whispers of closers, shorts, but then there's other people who are saying fucking pile into everything, even go buy a bond right now too. So it's a very it's a split event. That's how I feel. I've heard a lot of opinions. I've tried to share with you again. Even coming into this morning, even though 75 basis points is theoretically cemented as it should happen, there is still big people calling for 100 into this morning. So, and that's very rare. Again, pretty much everybody is kind of split. So we're dropping a little bit. So there it is. You failed to get back up there on the bounce. Google is hitting a new low. Call to put ratio, I don't know, but I know like literally active net shorts on the futures for the S&P are at the highest level since 2011 or 2010. All right, that's a little move. Just see, I want to see us get a little lower though, and then it could be dope to buy anything. I'd be down to buy 3,860. I'll just be greedy as hell. Like I said, I'll buy back into the upside because I still feel upside coming into Powell. I just got rid of the ES. I'm going to buy like right around here. I'd be down to buy this because, again, even if it drops, I won't lose as much as yesterday. And then I think if it goes back up here, you know, getting from 360 to 370, you can make some money on that. But let's see. Again, it's all Powell, so I don't want to get too exposed. Tesla's finally selling off. Dickhead. Google. Netflix, we're only down $30. Yeah, Tesla's finally like selling. Yeah, two big candles there now. And no, Putin already spoke. Putin gave the announcement last night. We had a real big knee-jerk reaction to it almost instantly. So first little bounce, you're near the lows of the day. Yeah, low tickers picking up, and then just those safe haven stocks that have been underperforming today. They didn't do good, but like literally it's going to be chip makers, healthcare, and consumer staples. You see, these were the ones that were just literally straight up, but I would watch those. And then chip makers I think are going to be the leader, but then if Tesla or Apple have any extraordinary weakness, that won't be good, and then any big moves with commodities, that will be the extra wind in the sails today because energy is like right in the middle, and then industrials are the leader. Yeah, and solar for sure. Solar's a big leader today. Frey on the move. Rum came back up, but it's still kind of chilling. Nvidia's moving up, though. I think the chip makers have held this whole thing. That's where I think there's a lot of moves there. The mini is /MES. No, I'm not holding MBRX. I took a $50 loss on that one, I believe. I'm holding SMMT and Yosh still. And then SMMT, we're down $50. All right. Little mini bounce there off the bottom. NVIDIA's breaking out. Look at you. And then same thing. You might watch AMD do the next. Dollar is still extremely elevated. Yeah, micro. The mini is ES, but the small one is MES. It's called micro, but I have a tendency to call it mini because I think the ES is a lot bigger. But micro is MES. That's the smallest one. And then ES is called mini, but it's the big one. And then please, Chad, paper trade /ZQ. I'm telling you, I want you guys to get familiar with this because if we could figure this out and if it does what I think it's going to do, I honestly think it would be a wild, this will be an easy one. You know what I'm saying? So if you could paper trade it /ZQ, /ZQ Z22, paper trade it. I just want you to go short on one of them and just see how it plays out. Again, paper trading, not a real trade. I'm in it as a real trade, but I want you to paper trade it because the gains, you saw me hold the other one for a couple of months. It doesn't really move too much or too down. It's like $1,000 or $2,000, but I'm just saying, depending on how the trends play out from here, if we could figure out ZQ, I'm looking for one certain thing. If one certain thing happens, it literally could be a very high probability trade where it just becomes so easy, where it's almost guaranteed at this point. And if you look at the chart, people have been, this might be one of those weird arbitrage trades that you could just take advantage of because nobody knows about it. Well, now I just told 5,000 people, but still, I assume maybe 500 of you are going to do it. But look at, bro, some people have been riding this all the way down for the whole year. It's like a less volatile TLT where it's just easy money, depending on Fed policy. Obviously, if Fed policy flips, you will get fucking murdered. Oh, let's go, baby. Battleborn. Hey, man. Horna. Oh, welcome, Chad. Somebody just got some gifted memberships. Oh, welcome to the family. God bless you. Happy Powell Day. Biden arrives at United Nations. Huge EEM put order. So chip makers kind of coming down. More volume on the dollar. Let's see, is the Tesla finally going to come down? Google, Netflix, Tesla. Another SPY VWAP projection. And we're just below the levels, I'm pretty sure. 3875, yeah. That falling below that VWAP is back underneath again. We've only been here in the early morning. Again, last time we didn't break it, it led us to go to the upside. But now if we can't hold this, maybe we start to trend a little lower here. But again, I mean, just keep in mind, we still got a couple hours here till Powell, and a lot could move. Love the futures on ZQ. Yeah, they're great. Just get used to it. I'm just paper trade it. It's like $1,000 on the paper trade or something like 1,800. But if you paper trade it, I want you hold it through a Fed meeting and see how it moves, and you'll see the worst case, best case scenario. And then depending on what we get on the macro, I mean, it's gonna be a good one. 3 month out or so. I would start at December. I mean, the whole logic here right now is that if anything gets unhinged today, all of the rate hike odds down the road are going to go through the roof. You see what I'm saying? So I would start with December. That's why I'm on there. Pretty much I shorted December where I believe it could go down, and then that's it. Where it's just if after today, rate hike odds might increase for December, we would make money by shorting the December. You already know futures, and yeah, you're good. I'm just speaking to the beginners out there who have never traded it. We've been bringing it up for people. I just want people to get used to it, but I think it's a good play that you could practice on, that it shouldn't have too big of a movement, but then it might offer insight into a broader, more kind of fixed reward trade in a weird way. Either we all die or the markets rally. Can we lose more than we put in with futures? Yes. You have to pay back if we lose? Yes. Or you'll get margin called. So what will happen on a future, you could lose more than you put in, but let's say you start losing the full amount. All right? Usually they'll margin call you, and then they'll immediately just sell you out at zero. But then if the asset moves too big, let's say it moves 10% above the point they would have liquidated you at, and then they can't liquidate you till 10% later, you will have to pay the extra that you were down on or when you got liquidated. The underlying future, it's a Fed future. That's it. It's the literal Fed future. So the ZQ, there's no underlying asset. It is the asset. It's the future of the federal funds rate, where interest rates will be. So it's people trading contracts, guaranteeing by X date what interest rate the federal funds will be at. So it's literally, when I shorted ZQ Z22 yesterday, it's literally shorting this one right here. Or that's September. Here's December. It's literally shorting this. That's why you'll notice, like if you go to investing.com and then you go to December, go to any of them, notice if you click the drop down, it'll say future price, 9597, right? Take a look. Trade price, 9595. So that yesterday was at 9597. Today's at 9595. I shorted it. If it goes down, I make money. So again, that future price, it's hard to read. It gets a little bit crazier, but as the future price goes down, that means rate hike odds are increasing. That's where we make money. So by shorting the Fed future, it's saying that I think the rate hike expectations will go up. So with this number going down, it means rate hikes are going to go up. It's very, very weird. That's why when you even look at the chart, ZQ going down means that rate hikes are going up. Sounds like you're shorting one of Elon's kids. Yo, that's funny. I said a Star Wars character, but one of Elon's kids is way funnier. Find the odds like you have them on Trading Economics. Can you post the federal funds links? What do you mean, the odds? That's just investing.com. This is the link. We've had it up here. I'll get you in a second. It's just this one right here. And this is what I've been talking about. Oh, man. He's messing up my computer. I keep it open. But that's the one I was talking about there. But it's like right here. These are the Fed futures. So if you go there, you could go through November, December, all of that. All right, Chad, we're coming down below the level now. Again, you're still hanging out below VWAP and 3/8. Dollars hitting another high, too. This is not too pretty, Habibi. This is not too pretty. SPX is just it's just like the actual S&P 500. It's just not an ETF. SPY is an ETF of the SPX. So this is what you're talking about, futures, ZQ. Yes. And I'm telling you, if you could understand it, it could be a very good play with just easy play. Essentially, ZQ could be like shorting TLT, but the upside is capped, meaning that you could take a short on it, but relatively speaking, how much it could move against you should be theoretically limited. And that's why I like to trade, because then it's like you could literally go and short the bonds now, the bonds that matter related to the Fed, without worrying about getting totally blown out on the reverse move. Obviously now, if the Fed pivots, you will get destroyed, and that's your only real risk with the trade. Does the dollar just start breaking shit? Right around here. Honestly, I think if we didn't have so many events, it probably would, but yeah. And we're staying pinned with the dollar moving up. And then again, you're right below this level. If we fall from here, it might get a little ugly. It's like a $500 move top to bottom if you wanted to redo it. Powell is going to be at 2:30 Eastern, but you will get a big reaction at 2 p.m. Eastern as the report and summary of economic projections comes out. I did not make any trades today. I closed out of the ES. So the ES I was down on about $3,000 yesterday. I got to close out for a $350 profit or something like that. Bro, dollar is still going, but that's it. And then I closed out a take two. Yeah, I closed out a take two for $2 a share. See, so look at Fed futures are going back up now. So those December rate hike odds are starting to launch here ahead of the Fed. Remember, I was up on this yesterday, then it went down, but now it's coming up. So again, that Fed future play we keep talking about, I do have a live trade on it, but it's only $60. So I said $1,000 or so for margin, and then it's only up $60 in the last day or so. And then where's the Netflix? We're down $40 on that. XLF. Again, you have the banks talking, Tesla with the candle, PayPal on the high. Yo, PayPal just flipped from the bottom in the morning. Apple are snitching. Not really. I just think today's finally the day that they're calming down after doing what they did the other day. I know. I'm holding the Tesla short. I'm holding the Apple short. And every short, actually. I'm going to hold every one. Again, so all the ones we have up here and any of the other ones, I still got like EWG, EPV, stuff like that. Actually, where is the EPV? That one's up 280. Yeah, but I'm going to be holding those. And I might even grab another call before Powell hits. Just depends on, but I'm going to flip it. I'm not going to hold it into Powell. But then even afterwards, I might be down to grab some. DXY and UUP. The DXY is like the official index of the dollar, where UUP is like the ETF, just like SPY and SPX. So you got to realize UUP is just a company that owns dollars to create an exchange-traded fund. It's like wheat, but for the dollar. So instead of them buying the wheat, they're buying the dollar. That's it. Am I seeing any slowdowns or new bookings on your Airbnb? Nah, man, I'm fucking killing it. It's not. Oh, there's the big drop now. So dollar's up. It's lagging a little bit. It's not good. That's not good, Kendall. That one is not good. ASML, are the chip makers still holding? Yeah, NVIDIA is still up there. ASML dropped a little bit more. Yeah, that candle is wild. Core PCE. We'll find out. I mean, what he says towards that is key, but the summary of economic projections, we just want to see if those numbers are high or not. What you got to be looking out for is where does the Fed see the terminal rate by 2022 and 2023, and then where do they see the unemployment rate? And then if that starts to go higher, even then, core CPCE higher, I'm assuming it'll be a little bit better, but depending on how they word that will be key. I'm still in the wheat trade, believe it or not. I cut out of the corn, but we have a wheat that we've been holding. I have 1,000 shares that I bought at like the low 10s. I think I'm down like $1 per share right now. You're kind of coming down here. I kind of want to see if it's going to flush. I still have UNG, yeah. I have UNG and Boyle. So let me pull those up for you. I'm down 900 on the UNGs. Again, most of it's from the shares, and I still have a leap that I'm up on. And then Boyle, but again, I mean, these plays, I'm going to hold, especially after the developments we got today. I'm going to hold the shit out of these. And then the Boyle is down 640. And these are all shares. So I'm not confined to time, just going to be confined to high volatile moves, and that's about it. Airbnb, we'll find out after Powell. So still at the low, bro. The dollar is taking off. That's what's making me want to. I kind of want to short the flush here with the NQ, but we will see, man. This guy is crazy. Yeah, bro. Dude, but the market is to be up 0.5% with the dollar up almost 1%. It's like either the dollar is going to come down a lot today or the market is, but I guess we'll never know. Ukraine conflict should have never happened. Would have never happened if I were president. Made clear quite some time. Was that Trump? Oh. I was like, did Biden say that? I was like, what? PayPal's on the high. LMT dropping. One of them is going to give up. It's either the dollar is going to massively come down today or the market is. But that's, for now, bro, this is definitely sticking out. ZQZZ. A 0.03 move moves the account $125. Yeah. But again, it's not supposed to move a lot. So remember, a 0.03 move, just like a basis point, is 0.25%. So this is its daily chart over the last few days. That's on the front month contract. But think about it. That's 97.41 to 97.43. So the 5-day chart is literally 2 cents. But that's why I'm saying paper trade it and hold it and then, get an idea, watch, and then watch after the Fed. It'll move and do that. But we'll see. SPY coming down here again. I don't know if it's going to hold up. Even oil. Okay, I shorted an NQ real quick. I'm just thinking we could play the flush. It's right there. 946. Let's see. Mm, 60, 50. It's kind of flushing. Okay. All right, I closed it out. $110 on it. Just make it very, very small. I don't trust today. Oh, it really is flushing, though. Oh, I should have held it a little longer. NQ is a short on the NASDAQ. That's it. Just playing the flush there, but I'm scared of any of the quick bounces. I didn't even get to put the stream alert aisle on that one. And then again, we still have the other ones. Fed is going to be in about 3 hours, 4 hours. 3 hours, 11. 3 hours on the dot, actually. Again, and we're about 30 minutes away from Euro close. 402 names green on the SPY. Jeez. Wuss, I know. It's okay, I'll take it. Why would you not hold that? Because everything you're looking at is a short play. So that's why I even wanted the calls, except for Adobe, but I'm smacked on it. But I already have so many downside plays on it. But again, I was just trying to play the flip there just with it. Again, if it does flush big, and then like I said, I'm going to buy the dip here if we could dip big leading into Powell. But I don't really – the market today is very, very weird. Again, just like yesterday. Yeah, the profits do add up. I want to say something, but I don't want to jinx it. So, but the little ones add up, and I'm down walking away with money than not. Oh, Biden speaking.
COVID-19.
Yeah, fuck
inflation,
yeah. Fuck it.
And a brutal, needless war.
I honestly hate the green
chosen
marble.
by one man, to be very blunt.
You know what I'm talking about? You know the green marble?
Plainly.
I feel like it looks so old and tacky.
A permanent member of the United Nations Security Council invaded its neighbor, attempted to erase a sovereign state from the map. Russia has shamelessly violated the core tenets of the United Nations Charter. No more important than the clear prohibition against countries taking the territory of their neighbor by force. Again, just today, President Putin has made overt nuclear threats against Europe and a reckless disregard for the responsibilities of the non-proliferation
oil
regime.
plummeting. Watch. I mean, it could weigh on the
Now,
market, but that's big, and
Russia's
then chips are going up.
calling up more soldiers to join the fight. And the Kremlin is organizing a sham referenda to try to annex parts of Ukraine, an extremely significant violation of the UN Charter. This world should see these outrageous acts for what they are. Putin claims he had to act because Russia was threatened. But no one threatened Russia. And no one other than Russia sought conflict. In fact, we warned it was coming. And with many of you, we worked to try to avert it. Putin's own words make his true purpose unmistakable. Just before he invaded, Putin asserted, and I quote, "Ukraine was created by Russia and never had, quote, real statehood." And now we see attacks on schools, railway stations, hospitals, on centers of Ukrainian history and culture. In the past, even more horrifying evidence of Russia's atrocity and war crimes. Mass graves uncovered in Izium, bodies, according to those who excavated those bodies, showing signs of torture. This war is about extinguishing Ukraine's right to exist as a state, plain and simple, and Ukraine's right to exist as a people. Whoever you are, wherever you live, whatever you believe, that should make your blood run cold. That's why 141 nations in the General Assembly came together and to unequivocally condemn Russia's war against Ukraine. The United States has marshaled massive levels of security assistance and humanitarian aid and direct economic support for Ukraine. More than $25 billion to date. Our allies and partners around the world have stepped up as well. And today, more than 40 countries represented in here have contributed billions of their own money and equipment to help Ukraine defend itself. The United States is also working closely with our allies and partners to impose costs on Russia, to deter attacks against NATO territory, to hold Russia accountable for the atrocities and war crimes. Because if nations can pursue their imperial ambitions without consequences, then we put at risk everything this very institution stands for, everything. Every victory won on the battlefield belongs to the courageous Ukrainian soldiers. But this past year, the world was tested as well. And we did not hesitate. We chose liberty. We chose sovereignty. We chose principles to which every party to the United Nations Charter
We're listening to see if he addresses Putin
stood with
beyond
Ukraine.
what Putin has already said.
Like you,
Again,
the
we
United
had a
States
Putin
wants
market.
this war to
Putin
end
is responsible
on
for your
just
dollar
terms.
today.
on terms
And your
we all
cash.
signed up for, that you cannot seize a nation's territory by force. That the only country standing in the way of that is Russia. So we, each of us in this body, who's determined to uphold the principles and beliefs we pledge to defend as members of the United Nations, must be clear, firm, and unwavering in our resolve. Ukraine has the same rights that belong to every sovereign nation. We will stand in solidarity with Ukraine. We will stand in solidarity against Russia's aggression, period. Now, it's no secret that in the contest between democracy and autocracy, the United States and I as president champion a vision for our world that's grounded in the values of democracy. The United States is determined to defend and strengthen democracy at home and around the world because I believe democracy remains humanity's greatest instrument to address the challenges of our time. We're working with the G7 and like-minded countries to prove democracies can deliver for their citizens, but also deliver for the rest of the world as well. But as we meet today, the UN Charter's very basis of a stable and just rule-based order is under attack by those who wish to tear it down or distort it for their own political advantage. And the United Nations Charter was not only signed by democracies of the world, it was negotiated among citizens, dozens of nations with vastly different histories and ideologies, united in their commitment to work for peace. As President Truman said in 1945, the UN Charter, and I quote, is proof that nations like men can state their differences, can face them, and then can find common ground on which to stand, end of quote. That common ground was so straightforward, so basic, that today 193 of you, 193 member states have willingly embraced its principles. And standing up for those principles for the UN Charter is the job of every responsible member state. I reject the use of violence and war to conquer nations or expand borders through bloodshed, to stand against global politics of fear and coercion, to defend the sovereign rights of smaller nations as equal to those of larger ones, to embrace basic principles like freedom of navigation, respect for international law, and arms control. No matter what else we may disagree on, that is the common ground upon which we must stand. If you're still committed to a strong foundation for the good of every nation around the world, then the United States wants to work with you. I also believe the time has come for this institution to become more inclusive so that it can better respond to the needs of today's world. Members of the UN Security Council, including the United States, should consistently uphold and defend the UN Charter and refrain from the use of the veto, except in rare, extraordinary situations, to ensure that the Council remains credible and effective.
I think he's talking to China.
That is also why the United States supports increasing the number of both permanent and non-permanent representatives of the Council. This includes permanent seats for those nations we have long supported and permanent seats for countries in Africa, Latin America, and the Caribbean. The United States is committed to this vital work. In every region, we pursued new, constructive ways to work with partners to advance shared interests, from elevating the Quad in the Indo-Pacific to signing the Los Angeles Declaration of Migration and Protection at the Summit of the Americas, to joining a historic meeting of 9 Arab leaders to work toward a more peaceful, integrated Middle East, to hosting the U.S.-Africa Leaders Summit in this December.
I was going to take another short, but I missed it with this candle. I want to wait. But dollar's hitting a new high again. VWAP is climbing down. The only thing that scares me is chips. But watch out here if we do start to test the low. I think you might have one, but I'm not. I don't want to get trapped in a position.
Strengthening global health security.
Again, I want to hold my other shorts, but if I add anything new, I'll expose myself to more risk.
We made that priority.
Unless the dollar makes another huge pop.
1 year later, we're keeping that promise. From the day I came to office, we've led with bold climate agenda. We rejoined the Paris Agreement, convened the major climate summits, helped deliver critical agreements on the COP26. We helped get 2/3 of the world's GDP on track to limit warming to 1.5 degrees Celsius. And now, I've signed a historic piece of legislation here in the United States that includes the biggest, most important climate commitment we have ever made in the history of our country. $369 billion for climate change. That includes tens of billions in new investments in offshore wind and solar.
Awesome. Thank you. All right. So we'll see. Again, if he makes any headlines about Putin I mean, that's what we're kind of waiting for, but I think he already addressed it in the beginning. Dude, there's a lot of different speeches. Again, you had the Putin in the morning. Now you're having this. You have the bank Senate thing happening right now, and we still got Powell. Honestly, I mean, but the one thing is, I mean, listening to Biden right now, again, I want to watch out for, like, misinformation, but the thing is, it's just we're going through a weird second round of Russian escalation again. So that's just why. Just remember, part of today's move, the dollar, had to do with what Putin announced this morning with the mobilization and all of that. Is this for real? A Putin ally dies after falling downstairs on day of Russia mobilization? Okay. So watch out here. I mean, dollar made a pop. Again, if the dollar goes up again, I'm going to take it as a downward indicator, even though it hasn't been moving. But watch out here. I mean, this is a key level. We're already below everything still. So you still have a lot of downside range here. But let's find out. Let me check the bonds. Yeah, even TLT's coming down. Yeah, we're coming down. That's decent. It's at least two. Dude, that's 2 points? 8.5 now. It's a quarter. Stairs, bro. That's wild. He slipped. Google, Gmail's all down. Is it? I mean, we're on YouTube now. My Gmail's working too. How strong, dog? And that's what I'm waiting for here too now. 8 minutes. We're really gonna find out. 8 minutes euro close. That's the other second hour we got to look for. And honestly, we might move pretty big. So we're coming into the lows now. We might do the flush again. I probably should have taken that other one, but again, like I said, I don't want to force anything. Last thing I want to do is go for a flush, and then if I get trapped in it, then I'm going to be holding a negative play coming into all of it. So I plan on holding a lot of what I got in here. Again, Powell is going to be the main event. But where we go from here, I mean, we still might get a little bit more movement. Bananas are dangerous on stairs. Y'all acting like he playing Mario Kart. Oh, La Muela. Oh, he joined today. And he just gifted out 10 of the memberships. Are you kidding me? Oh, my goodness. God bless the chat. And thank you, my friend. Oh, no. Wow. Wow, let's go, baby. And make sure you turn your gifts on, Chad. If you go to join member, there's like 3 little dots, and you can make sure you turn on gifts. Wow, Lamuel. Hopefully I'm saying your name right, baby. Amen, amen. God bless you. Wow, on Powell Day, we've had a lot of giftings. God bless the Chad. Shout out to YouTube. Shout out all the people even on the Twitch, man. Any of the donos, we love you. And thank you for providing and leading the way. You got it. You got it, baby. Amen. Well, make sure you turn on your gifts if you didn't get one. That's been usually the bigger issue. Well, let's go. Top G. Top G. Amen. Amen. Oh, look at Braxton and Carl. Look at they bringing the love to the Twitch. I love it. Thank you, guys. I appreciate it. Let's have fun today. Let's not get too distracted. That's it. Maybe I'm gonna turn donos off after 2 p.m. So that's it, because then we just go. That's it. It's going to be a Powell time, baby. Oh, man. But God bless you. Let's go, Chad. Let's go. 385. So a little bounce there. You did not flush, even though the dollar is up. How are you feeling, Chad? Come on. Let's go. Can you make sure you answer the poll? How do you think? But how are you feeling coming into this? So I thought we could go up a little bit more. It does look a little bit more choppy. Biden, $2 billion for food security aid. There you go. More new money on the way. But how you feeling, Chad? 6 minutes till euro close. You got your cheeks are clenched, cautious, nervous, bearish, blessed. I'm ready to fly. Biden needs to beep. I feel prepared. Love these days. Hey, man, everybody in the boat. Quickly. Women and children first. Mama. Bananas in pajamas coming down. Pretty solid, cooked, bullish, bearish, but life is good, bearish. How do we turn on the gifts? You got to go to the gift thing with the joint membership thing. $2 billion, that's a lot for food. Didn't they say we could do hunger with like $9 billion or whatever? The armor is on. All right, man. I hope you're ready. We're little bounce coming back down. Dollar's still there, but it does look like we have been stair-stepping down. DHR on the low. Dana here. Again, Apple's even at the low, but yeah, man, it's going to be an exciting one. Rum is getting a candle. I have that on another screen. I wanted that to go below 11, but it didn't. It's going up now. Shahine, get to the chopper. Donald Trump sued by New York Attorney General Letitia James. That's where they had a headline on that before it came out. Start buying UDN yet? I have not. NVIDIA, I think it's all the chip makers. They're just leading. And again, NVIDIA and some of those names just got absolutely, like, clapped. What's up, Headed Trauma? God bless you and good morning. Yen's at 144. They got upgraded too. DWAC considering lawsuit against SEC over blocked merger. All right, coming down again. This is probably like your 5th test at the low if you're actually going to hit it. Shout out to long term. So we'll even see too, depending on what happens. I mean, low key, remind me to open up my long term before the event. Reading Ukraine, $5 billion a month in debt. That's not that bad. Again, I mean, you have to realize, I think like the amount we've given Ukraine more or almost like double the entire Russian military budget. So, I mean, it makes sense with how much they're spending, but I mean, they got a lot. They've been funded. That was like one of the best funded IPOs this year, Ukraine. Is he going to sell out the long term? No, because I'd want to buy something if the signal presented itself. So I'm ready to buy in the long term, depending on what we get. But we'll find out. And again, just like we brought up earlier, there's going to be a couple of moments you got to watch out for. So just remember, it's all about the move afterwards. But here are the last 12 FOMCs. So the last one, we went up the day of and then up the next days. The one there in June, we were down. I think we actually went up and then we dropped. This one here is like May. We actually went down on that one. This one we went up and then dropped. This one we went up and then dropped. This one we went up and then dropped. And then this one we went up and then just stayed up. Then this one we went up and stayed up and went down and then went up. And yeah. So keep that in mind. And then 8 minutes till Euro close. No, 2 minutes till Euro close. Farmer never plants if he waits for perfection. Apple new lows, and the market was trying to catch a bid there. Literally, Apple's going into the low. Dollar might come down, but then NVIDIA's on the high. Again, those chip makers are killing it. Yeah, oh, I just took the chart down. Here it is. So maybe if you want it smaller so you can see. Again, this is all from this year. This is the last 12. So what people are saying is that out of the last 12 FOMCs, there's only been 2 where we actually ended down in the first 2 hours. And then the other ones, they were all up the day of, but the next day didn't necessarily have the same trend. Would you buy NVIDIA or Google? I think NVIDIA, but not for the long term yet. I think I could get it cheaper, but in the midst of this market here, if there's a bounce or anything, I mean, NVIDIA has been really, really knocked, and they could go up a lot. Diamond says small chance of soft landing, chance of a milder recession. He said chance of worse recession with Ukraine uncertainty. Biden calls on global creditors to negotiate debt forgiveness. Oh, wow. Okay, it's a push. Google's popping, though, off that. Even Netflix is climbing up. Dollar key. It's holding. It just hasn't really flushed. So, again, I mean, if it flushes, though, after this drop, I mean, I think it will help out the market. But even if it flushes, the dollar's still going to be up 0.5%. I'm telling you, it's a wicked amount of likes. Tech play showing green. I don't trust inflation. Well, BK today is a little bit mixed. Again, it's not all of the tech, but most of the market was green. We're going to see. The highest average price? I don't know. I mean, we've bought in shares. We've bought one share of Volta and stuff like that. I think our biggest decline is like 70% on like either Coinbase or BigCommerce. Putin announced like mobilization. Again, they said no mobilization, but like a smaller one, like activating his National Guard or something like that. Again, just pretty much getting 300,000 troops. But simple way, provocation and escalation. And he made another, side-eye threats at nuclear war. You have not missed push-ups, baby. It's right now. SPY is going up. It is European close, so pay attention here. This is going to be an important inflection point, and it's right where we even moved up earlier, right below the levels in VWAP. But ladies and gentlemen, we are live Monday through Friday, 30 minutes before open. Drop your thumbs up on that video. You got a bond auction coming in too, so watch out for TLT. But make sure you're subscribed. Second link, Nightly Watch's main channel. First link for the Scream Alerts Bootcamp and Real Estate course. But, ladies and gentlemen, we've been here for 2.5 hours. We got 4.5 hours left to go. Sitting is the new smoking. I need you to get beside your desk and do 10 push-ups. Can't do 10, you do 5. Can't do 5, you do 4. Can't do 4, you do 2. Can't do 2, you do 1. Can't do 1, get your knees. Do a push-up, plank, the worm. Anything but get the body moving. Then, optometrist recommendation. Stare at the object 10, 20, 30 feet away. Blink a few times. Relax those pretty little eyeballs. Blink, 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 blink. Blink, 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 blink. Oh, feels good. You're going to need some rested eyeballs ahead of Powell. Come on, rest them, relax them. Okay, then drop the shoulders, fix the nerd neck. No one's attacking you. Chest to the sun, flex the core, tuck the hips in, and boom, baby. You looking good, man. You looking better than that TLT. You looking better than the dollar, man. You looking strong as the dollar. You know that? Your posture is looking like UUP, bro. Man, you be beautiful. You know that? That's how good you look right now. Man, I'm sorry. I don't want it. I know it's Powell Day. Don't let me get distracted. But, yeah, keep it up. Keep it up. But legs in front of you, okay? Not wrapped behind your computer chair. Legs in front of you, chest to the sun, flex the core, tuck the hips in, and boom, baby. Just like that. Amen, amen. Finally, relax the jaw. Go. Breathe in really deep. Breathe out with your tongue out. Do the dragon breath. Go. Just like that, bro. Just like that. Just like that. Euro close right now, man. So let's see what happens. Let's see where we go. You're right below the 376 level or 386 level, whatever it is. But then right below VWAP too. But let's see where this takes us. Biden talking about nukes. Yeah, unfortunately, I mean, that just goes to highlight the escalation. It was just random escalation, but like legitimately, you are going to hear about nukes a lot more in the next couple of weeks, or at least once everybody stops talking about Powell. We'll find out. Oof. Volume is low, but most of the volume is going to come in after Powell. So even on that first candle, you'll see what happens. But volume is about average, but today is going to be an above average day. I could already tell. Like, it just, even though the volume is low or average as of now, it's just like there's a lot of money waiting. There's a lot of short positions. There's a lot of open interest. So we should get a ton of volume right after the report comes in. Oof. I'm still doing my resistances. Thoughts on Snapchat? Wait till earnings. A consecutive set of earnings increases for them to get back on track. Otherwise, I think it's too risky. Especially in this environment, you could find way better, safer plays with a little bit less convincing. So again, I pretty much need Snapchat to have 2 or 3 good quarters of earnings before I start feeling really good on it again. China and Russia. We'll find out, but China is struggling. I mean, every time people ask me that, I always have to bring that up, is just don't forget, like, in the midst of this, China is operating from a stance of weakness as they're going through a very, very big economic decline. So in a weird way, like, if like Russia was the best position one, but that's really about it. Like, Russia wasn't experiencing a slowdown coming into it all. Like, it kind of makes sense why they did it, but China would have they'd be risking a lot, and it's just not really the moment to be doing it. LMT. I didn't get LMT. I called it out, and then my old one expired, unfortunately. But it was good if you hit it. So they're desperate. I mean, borderline. I mean, I would call it that. I mean, you even see it. The Chinese yuan is above 7. So, like look at the currency. The currencies all around the world have been saying a lot. But even then, China, one of the China central bankers yesterday, he was talking shit about the dollar. And, a lot of people are assuming that means there's a lot of pressure on China and their foreign exchange reserves as well, too. I think they are still doing zero COVID, just randomly. They're closing and opening. We're getting back up to VWAP. You are back at 3875. So this is a big level. Maybe we get up a little higher here. This one actually could be good. $39.03. That is great. Great move on this one. Tesla ready to go. Apple came up a lot, but again, I think those are both red. Yeah. And we're up, so nothing has gone red today. 2-year, 4%. That's not good. Check out the 5-year bond, too, or the 5-year note, because if that goes up, that's just even worse now, too, for growth stocks. But all of the bonds, that's what I'm saying. It's just like you could look anywhere on the bond curve right now, anywhere, and you're going to just find something where it's like, oh, that's usually a signal of so-and-so. Is there a metric that tracks the average percent move of each stock? I think so. I think there's somewhere where you could just get average daily move, or it's probably in one of the like simple moving averages, low key. So a little bit more volume. Dollar dropped though. So let's take a look. I mean, last time dollar was here, you were right here. So fuck, I don't know. That's called average true range, ATR. Well, there you go. Look at the Chad. Just I know a couple of things or two. Okay. Oh, that's crazy. Did you guys know if you signed up for that Coinbase, if you signed up for Coinbase like hidden fee claim, they should be emailing you with $100. So for their hidden fee like class action check, but they I think they're paying people out now. I don't know, did anybody get it? I just got an email from the Chads. There we're going above VWAP, so we're above the range. We're coming up a little higher here now. Wheat is back on the menu, yeah. So like Coinbase had like a class action lawsuit. I don't know if you could still do it, or like I think you had to sign up in the past, even if you didn't like even trade on the platform. But it's like a hidden fees claim, and they're giving people money for it. But a Chad just sent me one. They said they got $100. And they're like, I don't even trade on Coinbase. I backed into a SUV into a tree for leaving for work. I dropped my phone, scratching it. Rough day, but God is good. Hey, man, you just getting ready. That's it. Just getting ready for the day. That's it. Keep that good attitude. Oh, man, it's going to be a good one. I don't know how to get the claim. I'm just saying if anybody knows about it, you should double check. And we're back up. Man, what a day. Honestly, there's a lot more chop. I mean, we are up 0.5%, but I thought we would have moved 0.5% instead of gapped up 0.5% and then stayed within, 5-6 points all day? Just saw my Coinbase claim, 244. There you go. Premiums suck. I haven't really checked because I feel like, let's see. Let's check. These are the weeklies. So weekly calls, they're up, it looks like. Well, they're down from open. It all depends. If you bought them on the high, you got clapped still, but by 10%. And then puts are actually holding up very nice. Puts are at the same price as open, roughly. But even then, you're still down 10% if you bought the top. Let's see, the October 19th. These are just holding. But these are down over the last couple days. See, that's the crazy part. But those, I mean, the market has dropped. But then even the puts, these suck. That's wild, actually. Look at this. So, like, the market dropped from last Thursday, and a lot of these calls with a month, they went from 11 to $6, right? But then even the, like, 380 puts, they went from 6 to 10, but now you're only at $8 right now. It's still decent, but you'd think these would have went up a little bit more. And then some of them were going for 12 yesterday. So, honestly, it looks like calls are a little bit more expensive because they're at the lower end, but then the puts, I mean, they were going for more money yesterday. Your Coinbase claim was 300. Nice. So people got them. I didn't get one. Man, I want one. I want my Coinbase claim. BB 50/50 consistently gets 10%. It's good. Maybe there's just 10% of people who just chilling on a day-to-day. NVIDIA, new high. Again, we're above VWAP now. I think we're getting into the 380 range. Yeah, the 3880. We're right below there. So if it fails, that'll suck because then we might go down. But otherwise, if it gets up there, we'll be good. Suit against Donald Trump seeks an estimated $250 million disgorgement. Jeez. Again, the dollar, but the dollar's dropping this time. I mean, it's still high, but last time we were on the dollar at this range, we were kind of at these levels, but we are doing a little bit better here. And again, we are coming off euro close. So keep in mind, this was the euro close right here. We have been going straight up since there. Airbnb to the long term. I'd wait till Powell, and maybe we'll see, the initial reaction or coming into tomorrow. But after the Powell, I will be ready to buy for the long term. But it just depends on what we get, how we interpret it, and really how the market moves in the coming days. But I'm excited. I mean, I'm looking forward to purchasing something. I'm ready to spend some money from the long term. But at the same time, though, it really does depend what the market throws at us here. Looks like the market is waiting for Powell also. Well, good news. 2 hours and 15 minutes. We're almost there. You're not apprehensive about the next rate hike. It just depends on what it does. I mean, we know it's going to happen. I'm telling you, I'm bearish about it. So, the question is, how far do we go? How much lower do we go? But then, we're going to get a reaction. But once we get Powell out of the way, the only risk is going to be new Ukraine bullshit. But other than that, it'll just be coming into the end of the year and then data. So I'm holding 10%. I'm about to get another deposit in a week. I'll be over 10% cash. I figure wait till Powell, get the event out the way. If any of my names, since we're near lows, since the names I want, some of them should be cheaper. I'm hoping I could get something cheap, and then I'm going to get another deposit. But even then, though, I may not buy anything. I don't have to, and I like my cash. It's not as if the cash has treated me bad in the last 3 months. Literally, it's sitting on that cash. I feel more optimistic than ever. So, but I do want to use some of it. But let's get Powell out the way. Let's find out what he does, and we'll see. But again, I'm still leaning negative when it's all said and done. But we still could get a positive reaction, just like 10 of the last 12 FOMCs. They have been positive on the day of. I'm not holding AMD. I covered like $6, $7 a share a couple days ago. When you spend it all, I'm my first. Even if I buy anything, I'm gonna maybe use one deposit, and I'm still gonna leave some there, so we'll be good. Do you like house hack? I don't know if you're talking about like the original house hacking and what people mean by that, or a lot of people have asked me about Meet Kevin's thing. So it's up to you, personal decision. I mean, I think all of you could get into real estate quite easily. If you have to crowdfund real estate, I would not do that, and be careful. And that's about it. And usually the more you split real estate up, whether you're working with partners or joining in a pool of people, just know that the gains, they go down a lot. And that's so usually you're going to be taking the same risk for less yield, where I've always built a side real estate business on top of all trading. I think all of you should. Amen. Fundrise, no, I don't like it. Again, unless you're using big money, that's what I'm saying. If you're trying to crowdfund real estate and you're not putting in more than $250,000, $150,000, I wouldn't do it. It's not in your best interest. So like when you crowdfund real estate and do these small things, it's not good. It makes it where most of the time you need the liquidity at a lower amount, and with what you're tying up to what you're getting, it's really not worth it. Dollar stretching a little bit after that pop. I mean, it's kind of right back here, but we are seeing, man, this dance today has been it's been an emotional one. Kept you high all day, go lower, high, up and down and back and forth, the dollar, then the Putin. Oh, man. And then we even got the Bank of Japan and Bank of England and all of that. The most common risks. So the common risk with like crowdsourcing real estate is that you're going to put in like $10,000 and you're like, okay, I'm going to put in $10,000 to go get 1%, 5% of a thing, you know what I'm saying, of a property. So like your $10,000, you can't move it for X amount of time, right? Once you get put into one of these investments, usually it's based off of holding it for X amount of time. And then if you don't hold it for that long, then you're going to get hit on the, what's it called? You'll have to pay a fee or some sort of thing to sell out or back out early. So it's like if you go in with $10,000 and then you're only making 4% on the $10,000, you're literally not making anything. And then if you back out, you can't pull out between 5 years or something. It's like 2 to 10 years depending on what it is. But then you'll get penalized for that. So it's not worth it on small money. It's like if I were you, I would take $10,000 and go get an FHA loan, and you could literally go buy a house for that same $10,000, and then you'll be good. No, Grant Cardone syndicates it. He doesn't really crowdfund it. It's similar, but he just does it on a different scale with different types of deals. And then like Fundrise, they'll like let you could invest $100 into a property or whatever, but again, your equity percentage and what you get is just not worth it. That's what I'm saying. Just go buy, literally go take 10 grand and get an FHA loan, and then just go get a house for $0 down. And now you own the house. You could write off the interest for taxes. And then you could actually either use the house, rent it, turn it into an Airbnb, or at the very least, your $10,000 initial cost can get you a higher monthly yield. Diamond, U.S. finance supremacy needed to compete with China banks. Coming down. Can you write off all the interest you paid? Yes. You could rent out condos too, yeah. Do whatever you need to do. And yeah, there is some restrictions with FHA and all that, but there's a new program. I just had it up yesterday. Let me check it. What was it called? It was called like ATR or some shit. The DPA Advantage, the Down Payment Assistance Advantage. So that's a new one. Where this one, it's not a FHA loan, but they give you it's a grant for 3 to 2.5%, and then they let you put that on the down as your down payment. Can you get your house reappraised if the market crashes to pay less taxes? Yes. But it depends on how much of an asshole your city is going to be. Some of them will make it hard for you. So we came right back down to the level. The dollar was, I think the dollar's at the same price. Yeah, man, that matchup with the dollar is big. Elliott bought $1 billion of Citrix bonds, boosting its own bet. And then Apollo has bought $500 million of struggling Citrix deal. $203K F8. Is that one like with the is that the employment one or the college one? UNG reaching. CTXS. We're coming down again. So watch out. Yeah, little VWAP pop and we're not holding it. If I really want to short it, but I don't. I want to play it, chat, but I'm not going to do anything. I don't want to get trapped on nothing. It's very, very, very wild. Literally, because it's just like you have 10 more points on the downside, or we could go back up to those two ranges on the upside. All the conspiracy theories, I have not. But I got tinfoil. This one's a weird tinfoil. I'll sell it to you for $50 since it's weird. It's like a food for thought tinfoil. All right? Yeah, I don't know if you want 50 likes, I got it for you. 50 likes, I got it for you. You got 50 likes, I got good 10. That's all I'm saying. It's decent. It's just food for thought. Okay, there it is. All right, ready? All right, just check this out. I heard somebody say this the other day. They were like, why do electric cars need to be so fast? And I was like, that's a good point, right? And then, being the weirdo that I am, I started thinking of Ralph Nader. Yeah, if some of you don't even know who that is. But then I started thinking about Ralph Nader and then auto safety, right? And then I was like, wait a minute. Is this something we haven't thought about for the next 20 years? That we are about to give all of these crazy millennials and Gen Z the fastest cars in the world. They said EV is going to be 50% by 2030 or something of the sales. But then I was like, wait a minute. Is there going to be potential auto safety stuff that we haven't thought about? So my tinfoil is that EVs may cause an auto safety pandemic for the future generation. There you go. I still believe in climate change, and shout out ESG before you get mad. There is your tinfoil. Amen, amen, amen. That's it. I'm just saying, it's an interesting theory. We about to give them all these fast-ass cars, bro. Neo dying. It's still $18 though. Yeah, they did the alcohol meter thing. Yes, they announced that yesterday. They put like some proposal to require new auto vehicles with the to have like alcohol detectors. So that's another one. The speed with the malfunction. I'm just saying, bro, EVs are fast. That's it's like that's it. We about to give just a lot of young kids and like people are gonna just be pretty much in 20 years, we will be driving the fastest cars we've ever had. That's it. What about every other drug? Unfortunately, you don't drive. I mean, you drive every day. Some of y'all getting high as hell every day, but still, I mean, I think that's it. But there was a epidemic. They said, I think last year, more teens tried new drugs than ever before. Or like recreational drugs outside of marijuana. There was more first-time increases last year than any other time in history. Man, we're still holding up there again. If you want to play the 50-50 point, you're either you could go for 15 points up or 15 points down. Do you see it? Like, that's all it is right now. If you want to make a play right here, it's literally 15 points down or 15 points up to 3,890. Maybe even a little higher to the upside. But I don't know. New cars, you could limit them to 65 and then give your keys to the kids. That's crazy. Oil LNG go up and down 100. It might, but I think it really depends on what Powell says in relation to Russia, Ukraine. It could, but the oil right now, somebody has called it out. J-Alt tagged me on Twitter. Somebody is like, there was a post on it where it's just like, if you look at oil open interest in the stock right now, people are positioned quite similarly with oil and stocks. Pretty much S&P and oil have very similar open interest. Thank you. Any chat realtors in Ohio? Yeah, man. Email colerealestate@gmail.com or DM them on Instagram, and they'll put you in touch with it. And we got Cole Real Estate tonight, baby. Oh, it's a big one. You got Cole Real Estate tonight on the YouTube channel. If you guys want to listen in, free 99. Would love to see you there. And then we even have an interview tomorrow with a member of the NWA. If you like rap music and business, we are going to have that interview tomorrow. So hopefully the market doesn't move too much during that interview as well. And then again, Colt Real Estate tonight. I think we're going to do the interview around PHILO time tomorrow. No way. Yeah, man, we are. We have we have a member of the NWA who's involved with a couple of business things. He's working on a couple of projects. I got to speak with him the other day. And I spoke with him once and I was like, dude, let's bring this to the live stream. I said, if you're down, he's down with it. He's like, I'm cool live. So it's going to kind of be like Sal, but live. That's it. I mean, he's down with it. I'm excited with it, and we'll see you there. It'll be tomorrow, probably like 10 a.m. Pacific time. Mm-mm, 2 years. Yeah, 2 years going crazy. Even the 5, bro. 2 year and 5 year. Those are the ones that are crazy. Thanks, bro. Yeah, you got gifted. Shout out everybody who gifted a membership. Hey, man. Powell Pete. Yep, everything's coming right back up. She said next is a member of the NWO. Don't say that. Yeah, what's up? You want to talk to me? What's up, motherfucker? Fuck Putin. Are you ready for Jerome? I'll tell you a story. I told Jerome. I was coming home on the Amtrak. I told Jerome to come sit next to me. I said, come here, come sit on Daddy's lap. And Jerome came over. He's a big guy. He came over. And then I told him, I said, Jerome, listen, buddy. I know you got some decisions to make. I said, do what you got to do. Be independent. Okay, that's it. I said, I give you freedom. I said, you're like Nemo. Don't worry, just keep swimming, little buddy. You're going to get there to neutral. I promise. So I told him. And he listened. He really listened. And then I hit the emergency brake on the Amtrak, and then it stopped. I said, get the fuck out of here. Get back to work. Okay, love you. Okay, we're back. Spy's coming down. Watch out. Hold on. Would you use skip lag for an international trip? It's risky. That's it. Last thing I want to do is be like skip lagging in the middle of the world, and then something happens. Then you might get left with a higher price. But I don't know. I've never tried it, bro. I've never tried it. Glizzy Powell. Wow. ETFs for the downside, stocks for the uptrend. That's a good strategy. I like it. That's it. Wait for the data and set stop losses in advance. Yeah, but then also too, like I'll tell you this for today. If you are going to set a stop loss, just make your range wide. That's it. Otherwise, and if you can't make your range wide on your stop loss, like let's say you're in and you're like, okay, $1 per share, you know what I'm saying? But then it's like that's a tight range. I would go with less size for a bigger range because, again, we're only going to have 2 hours of trading after Powell, and that first 30 minutes will say a lot, but then it's going to be the next couple of days. Again, 10 out of the last 12 Fed meetings have gone up on the day of, but that doesn't mean they were green the next day after. So I would set your losses, and if you're already prepared for most of it, you know what I'm saying? You do what you got to do, but it just set your ranges wide. If you have a tight range for today, that's the only way you're going to get clapped. So just imagine what happened yesterday. If you had a tight range, you got clapped. Because if you were up here, but again, if your range is wide, you're going to if it runs really big, you're going to open yourself to big losses. So do you see the catch-22 right here? But it's like if the range is too tight, you're going to stop yourself out up and down both sides very, very easily. But otherwise, it's just like I would just keep your range flexible so that, find a limit to it. Otherwise, position lighter so that you don't have to have a tight range. And then it's all about the 2 p.m. move and then where we are at close leading into tomorrow and then the rest of the week and even the other 9 days of the week. Far would the dollar shoot up? It may not go up too much because it's already up a lot. That's one thing I'll tell you about today. The dollar might have just already moved. Like maybe the dollar goes up another 0.25% to 1%. But it's not like when it's all said and done, don't get it twisted. Putin's action today and the market reaction and global currencies, the euro, all of that, they move big. So even if today's a really bad day, I don't even know if the dollar will go that much higher than where it's at. Again, it's already a 1% day on the dollar at 52-week highs. That doesn't happen every day. So just a lot of it's already kind of baked into the dollar, but we'll find out. Again, it all depends on those summary of economic projections. And like I was saying here, it's really just comes down to what is in those economic projections and whatever they put out in them. Again, based on the terminal rate, unemployment, and even where they see PCE and GDP, those will be important. Yen. How are we moving if he does 100 but signals 50? It would be abysmal. It would be panic. That's it. New high on the yen. Disgusting. Again, they did an emergency move yesterday, which pretty much highlights, again, the move they did yesterday. If you listen to yesterday's macro, they pretty much stepped into the market on bonds for Japan yesterday. And I'm surprised the currency didn't move a lot as a reaction, but it makes sense why it's weakening because in a weird way, that's the Japan government kind of sending a signal that they're not abandoning yield curve control yet. They're doubling down on it. So that's why the currency's weakening again, as traders are like, well, if you're doubling down on it, then that means higher, weaker yen. So there you go. Tesla's stuck. At least Tesla didn't go up 10% today. You know what I'm saying? How high the dollar? I mean, maybe 30 if it gets really bad, but we have to see. Today's going to be weird on the dollar. I mean, it's already up a lot. And then, too, depends. I mean, pretty much if those summary of economic projections say something crazy like 5%, the dollar's going to rocket. And the bonds are going to go crazy, too. But if it comes in at 4.5, I mean, it'll still cause a reaction. Anything lower. So, in a weird way, it does depend upon the scope of what is released. Ford new high, SPY back above VWAP, and again, that's the 387 level. $3,876. Wonders if the report can be bullish. It can be. It really can be. Again, as long as that, the dot plot, the economic projections, as long as those aren't too awful, it could be good. And again, 10 of the last 12 Fed meetings, you have ended up positive on the day. Not the day after, but the day of, and that is today. So we're going to find out. I mean, we will really get to see here. Last meeting, we had a little bit more movement. But last meeting, last meeting was just straight positive. Again, last meeting was like right here, June 27th, July 27th. So we actually ran up into it, sold off the last couple of days, and then after it just that was the next couple of days afterwards. I'm going to take you 365 on a 3-month close. Let me check it again. Yeah, Twitch banned gambling, That's why I'm like, maybe that's why, what's it called, moved a little today? $365, 3 months. How much work does the house need? Tesla's holding with the China exposure. Yeah, they've been doing great. Again, that's why even after today, we'll see how Apple and some of the other ones do. What Fed comments or set projections will lead the market to run up? What will lead it to go down? I mean, Powell, any comments of Powell talking bigger rate hikes even beyond this, or him increasing rate hikes to the beginning of the year or towards the end of the year, that would be negative. If he says anything about pivoting in a weird way, that could be negative or positive. But as far as the economic projections, anything below 4% will be positive on where they think the federal fund terminal rate will be. Anything 4% is sketchy, 4.5% and higher, those will all be negative. And then if there's I think unemployment above 5 or 6, I need to see where it was at last time. But pretty much low unemployment, it all depends. See, last time, yeah, they're at 4. I think it's around 6. If they think unemployment rate will go to 6, that could kind of highlight some of the pain. But then unemployment rate might be a little challenging just because some people, if they think unemployment's going to be bad, some people may take that as Powell not pivoting by that time frame. But pretty much you just want to see, I'll have this up, numbers diverging too far from what we have. The yen. It's not like the biggest move, but it is lower again. I mean, we need to just break out into these levels, right? Remember, this is where I played it that one morning. So this was all from earlier this week or last week. I'd say watch around like 698. But like really, like even just 6,900 flat is the real test here. But see if YCS moves. SPY's coming up, bro. We're actually making a move. Dollar is still elevated, ironically enough, but we are starting to climb a little bit up here. And the dollar is high, but it's pretty high. It doesn't feel like it because it seems like we haven't done anything. But remember, anything above that 3880, you start looking at 3,900. But we'll find out. What time is it? 9:11. Uh-oh. And we have 19 million in volume, just above average right now. Disney, I don't know. They did get clapped. Uber, pick it up. SPY's really picking up. SPY's running. BA, where'd Meta go? Meta is still pinned. Good structure, but looks like they hoarded stuff everywhere. Tell them I could be down. I mean, we need to do the inspection. I'll need that, and I'll need to see. I'll look through it. Again with Powell and everything. Let me see. I'll text lending tips and see. But other this one, let's talk about it after hours. Because again, I feel like today's gonna be a wild one. I'll keep an eye out, yeah. But just I'll see. You did send me pictures, so I'll see. But really, all that's gonna matter is that his condition. Like, it depends how much underkept it was and all of that stuff. Showing up to class 2 years now, baby. Let's go. This is a big day. Today we have I don't know, is it a substitute teacher or is today like an auditorium day? This is like an auditorium day where we're all gonna have Powell. Powell is going to meet us at the auditorium. We're having a presentation. Okay, it's going to happen after lunch. So I hope you're ready for it. Yeah, it's going to be fun. Okay, we're going to listen to Powell today. Okay, he might raise the rates there. Okay, so watch this economic projections. Okay, we got to see what's going to happen. Anything could happen. Okay, and there's just a lot of volatility. Okay. You do that really well. Okay. I love him. That's one of my favorite characters. I have no idea. Okay. You should change your thumbnail. Kathy Woods is whack. I feel you, but like to like a lot of new stock traders, Kathy Woods is like, it's like the sirens, you know, like the Greek mythology. Like some people, bro, they just see Kathy, hear Kathy, look near Kathy, bro, and then before they know it, half of their portfolio is like 30-year growth. You know what I'm saying? So, but it's just Kathy Wood, y'all. Leave Kathy alone. That's it. You're like, bro, I don't know what happened. All I did was click on a YouTube video. Now I'm invested in flying cars, flying toasters, and I'm excited. And I signed up for 18 ships to a rocket launch. And then now, and I own 18 vehicle companies that I've never seen on the roads in America. And then the other 90% is in Tesla. You're like, what? Yo, they got that meatless coffee out yet? No? Aw. When it does, it's going to be a hit. Ex-dividend, yeah, very easy way to find ex-dividend. Come up to TD Ameritrade, go to trade, type in the company, and then come over here. And then it'll say ex-dividend date, September 14th. So it already passed. So the next one will be about 2-3 months from now, and then it'll update from there. Damn, I see Dog Trapper. We need to get that patented. You're on to something. Meatless, non-GMO vapes. Wow. With solar. Like, imagine your little vape had like a little solar panel. So now you get to smoke your meatless, non-GMO vape, and it's powered by solar. Dude, we're going to take over. That's it. We're going to take over. Wow. That's great. Bro, imagine, dude, you're smoking your meatless vape with no GMOs, and then as it's powering itself with sustainable solar energy, you're just fucking capturing carbon? Are you kidding me right now? Dude, we just figured it out. That's it. I'm done streaming. I'm sorry. I know it's Powell Day. I need to go talk to my patent lawyer right now. That's it, bro. I'm telling, man. Bro, you could be vaping your meatless vape and capturing carbon. I don't think you understand, bro. That's mad credits. That's a lot of money. I'm just saying. You know there's somebody right there. They're trying to beat me to the punch. They're like, no, Josh, I already called my lawyer and I bought the website meatlessvapes.com. I'm like, okay, this always happens. Relax, bro. Oh my God, man. He's like, I believe. Yeah, some of the paperwork's already being filled out. Powell comes out with the shocker. We're going to see, man. What I would say is that, we had this one thing. It was, what was it? Oh, I just blanked. You guys blanked. I blanked out. I was reading like avocados and all this weird. Oh, that, literally, we keep talking about 100 or above 100. And there's only one thing I could say to it because I feel like we've already discussed it a lot, where it's like, again, 75 basis points is priced in. 100 should not happen. However, this time around, you have people who are very well, like, people are calling for the surprise, and they're still holding it, essentially, is what I'm trying to tell you, is that even though 100 shouldn't happen, I think this time around, I think you have more contrarians than not. I think you actually now have people who are, who pretty much are saying, like, nah, man, there is 100 on the table. Oh, they changed them. Fuckers. Wait, never mind. That's weird. That's really weird. It wasn't like that there's one person. There it is. Leo Feller. So here, I'm trying to show you the estimates. But so here are the estimates for the Fed today. Again, out of 97 estimates and 71 qualified economists, all of them are at 3. So meaning all of them are saying 7.5. But then there's one guy, it's not showing his name on here. His name's Leo Feller Nomura. He's the only guy at 100. Nomura is the only one that is officially on there. And then Mikhail Melnick, not represented by a company, he is at 2.75. Leo Feller. Yeah. So he's the only one, and then there's the other guy, Dan Yardini or whatever. He's the only other guy who is there. But like I'm saying, though, the other times, nobody would even show up on this chart. You see what I'm saying? So it's like this time around, and I hope you guys, I hope you feel me on it. I'm here to tell you, I don't think it's going to happen. I believe 75 is priced in, but if I could tell you anything, this time around, this has been one of the only times where kind of the contrarian is reflected in some fashion. Again, you at least have people who are genuinely going against the grain this time around. So, but I don't believe it, but we'll find out. No, that's not the same guy who predicted the other CPI. There's a lot. Some of them don't even do the same thing. So, like a lot of people who do CPI, they don't do inflation or FOMC. So you got to, it's different analysis, believe it or not. So a lot of those economists, unless that's their focus, you may not really see that. Yeah, if he ever was going to surprise, it would be this time. That's what a lot of people have been saying. Again, not a lot, but like obviously more people have been saying the opposite. But this time around, it's like the contrarian bet is sticky. It's not fading as easy as we thought. You know, this whole idea of 100 basis points, it shouldn't happen, but the idea isn't going away. Can rates be weaponized? My brother, what would you say if I told you they're already weaponized? And what I mean by this is what I put out in that video that I shared with you guys the other day, about 4 months ago. It's called the next financial crisis of 2022. It's you got to understand that it's there. First sports wagering 4-way in a Snapchat, Snap and ESPN. But the whole idea is anytime the interest rates move, they do have effects. And you could call it a weapon. It's either people are going to participate with you or not. But most of the time when people if they don't agree with your policy or what you do with your money or your central bank, in a way, it's kind of like a weapon. So like in a weird way, us raising rates is hurting China. That's why China was complaining last night about the strong dollar. So literally, I mean, how many of you would say that you are like a social justice person? Would you say that you stand for social justice across the globe? Would you say that's you? Or are you just a capitalistic pig and you don't really care as long as you are okay? And like, or how many of you would say you're like a social justice type beat? Yes, of course, no. No, 100 basis points. He's like, I identify as 100 basis points. Good for you. I want to say me, but no. I feel you. I feel you on that. Capitalistic pig. Make that money. Justice, equality, capitalism. Yeah, I guess social justice I think we have more in here, but pretty much if you really believe in social justice, it's sad because your dollar is hurting everybody. And that's what a lot of emerging companies bring up when our interest rates go up. So like literally what I mean by that is like imagine all of the problems of inflation, right? And imagine prices going up. Imagine how lower income people have to deal with it, how it hurts people, businesses, all of that, right? Energy crisis. Imagine that's what everybody in the world is dealing with. But now what's happening as a result of raising rates and everything we're seeing in the market is literally our dollar's getting stronger. So what literally emerging market countries, they're complaining about it now and they're saying it's pain for everybody, and then now it's easing up all the pressures for the United States. Exactly. It's our dollar, but your problem. So what ends up happening now is that if you think your inflation is bad, it is wreaking havoc on every other developing nation right now. And as the dollar goes higher, even though it's bad for us, it starts to devastate other nations. So literally by default, rates are a weapon. That's why most countries try to work together so that they're saying, hey, don't do rates until this happens, or they try to align themselves with the move of the rates. Otherwise, it could start to have some nasty effects. So pretty much the dollar it's like a knife going through all of finance. But then if you have a dollar, you come out on top, even though it's the knife that's cutting everything. You are the tip of the knife pretty much with the dollar. Are you saying it's time to buy EEM? No, because if the dollar gets worse, it's gonna hurt them even more. It's not good. Again, that's why you hear about shit going on with Egypt. Again, how many places have revolted in the last year? How many riots and other stuff not in a Western nation have you seen? And that's the first leg of it. That's not even, the dollar wasn't even as high as it is today. But the point is, we're a majority of the big problem you should feel with inflation, you're dumping it on the backs of a third world country, and most people don't realize that. Or a developed nation like China, who identifies as a third world country. So, but they even have to deal with those effects. Because Fed raising rates makes it more attractive to foreign investors, which makes dollar go up and their currency down. Yes, and then depending on the debt that they have in dollars, if they have debt that is owed in dollars, and then the dollar is going to strengthen and their currency is going to weaken, they got to go back and cover that. Otherwise, they can end up getting clapped. What did Putin say yesterday? He said a lot. What actions can another country take to try to deflate our dollar? They could weaken alongside of us, and that's the thing. That's why currency is so tricky, and that's why globalization is so tricky, because you need cooperation. But that's why they call it a race to the bottom. Because the sad part is, if somebody wanted to try to do this, I mean, pretty much now they could either just start manipulating their currencies to the same degree, and then now everybody's in the same position again. So it's a race to the bottom on the downside. If one country weakens, the other one weakens. But it's like if our dollar's getting stronger, they could try to adjust and keep a peg to our currency. So that's what we do with China and Japan, but especially Japan, we keep a peg, or we try to at least, where they say, okay, we'll weaken, but then we're going to make sure our currency stays at the same ratio to your dollar, so that no matter how it moves, it's relatively going to be the same, even if there's an increase or decrease. Bro, we're dancing above VWAP now, and then you're right below the 388. We haven't been above here all day. If we could break out from here, it might cause a little bit of a run up here, and we have, an hour and a half till Powell. Explain Arab Spring and if something like that could happen in reverse in Iran. Just Arab Spring, very simple. Take political tension that already exists and then add food or basic good crisis. That's it. And boom, Arab Spring could happen overnight. That's why we were talking about at the beginning of the year with Russia, Ukraine. It's the same thing, where as long as you have a political issue already happening, you already have tension, and then now you get a lack of food, or you get a shortage of energy, oil, anything of that nature. It could lead to government overthrows, people getting mad, rallies. It all really depends to the scale. But yes, it could happen. Again, that's why the commodity issue is so important here. But we'll see. I mean, maybe depending on what happens with rates in the dollar coming into next year, if that starts to add stress on some of these other countries, then maybe, but that's all it is. Egypt's doing a little better, but it's still pretty bad out there. Again, as far as like food security and all that. Yeah, we have like 10 other rate decisions after today. So the big one is going to be Bank of Japan Thursday night. But then I think tomorrow we're going to get the ECB or the UK. Check YCS premium. If it's high without the market moving, they're probably just getting ready. Yeah, 410. It's not. It's up like what? We paid 600, I think. Yeah. What is Kabul? Tabuli? Or did you just mix Kabul and Tabuli in one? Is that like Afghanistan Tabuli? I think it's Tabuli. I don't know. I still have I have every other short. I closed out the upside ES that I was down on. I still have a short on the micro SPY. We did a day trade on the NQ. Still in Apple, still in Adobe, still in Google, IYT, Netflix, Tesla, and then there's a couple of others, UNG, Boyle, and EPV, and then Yang even, and all of those. But most of them, but the bigger plays are up here. Where is the Yang, too? Damn, we made 124 on the Yang. It's almost $3 a share. It's not bad. Is Kima Indian or Arabic? I think Indian. I've never heard of it. Well, all these decisions add to downward pressure. Well, Powell is going to raise. We already know he's going to raise, and there's a couple of questions and uncertainty as to how much. I wouldn't call it uncertainty. There's just weird potential. But then everything, I think the initial move, a big part of today, I mean, don't underestimate Powell speaking is very, very important, and he could drive a lot, but the biggest factor leading into Powell, it will be the summary of economic projections, and we're going to get that right when it's released. So right when the Fed gives their release, we're going to be able to see it's this thing right here. The last time it came out was last quarter in June, and it's going to outline change in GDP, where the Fed thinks unemployment's going to be, PCE, core PCE, and then where they think the federal funds rate will be by the end of the year. So again, right now, you have to think about it. Right now, or from last June, they said they thought it was going to be 3.4. Right now, it's already at 4 or 4, and I think it's at 4. And then 4.5 would be everybody freaking out. So they're already behind on this, but then take a look. This was their projection at the beginning of the year. Do you see that? So if these change big, Powell has been saying we're going to have a lot of pain. We're going to have a lot of pain. Does that sound familiar? The Federal Reserve Chair of the United States, Jerome Powell, telling you there is going to be pain. Well, this is his opportunity to define it in numbers, and that's what we're going to look out for. Yeah, the dot plot is going to be released with all of that. But now it's not even expect pain. Fuck expectation. We are going to get numbers as to what pain they are really thinking. You see what I'm saying? So if Powell is saying, oh, we're going to have pain, that should look like high unemployment. That should look like GDP getting slashed even further than where they projected at the beginning of the year, right? That means the federal funds rate should be higher. Look, they haven't moved these projections, so maybe those might start going up again. But that will give you a definition of pain potentially, and that's what people are going to be looking for, and that's why I'm saying that comes out right away. That will be the key. So welcome, my friends. Welcome. He will mention recession, but it depends how he mentions recession and what he says. Dollar going up is bad for the market, 100%. And it's bad for everybody. It's not, I mean, at this point, that is something we should start wording it as. And like what you got to understand really is that at this point, the dollar going up is going to be bad for everything. It's just probably going to take turns on who it knocks off, right? It might affect the stock market one day, 1 week more than everything else. Then it might hit the bonds. Then it might weigh down on the yen. Then it might go after the euro. Then it might factor into the growth names. And you know what I'm saying? But at this point, I mean, the overall broader problem, the dollar is at a 52-week high, and it keeps climbing, and you saw it respond to stuff like today. We're going up, Chad. You're breaking out of there, so don't get fooled. You broke the 380. This is your first set of momentum from literally 2 hours ago. You have not gotten any sort of upside momentum like this, and we have literally just been up straight from the European close. Meet on the band. And Q broke out, leading the ES. Yeah, it's actually caught back up because it was under pacing. JPM, again, I don't know if the bank people are still speaking. Meta, that was the one. They had a lot of meat. A lot of meat on the bone. Oh, I typed in meat, not meta. Oops. Sorry. Yeah, Microsoft, new high. Everything's taking off, even Apple now, too. That might be the upside that we're talking about. So I may have sold out a little early on that. We're going to find out here, but you are going back up. You're now near the higher end of the candle. You are back above the 3880, and this opens up a very, very big range. I mean, again, upside was kind of expected today. It started playing out a little bit weird. So, but we have held such a tight range. Love on the high. Dude, even Tesla's coming back. Dude, Tesla, Apple, all the ones that weren't playing along, they're coming right back up here. And then again, Apple, NVIDIA, or AMD and NVIDIA, they're going crazy. The dollar thing, I couldn't tell you, but the only, attribution I could give to the dollar today is that the dollar is moving for a different reason, not really just Powell. Again, the dollar instantly moved the euro and everything else. It moved a lot bigger for a reason, but it was because of Putin in the morning. Oil go down after that Russia news. It went up first, but then it kind of faded the event, right? It was just like, you remember how when the invasion happened, the market went up. So it went up. You could see it when the news, as it started to hit here again, as we got into 1 a.m., it started to go crazy there. You had a big, big launch. Same thing with UNG. And then as we started getting into the open, and then everyone's like, well, okay, now what's going to happen? Well, that's it. You already had the worst of it, and then you kind of faded along with everything else. And then, too, though, you have to think about it. The dollar going up also does start to play on it a little bit. He's just getting slammed. Do you trade this kind of hot news? Yeah, we made plays already. So I'm just, again, it's just a little harder to read, but we closed out of a SPY future. I had an upside play. We turned a big loss to a big gain. And then I flipped this. I day traded $100 on that. Closed out an old short, and then you should be able to see them on the screen. All of these plays are the active ones that I'm holding. And my plan is to hold those till even after the meeting. And that's it. Yeah, everything's correlated in the wrong direction. Something's going to give. Exactly. Pretty much everything's sending a mixed signal right now, where it's like dollar is up, stocks are up, bonds are kind of up but down, and even then the 2 year, the short end's rising. Fed futures are even moving. Somebody's going to be right. We're going to find out. Ain't that risky? It is, definitely. I mean, it's all about how you control it. But I have a plan and idea, and I make sure I position light. So my range, you saw me hold a big play yesterday. I'm positioned light. My range, I could handle it, but it is definitely risky. But I do have a plan, and that's it. I mean, I'm pretty much expecting bearishness And then I'm not positioned so heavy that even if we rallied into the after the bell, it wouldn't hurt me. But it is a risk if you're not prepared. I mean, I've been watching every single Fed meeting. I've studied for this. I prepared coming into it. I know exactly what to look for. So if you don't feel with that level of confidence and you have not positioned accordingly, it is definitely risky. Even then, I'm taking risk, but I'm ready for it. I'm looking forward to it, to be honest with you. So let's go, baby. Phoenix Suns owner Sarver to start process to sell the team. CNBC. TLT flat at 0. But then the 2 years moving like crazy. Again, massive 2-year, 30-year inversion, everything. It's wild. Fortune favors the bold. I don't even think it's that bold. I mean, I just think it's being prepared. I'm just not as emotional about the market. In the sense is like I'm just not scared of it. Like that's it. I've already seen too much pain. You just can't scare me anymore. That's it. Like I just in no way, shape, or form. Even yesterday, I held a big ES top to bottom on a big move. Some of these moves, they're not really that big. And that's why I'm like, it's just there's a lot of emotions. It's easy to follow along. I just think if you come in prepared and don't get too crazy with it, that's it. I mean, nothing would scare me. I mean, I could see why people would get scared at the levels, the events, the ups and downs, going up, down, no clear direction. But I'm like, take a step back, look at the macro. It's not even like there's not really anything too crazy. And it's like we've already dealt with the pain. So now that we've kind of, I'm seeing how to adjust accordingly, not give myself too much risk on stuff, take the little stuff, and it's going to be good, but it's not, like I'm saying, it's just, I'm prepared for it. I think you either get prepared or you don't, and then you wait, and that's really it. You explain how small 2000 is to you. You control the budget. Yeah, even if it was, I mean, the point is like, everyone's going to have a different budget. And I hope you understand what I mean by it, where it's just like, this is why I want people to paper trade the futures. And just like, I want you to see what you could hold. You know what I'm saying? And see what makes you emotional, panicky, what makes you want to move. So I think $2,000 is a lot of money, right? But like even yesterday, I would have figured it would have been a lot more uncomfortable. I would have thought it would have been $5,000, $10,000, $15,000 moves, but that really just wasn't there. So it's just like it's all on you with how you're going about it. But it's like, what can you hold, watch without reacting, and then you could react when you want, more or less. But 2,000 is a lot, but again, it all depends on your balance. But even then, 2,000, I could cover it many times over, but it's still... It's just something, just make sure you don't let it get the best of you. When it's all said and done, it only takes a couple of bad ones to really just kill you. So that's what you have to keep in mind. But I think if you give yourself time, don't position too crazy, and then don't put yourself in positions that make you really jumpy to cut them or get in them, and you could kind of understand that, then you're going to be good. I just don't get emotional. Get an amount. Practice with some form, do some paper trades. What can you hold where it's just like, I'm chill? That's it. Again, if you were throwing $100, $200, $400 on option plays, that right there gives you a starting point. It's like if you would throw down $500 on an option play, you could hold a lot of these plays for $500. And that, you see what I'm saying? And you could not react as an option. Once you lose 500, it's gone. A lot of these, you could ride with it and then do your thing. Oil, I think it's just fading everything, and then, from the hype in the morning with Russia, but then also I think the dollar strength. That's our spies. The dollar is still up again. I don't like this. And we have like, what, an hour and a half? Don't use enough to where it emotionally affects you. Yes. And then also know what could happen, because then you're not worried about the unknown. So, like, that's why I'm going to open up my paper trade account. That's why I've been saying paper trade with the futures, and I've been putting futures that I want to do. And I've been doing them a couple days ahead of time, and then I'm just letting it sit there because I want to see what should I be prepared for, right? And if it's not a number that's unknown to me, it doesn't scare me. And what I mean by that is just like I'm seeing contracts that I've held in a paper trade account for X amount of time, and it's only down $2,000, right? It's like I would have thought that would have been down $20,000, right? I held a giant yen trade at max; it was up $6,000. That's a lot of money, but for how big I hit it, I thought it would have been $100,000 trade. So now I'm like, okay, how are 5 of them gonna move, right? But do you get what I'm saying with it? Where just like if you know what to expect on some of these moves. If you know 1,000 shares top to bottom on a 3% day is only going to expose you to $1,000, $2,000 of loss, when the $1,000 shows up, it's not going to scare you. Does that make sense? Or it's not going to give you an unknown. So now most price points, I just know what to expect on the play, and it just not like I'm not getting hit with an unknown, more or less. Coming back down, you're flushing at the 3880. UNH, remember, UNH was weird, and then Apple and Tesla are up until it does something different. Yeah, 100%. But then at that point, then you know where you get uncomfortable. You see what I'm saying? And then if you're saying, well, maybe it can move double that, cut the position in half until you're comfortable with it. But if it does do something different, then you know what is shocking. But this is what I'm saying. Here are the paper trades that I was making. Again, I was playing around with the NQ the other day, all of that. And then again, you could see the ES, and I noticed I put this ES before I traded any of them, and I was like, dude, it was only like $3,000 top to bottom. It's actually not that crazy. So just keep that in mind when it's all said and done. Meta large candle. Yeah, there it is. They're still talking at the bank. Meta to trim costs by 10% in coming months. They've begun significant numbers of employees through restructuring, looking to trim costs by at least 10% in coming months. Meta and Google increasingly reducing costs by eliminating roles but giving employees chances to apply elsewhere within the company. So Meta cutting 10% of costs. Another cost cut there. And again, I've been saying all day, they had the meat on the bone, but if that one goes up, it's going to be fire. $10% is a lot. I mean, think about it. They spend at least $10 billion, so that's at least $1 billion that they're going to save. It might be positive, but I mean, I think we're dealing with a lot of stuff right now, so it's hard to say. You're coming back down here to the VWAP, making a little bit more of a move. I guess that's true. It's good. It's decent, but I mean, there's just too much going on right now. But if it is going to get driven up, it's nice. But they probably should save. That should add at least $1 billion to free cash flow if they end up doing it. And then assuming they don't lose revenue by 10%. Yeah, Meta shares briefly positive after the report. Walmart, where are they? Yeah, UNH flipped. They were doing good. Dude, Walmart's killing it. Remember, Walmart, Costco, and Target. I brought this up the other day because remember I said they might do good, and they really might. I'm sure we talked about it. Do you mind sharing your thoughts? The 10-year halting trades for 2 days. Related to that unannounced action yesterday, right? I'm assuming that's what you're talking about. But it seems like that was just more support that pretty much yesterday's action on the yen. Well, wow, they're going up again. It gives me support that they're not going to abandon yield curve control just yet. That it puts it towards the end of the year or even into 2023. Even the dollar's climbing up here. Dude, Meta is a big move right there. That's it. You're up 0.5% now after being down 1%, and Meta was literally at the bottom. So that's a very, very nice run. YCS premium up more. Very odd. Yeah, it's up almost 100%. Oh, it's because look at these. These are tight now. Ooh, that's beautiful. Yeah, look at this. That's weird. These ones are a little bit there, but you notice? Like these are 20-cent spread, 20-cent spread, 20-cent spread, about 35-cent spread, 25-cent or 15-cent spread, And now these are only 5 cents. That, remember, when we bought these are like 20% spreads. So for them to be that tight is good, because then look at the ones out of the money. These are still like 100% spreads or 50% spreads. 60 to 80, that 20 cents is huge. 35 to 15, that's 50%. Yeah, that's great. That means it's tightening up. That's probably why the premiums are doing that, because now these ones are showing wider spreads when you sold them, but then these are tightening up, and you could get a good bid on these now. That's fire. Meta is still going off that news. Again, cost cutting by at least 10%, they say. Only upside cheaper, Google. Yeah, because they're the ones that lag the most. Even, I mean, a little bit. Sending where I just don't like the dollar up at the high and us near here. I really want to grab another short, but I just know we're just so close to the event. I could probably do a quick one, but shit. Because that's it. You either go up 20 points here or just drop, and then we flush here. But if the dollar makes one more upside move, it might get people a little snappy. TLT. There it is. It's coming down. So watch that break. TLT is going up with it. I'm just waiting for the dollar, but if that does go, won't be pretty. Some of the chip stocks are coming down. We're still up 0.5% on everything. 5.9 on the SPY, 5.8 on the NASDAQ, and then 4.4 on the Dow. Dollar's not a huge pop. It's already up a lot, but I'm waiting for the next high. Because again, it has reacted. I know sitting on your hands is not a bad move. That's why I'm trying not to get baited into any of these. See, there's the little dollar pop, but every one, I mean, there's just a very distinct lag between everything today. Baba's on the low now, so more China sell off. NQ rejecting August downtrend. Hello. Odds of a 0.5 is not even at 0% odds. So we'll find out. Again, another high on the dollar. It's doing it. And then the Meta news is still holding it up. They're actually reiterating that news. And then Uber short, NVIDIA. There it is. Back to VWAP now. And then we will test through the next level if it gets any lower. And then if it falls through there, it might go a little bit. But really, only thing negative right now is the dollar. And then we're about 1 hour away from the event, ladies and gentlemen. 1 hour away from the report. Ba-da-pop-pop-pop. Yeah, UNG is back up again. Yeah, Goldman CEO, that's at the Senate Banking Committee. I think everybody's voted on 0.75. I mean, that's where the Fed futures are right now. But like we said, there are a couple of contrarians that are still betting on it. And surprisingly, you actually have one qualified economist from Nomura who is on the higher scale, which is odd. Again, usually coming into all of these, it's been unanimous. Once the Fed futures do it, nobody really tries to bother. But this time around, it is a little different. So we will find out. Powell hour. We're falling back below. Again, this is VWAP, and it's below the level. Dollar, again, I mean, it's doing the move now. So, again, this was the little move I was looking for, but I don't know if it'll bounce here and then chill. That's just a lot how it's been. Yeah, Meta's up on cost cutting by 10%. Came down a little bit, but just see if that ends up holding. Let's say the stock market didn't react to the rate hike and only the dollar was able to react. Raising interest to make the dollar come down in value, correct? Hypothetically speaking, but that doesn't happen. It moves opposite. So theoretically, higher rates should lead to a what's it called? You know, you would think it would try to slow things down, but really that's just going to make it harder. access to get it, it will make the dollar stronger by nature. So, or I think I misspoke on that. It should. Higher rates should make the dollar stronger in general, right? But then again, it's as it affects demand and all of that. But the whole point is here, as it goes higher, everybody is already assuming, even if the rates are going to go higher, they're thinking about the next 6 months, 3 months. And that's why the September economic projections are so key. That's why the bonds are so key, because it's like, is the dollar still strengthening, but then are the plans to keep it strengthening because of where it's at? That's going to be the key. Yang, yeah, they're on the low. Again, Baba and all of that. We have the Yang, and remember I was telling you the risk to reward on that trade was fire, because you're up a decent amount. So again, you're getting into the, remember, we bought in at like 15, I think we bought in at $15 or something, or 16? Or no, 17. But the way it's been holding is actually wicked, but we'll see if that comes back to life. Nah, too soon to scoop. I don't want rum. I mean, I want it $11 or lower. So again, it was a good call. Like the first time I called it out here, I have it up on another screen. I want it below here. I'm down. Otherwise, congrats if you hit it. I got money on it. I mean, it's going to go back and forth, but if I could scoop it at a really low price, I'm down with that hype. One more drop, you hit another high on the dollar, but then it chilled out. Netflix to them. Where is Netflix? Holding up decent. Yang is still going. Yeah, UNH, weird considering. It's kind of like yesterday. Remember Humana and UNH were up and then they flipped? AVCT, CPTN. AVCT, that was the one the other day. Quick retracement before we go up. Well, I mean, when it's all said and done, we have about 1 hour and 4 minutes for the final move. So pretty much 12. That's like the same distance from here to here. You get one more of these moves, and then that's it. The data comes out, and then watch the first 30 minutes, and then watch Powell. I'm getting excited now. The final, dude, is exciting. That's it. We're getting closer, man. Just good luck. You know what I'm saying? Good luck, man. I love you. And just I hope I see you on the other side of this. Okay, we have gathered here today. The Fed futures are up, man. I'm up $80 on the ZQ one. That means December odds are actually increasing now. So even though the front month isn't moving, the long month is. The final countdown. I'm nervous. I'm starting to get nervous. I'm excited. I'm just, wow. Woo! Get ready. So I think, like 30 minutes or 10 minutes prior, we will start getting analyst comments. So keep that in mind. Yeah, at like 2. So 15 minutes before. We will start going over every analyst comment on here. So hopefully you guys will be ready for that. I'm getting a little nervous. I'm going to say excited nervous. It's just like, ooh. No, you have an hour, dude. It's 1.5 hours till Powell. But like we said, this time around, you are going to have the summary of economic projections right off of the bat. So just get ready. Just get ready, man. It's going to be good. Still have time. I know, it's just anticipation. You know how like when you like first drive somewhere new, it takes longer to get there, but then on the way back, you're like, oh, that was quick. That's how I feel now. We're just driving, bro. That's it. We're 1 hour away, 1 mile away. Yeah, inflation only moved by an inch, not a mile. Come on, you prick. This I wouldn't call it the biggest Powell event, but it's very pivotal. Just you have to think about what we're dealing with. You know what I'm saying? That's it. If like you have to deal with the high inflation, the hot inflation, the Jackson Hole, the pivot bullshit, the global currencies, brand new Russia shit overnight, and then now this is a level where rates are about to hit 4, the 10 years at 3.5, and then everything else that's going to happen. And this is one of the only times now where the contrarians are not backing down. Even if it's only 2 or 3 people, you got banks and people who are saying, fuck it. Nah, Powell is going to drop it today. So it's just highly anticipated, and then we're just going off of a lot of history just over the last couple of weeks. So I wouldn't call it the most important one, but it's definitely up there. I would definitely maybe top 3, top 5 without a doubt. And there's a lot riding on it. And yeah, and I would still be excited if my puts got clapped. Trust me. Again, my plan is if my puts got clapped, I'm going to ride them and I'm going to absorb the pain like a masochist. And I'm going to ride it up and deal with it till I get into tomorrow and next week. But then if I could quickly sense it's going to be positive, I am going to start positioning on the futures to catch the upside. So pretty much I'm going to hold these shorts for a couple more days. Don't get it twisted. And the idea would be to play the futures on any broader move if I want to catch a move up or down beyond that. So let's get it, baby. Oh, it's going to be a good one. Absorb the pain. Well, I don't think it'll be that much pain. That's it. I mean, Tesla has a chance to run a number on me, but it won't be more than $700 unless it wants to go up another $140 or something. But in that case, maybe we do a quick close of the MES, and then I'll position on the other ones. But like I'm saying, I will be able to do it. Yeah, we're going to stream all of it. Everything's going to be live. We're going to have all of the data. We're going to have the comparisons. We're going to have live analysts. And everything, and then you're going to get to hear my thoughts on it, and you're probably going to watch a couple of trades, and you get to see all of the open trades right here. So, very big event. We're going to be here, Chad. It's literally 59 minutes until we get some movement. So, maybe we get a little bounce here. This could be it. This 3875 final bounce to the oof. Got 1 hour. Maybe I'll give it one more failed bounce. Well, a little lower, I'm down to buy it until the final one. Meta News is cutting 10% of staff, or cost cutting by 10% minimum. So, I mean, they spend like $10 billion, so that's like $1 billion. Big money. Big money cash flow. Big money free cash flow. 90% of market bearish, you think they're going to pay that out? No, I think that's why but you saw it yesterday. How many people got fucked up yesterday? Are you kidding me? Yesterday was like come on, punk, you want to do it? Are you sure? Yesterday, you cleared at least 20% of all the bearish and bullish people, without a doubt. That move up, down, up, down, up, down on a 10-point scale, I think that washed out a lot of people where people are kind of hesitant. But that being said, that's why I'm saying I wouldn't be surprised to see a positive move. But don't forget, we still got to see where we go from there. But I do peak bearishness is up there, but it just really depends, though. It's peak bearishness unless Powell thinks terminal rate is at 5, and then all of the bearishness wasn't enough. You see what I'm saying? But then if those summary of economic projections, the Fed funds futures, and the dot plot come in lower, then they're going to be chill. Russia releases U.S. citizens Alexander Druki and Andy Hoyne in prisoner exchange. No way. Wow. That's crazy. You say, okay. That's good news. Why is the market going down? Oh. Still no Brittany Griner. I mean, why not, man? That's your what's it called? That's your bargaining chip. Is it? He said we'd either release Brittany for 10 prisoners or we take her to the Olympics on WNBA. Brittany Grinervich, our new point guard center starting forward. Yallah. It wasn't Griner, though? Yeah, that's what I'm saying. They're keeping Griner. Why not? VWAP, dollar just come down. Netflix, 3875. 10.04. Dollar. I know the dollar does keep going up. Oh, pump fake. He hit you. That was a step back right there. If you've never seen a step back in the stock market, that's how it looks. That was like green shoot to a new high. He's like, nah. You hit him with the step back baseline and then bah. Let it go. Nah, we might go up. We're gonna see. Again, bro, you only have 50 minutes. Like you're gonna get like one move down or one move. Like there's like 4 or 5 moves left. That's it, and then it's gonna be the event. So like this is where we're at. We're gonna get one move up or down. It's gonna chill for a little bit, make another move up or down, have the counter move, and then before you know it, we'll be 30 minutes away, and then we'll have 2 or 3 moves left, and then that's it. Am I biased towards the upside? Up until Powell, yes, I am. But then after Powell, I think bearish. But then I'm also keeping in mind that the market could still run after Powell. So I think it's just very simple. I'm going to hold my shorts until next week. But if it is positive, we will have evidence to determine that. If the summary of economic projections, everything else comes in good, you can have a positive reaction. Mm. 75 is not bullish. It's just not the worst. I mean, 75, like, she's not ugly, but it wasn't your first choice. And who knows how that could play out. That could either be the best night of your life, or it could be a problem, and you'll be like, why would I ever do this? And then that's it. We're gonna find out in about 55 minutes. But that's it. Staying long at 75. If it's 100, though, I mean, it's going to be ugly. The best news would be, actually, I don't even know. Because I was going to say best news would be summary of economic projections not moving too much. But then if they didn't move a lot, then everybody would be like, the Fed is smoking right now. They have no idea. So I don't know. I think the best case scenario would probably be Powell acting like nothing happened and giving you no new information, and then slightly tweaking all of the data to be just underneath their breaking point, aka Fed funds rate no higher than 4.5, and then just kind of keeping PCE projections and everything else low. So we'll see. I feel like the best news is 100. No, it's not. I think 100 is still too small. Like, really, realistically, I think 300, 350 would be the best. Otherwise, if you do 100, it's just you get all of the negativity without any of the power punch behind the rate hike. Does that make sense? So you're getting all of the problems without any of the benefit at 100. That's why it's like you have to go way higher. 150, yeah, there maybe 150. That's like a double one, but maybe 150. I think 150 is more reasonable. But it's like, at that point, 100, you don't get anything. I like 150, Bob. I do like that. And then you added Bob to the end. I like it. They can do whatever they want, but like even 1.5, but I do think 100 is useless. You see what I'm saying? Because it's just like 75 to 100 is not a lot. And it's like you're gonna get all of the negativity from people freaking out. So you might as well just go, if you're gonna go above 100 or to 100, you might as well go to 1, 5, 2, 3, 4. You might as well just do something wicked. Otherwise, you're gonna get all the smoke regardless. Is it important to have exposure on the downside and upside? Not necessarily. I mean, I think positioning light or being able to position after the dust settles, that could sometimes be a lot better. Stocks climb as traders await Fed increase. Stocks gain on light volume on midday as investors await the Federal Reserve. SPY was up 0.5%. Semiconductors getting the boost. The Fed is expected to raise rates. The yield on 2-year treasuries is the highest since 2007 today. One more bear market rally before earnings, possibly. It really depends on how today goes, but we will have a lot of time with earnings and then the midterms and all of that. It just kind of depends on the uncertainty. And again, a lot of the other stuff, it's just not good. Like when you really, really think about it. So we'll find out. We have a lot of other stuff floating there. UUP could hit 30, yes. But like I said today, a lot of the dollar is already moving off of Russia stuff, and we're already up 0.8. So I think we've been up for a while. We've been up for a while. Midterms, I think midterms, we're going to be bullish afterwards, and that's it. Everything before, it could still be negative, and don't think the midterms will save you. Midterms will not stop a stock market decline. They never have, and they never will. It'll be volatile leading into the midterms, but once the midterms are done, I think it's going to be extremely bullish. I think extremely bullish after midterms until we start 2023, and then until what's-his-name comes out, and then until we get to the next year, and then right at January, Powell is going to shit on you, and then that's it. I'm more bearish. I feel exactly how I felt all week. So realistically, even with even up and down trades, whatever it may have been, and I got to cut out of the ES with the profit, I felt the exact same way. I've been saying the same exact thing. So I feel exactly how I do, but I'm just holding all my shorts. I'm going to hold them till after Powell. If we get an opportunity to go long, if it really does look like a good day, I am going to try to take advantage of an upside trade. But it all depends. 49 minutes left. Nice holiday season, indeed. I know the countdown is crazy. I need to go check, what's it called? I need to go check my carbo. It might be time, Chad. We got to get ready. Man, are you ready, Chad? I am so hyped.
Out at 2 p.m. New York time.
2 p.m.
We're joined by Michael McKee, Bloomberg International Economics and Policy Correspondent.
Oh, nice. He's going to ask Powell questions, so listen to him. He will be at the press conference.
Whether there are any surprises
Follow me on Instagram. I love you.
Priced into the market. Is there any reason to worry?
I don't think so. There are no indications that the Fed wants to surprise the markets at all. They've been pretty specific about what they want to do. Now, this time, they didn't say 75 going into it, but that's because Jay Powell set up the choice last time as 50 or 75, and the markets bought into the 75. So after the August CPI numbers disappointed, that became the narrative. I think if they were going to go 100, they probably would have sent some kind of a signal so that the market functioning isn't disrupted. Then it's just a question of what does the dot plot and the summary of economic projections say? Where do they take rates from here after today, and how long do they keep them there?
Well, speaking of those economic projections, where are the surprises there? Is it in unemployment? Is it in GDP? What's the bigger market mover?
Well, the biggest market mover is probably going to be unemployment, because the Fed officials write down what they think the optimal monetary policy level is, and then what they think the economic conditions are that would produce. And so whatever they say for unemployment is going to be kind of a measure of what they think is tolerable in terms of an unemployment increase, what they would like to see, something that they wouldn't worry about all that much. So there'll be a lot of interest in that. They will also also be telling us how slowly they think inflation is going to come down, and it's probably going to be slower than the last time. Maybe not even until 2025 do we get close to 2%. So that's going to be of interest as well.
Mike, we just had Anna Wong, the chief U.S. economist of Bloomberg Economics, on. She's forecasting a 5% terminal rate, to which she says you would see a 2 million job loss kind of figure. Is that enough to loosen this labor market?
So literally 5% terminal,
in theory, it
that would be crazy.
But one of the things that the Fed has been doing is relying on the JOLTS survey, which shows 11 million open jobs. But a lot of economists don't think that's accurate. They think a lot of those jobs are either duplicates, or they're jobs that were posted at one time and never taken down, or that companies don't intend to fill now. So it's kind of
coming down now,
exactly
Chad.
how tight the
10:15, 45 minutes left.
But obviously, if you start losing 1 million or
again,
two
like I'm
workers,
saying, keep
you're
the
going
clock
to
in
see
mind,
some
because we're going to get one more final move.
To take
China
jobs
stocks
for less
on the
money,
low,
which
Yang
is
on the
the
high.
bottom line here is, does a tight labor market and the higher wages it's produced start to fall back?
Yeah, terminal rate is where we're going to end by the end of the year.
Information joining us right there.
Thank you, Michael McKee. So he's going to be asking questions there, but literally, so the terminal rate is pretty much the Fed funds rate March projection. Where do they think it's going to end by the end of the year? So literally in March, the Fed thought we were going to end at 1.9. And now in June they were at 3.4, but now after this and everything, Biogen, Biogen, big pop. It could be drug related. Be careful. I'm not seeing it across the wire, but again, if it's related to Alzheimer's or one of those things, it could be a big move. And SPY is coming down now too. I think it could be Alzheimer's data. Aetna positive note. Oh, that's it? Really? Why is it moving like they just got Alzheimer's data? All right, you can watch Sava as a sympathy, but keep an eye out for it. SPY's coming down now. UNG. UNG's not really moving. Yeah, market is coming down again. We are coming towards the lows, but just keep in mind we have a couple of moves left here, just where it's like, okay, one move down. It'll probably be like 10:20-ish, depending on how fast it is. So just see where we're at by 10:30. It's a big candle on Biogen, and even the SPY, though, you are flushing. I wouldn't call it like a flush, but it's kind of one of your bigger downside candles since we started selling here, and now you're coming into the low of the day and the low from the morning. So, again, we're still elevated. You're still going to have cushion in the market, but just watch out for that. Tesla, Source, Troy has it over there. Biogen. Let's check Tesla. That's weird, though. I know people were expecting Biogen data, but keep that one up. Biogen could just move really, really big. Tesla's still not at the low. Apple's still green, so that's better. Watch if Meta gives up some of those gains there after that run. And remember, they were a little weaker. CBB states that aducanumab blah, 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 is considered medically necessary for the treatment of Alzheimer's disease. Headed to the beach, too much frantic drama chat. Oh, man. You don't sound like a Chad today. This is Powell day. What happened? What position is bothering you? It's okay, buddy. We love you. God bless. 40 minutes left. Just about 42. The AMD to far. Well, watch out because chips, those are the leaders on the day. Big fake Biogen. Yeah, it already came right back down. That was a crazy move, though. Again, on the high ticker, usually Biogen, when you see it like that, that thing goes nuts. 100 basis points. 40 minutes left. 40 minutes till Powell. 40 minutes till Powell. speech is as neutral as it could be, that would be bearish. I think it would be the best as long as the data, like, if they don't change too much, then you run the risk. If it stays too much like last meeting and even the summary of economic projections and none of that stuff changes, it would look like the Fed is oblivious. So if you do too little, that's the risk you run, but everything else would be chill for the most part. It's what you said before. The longer he talks. I forgot about that. So the crazy part is that it should go till around the end of the day because he is like, this is more a defined schedule, but I agree. I would pay attention in terms of if he gives just like very concise answers, I think he's going to want to kind of, he's trying to say listen up. If he talks a lot though on questions he could answer simply, then watch out for a bullish effect. But there is going to be a Q&A, and they do have a so he can't. It's not like he could say, "Oh, okay, only 2 questions," but it does just pay attention to how he answers them, and then that'll obviously be everything else. But again, in 40 minutes, the report's going to come out. But like I'm saying, it's super easy in the sense that we will have actionable stuff to respond to right at 2 p.m. OMAP. The longer he talks, the more lies. It's not that. It's just that usually the market, the longer he answers on questions, the more likely the market is to find something that they want from him. You know what I'm saying? So my prediction is 75 basis points, and I think we could still end up being somewhat positive. But then I think overall it's going to be a negative reaction coming into tomorrow or the rest of the week. I'm just bearish about it. I just think 75 isn't good, and I need to see the summary of economic projections and then whatever else he says. But I'm leaning bearish. I don't know how to describe it beyond that. Where just but it might not last. In the sense is we could have a little bit of positivity, sell off the next couple of days, and then after that, we could either bounce, go from there, or see if it's data, Russia, oil, whatever else is the leading factor. But for the most part, I am bearish just in general. $10.20. Let's see, where are the Fed futures? They're coming down a little bit. SPY butterfly, that one's still beautiful. We love him. 3872. You're near the lows of the day. In other countries, yeah. I think Canada did Canada. I know Canada did a supersized rate hike this time around, and then Sweden was yesterday. But not too many have done 100. But we have heard a couple. Dollars making another high. That SPY butterfly is in October. 360. And it's free. That's the crazy part. It's a broken butterfly, so it was a free play. So it legitimately cost nothing. Trade price 0. But if by October 21st, if the SPY closes at around 360, we will make a lot of money. It'll be a $20,000 gain. How many dollar-wise? I don't know. Just right up here, we have two SPY short, SPY mini futures or micros. Short 50 shares of Apple, 50 shares of Google, 25 shares of IYT, 10 shares of Netflix, 35 shares of Tesla, and then we have Yang on the upside, EWG to the downside, and then EPV as a volatility play as well too. TLT off the bottom. Dollar's climbing up though, so watch if that starts creeping. F is crashing. Remember, yesterday was worst day since 2011. No hedge, nah. I took 300. So however much I'm up on the ES, I've taken on the other ones. But like I said, If I can, if I could read the report off the bat, and we could see that it's going to be positive, I could just go position with a bigger future. Yeah, Yang, almost $3 on that. Inflation is still transitory. Depends how you look at it. Don't you ever say that again. Jeez. Yeah, there's the dollar coming down now, but it's literally at the low of the day. 10.25. 35 minutes left, Chad. Woo! What section of the Fed? Go to federalreserve.com, and then it's meetings and information. Or monetary policy. So come to the Fed website, monetary policy, meeting calendars and information, and then right at 2 p.m., it's going to show up right here. And then where is it? And then the summary of economic projections, it's every quarter. It's going to show up as projection materials. So there's two things. There's going to be the statement, and then there's going to be projection materials. Okay? So then I'm going to go, the idea or the plan would simply be, I'm going to look at the projections right off the bat. So we will see. Right. Amazon really flush there. Smart. Yeah, I'm just going to go. I'm not even going to read this statement. I'll read it afterwards, and then I'm going to get like all of the other stuff for you guys. And then again, here in like 10, 15 minutes, we're going to start recapping everything. So hopefully you're ready for that. But then I'm just going to go straight to projection materials when it comes out. So it's going to come out here. There'll be statement, projection. That's the one that I'm going to be looking for. SPY, 30 minutes. Fed comes in at 75 or lower. Biden will throw them under the bus. Let's see. About holiday spending alongside inflation. Downside leaps on TGT. Could be. I mean, remember, they had inventory problems, but, I mean, I think fourth quarter should be better than not. So we'll find out. We will find out. It's going to be crazy. But, like, that fourth quarter earnings, it might be our biggest one yet. So we're going to find out. But it is a good thought. And like I said the other day, watch Costco, Walmart, Target, because just you remember how those news affected them when they kind of guided down and all of that. And, you know, if there's any good or bad reaction today, those are stocks like consumer discretionary are very, very sensitive right now to the whole economic situation. So those might really be the ones that will go nuts there. VGO 385. FedEx is leading right now. That's a weird runner coming into this. They're barely green, so they went red to green on that. Yeah, even UPS is up 1.8. Yeah, chips are literally the standout on the day. Love. Airlines are going up now, too. Remember, travel got off to a really ugly start here with some of the Russia stuff. Game time, baby. Tweeted it out. I appreciate you. God bless you. Everybody liked the video. But even beyond liking it, whatever it is, man, have your plan. Be chill. Just get ready. You're going to get a lot of movement right after, and you are going to get a lot of movement in the next coming days. Like we talked about with sizing, you control it all. Give yourself something that you are comfortable with, and you're going to be good to go. You are going to be good to go. The vote for potential annexation could affect the markets. It can, but it might be like the next coming days where you watch the reaction, then it fades. But what you got to be careful for is just like escalation. That's it. Those are the things that are going to move the market. We're bouncing off that. So again, this might be the final move, Chad. Like I told you, it's 10:30. We make one more move up. And that could take another 5-10 minutes. Stalls for a little bit. And then one more move, and then before you know it, that's it. So, again, this was 30 minutes right here? This was the 30-minute move. So, 30 minutes, you're back to normal. So, maybe next 30 minutes we go up here, and then that's it. 30 minutes till the release, Chattadonia. 30 minutes till the release. DXTC said a tap advisor after takeover interest. SPY popping big now. So DXC is halted. It's at $28. It jumped $1.50, up 6%, halted on takeover interest. Google strong like bull. It actually is compared to the other day and even earlier today. So SPY right back at VWAP. Always going to get clapped today. I mean, again, if you don't put your ranges too tight, today could make it impossible to get clapped. That's all. And just make sure you could survive for the rest of this week here, as that is where, we still have more action. But, man, we'll see. That's it. As long as his mother effer does not say 100 basis points. At this point, everything shouldn't be too crazy. It should still be exciting. We should still get a move. There's going to be a follow-up in direction. I just think the last thing is we're going to need would just be anything crazy. That would be logical, going for gold. A lot of people are. Again, weekly average volume on options is the highest since 2022 or 2021 and even 2020. So there's a lot there. Again, I've already brought up a couple of stuff for you. In 10 minutes, we're going to have it. But where was it? Right here, like net future positioning on the SPY, ES futures, is the most negative since 2020, 2015, 2011, and 2008. But even then, 2008, it really did flip positive after that. So you might get a lot of those crazy bounces. Part of me wants him to say 500 and drop the mic and walk away. I feel, who was it? Was it Clint on the watch list? He was like, I want them to do 100. He's like, is it bad? But we'll find out. Angela, welcome. Campanelli, what a name. What a name. What a name, welcome, and I hope you're locked in. Every minute drop gets more and more anticipated. Still not much time. Only 3 minutes. So if it takes 10 minutes to get up here, it'll be 40. And then if we burn another 10 minutes, we'll probably be around here. We're either going to be around 3880 or towards the high around the release. But I wouldn't be surprised. I think a straight middle would probably work. Domino's, Apple's even breaking out. Or breaking out of its daily range there. It's still at the bottom, but we'll see. I ain't going to lie, I got 5K on the puts, so let's pray I'm quick. But again, though, if you're worried about the 5K, why not just do it 2.5K, cut it in half, and then keep the other 2.5 for Friday or Monday? Again, that's what I'm saying. It's like if you feel like you're going to be in a balanced position where widen the range, trust me, that's it. Because, again, if your range was tight yesterday, you got clapped. If you kept it wide, you noticed it's about the same here. So just do what you got to do. Calling out SPX. Yeah, my bad. But usually if I say something with 4 digits, they're like 3,900 or 38,860 or whatever, I'm talking SPX. If I only say 3 digits, then I'm talking about the SPY. Yeah, or get something not so time dependent. Or don't trade. 100%. 100%. That's what we were talking about earlier, where like a lot of people are split. Like a lot of people are just saying, like hedge fund managers are saying, don't trade it, don't do anything. And then the other half is like, buy everything, buy the bonds, buy the yields, position, crazy bounce, crazy downside. So it is a nice middle that we are at, to say the least. ES future numbers. I'm not. I mean, I'll trade it on there when I make the trade, but SPX and SPY, and usually I'm just extrapolating that to even make my futures trades. I'll re-enter Rumble when it goes back below 11. I said that earlier today. Then it bounced when it was at 11.50. I was trying to get it at a better price, but that's what I'll be waiting for. Wheat calls, O'Reilly, maybe. I mean, didn't they have earnings already? Yeah, the big bank thing is happening now. Unfortunately, we've just had so much anticipation for these other events and just how the market is moving. It took the back seat when usually those bank conferences, I mean, everybody would listen. Google's on the high. China names are still at the low. PayPal, NVIDIA. Oh, NVIDIA still to the high. I don't have a Jim Cramer impression, actually. McDonald's still meat on the bone. Yeah, let me check. I could show you the price from when that all happened, but we'll find out. I think it's around there. No, it's actually no, I think that is the exact price when we played some of that news. So there's some on there. It just depends, but then it is definitely outpacing here. Big Bang. Oh, Big Bank. Yeah, Big Bank conference, not Big Bang. They got a Big Bang conference in Congress right now. They discussing the implications of evolution and energy drinks. What? No, I haven't. Costco, they have earnings this week. I think they should be good, but I'm just gonna watch them for their impact on everything else, on like Target, Walmart, and the rest of the discretionaries. Algo starting to pump. 2 minutes till 40. Again, at 45, we will start going everything. I work at Costco. I can't say anything, but we good. I feel like everybody at Costco tells me that. Costco has a great work environment. Everybody loves it. Thank you for the follow. Be careful, bro. That was a fake Josh, probably, because I haven't checked my Instagram at all today. So be careful there. Report him, or you can mess with him. Either or. They didn't announce anything yet. Again, at 12 minutes. What, 40? Yeah, wow. No, 22 minutes. 22 minutes, we get it. I work at Costco. I hate it. You are honestly the first person who's told me that. So either you really hate it or you really don't work there. But I feel it's good to get another opinion. Was rate hike announced? Yeah, that comes out at 2. So whether it's 75 or half a basis point, You're going to get that right at 2 p.m. There's the move. Dollar's even dropping a little bit. About, look at 10 minutes on the dot. We're here now. So if we chill here for another 10 minutes, final move will either be higher or right back in the middle. And then we'll see. Wheat, bullish. For now, yeah, wheat is even going up here too. Corn is down. Microsoft, Apple, they're all doing, even Tesla dancing. Jimothy, Airbnb. Oh, they have actually recovered a lot from the bottom. But again, so is like Booking. Again, some of these travel names are just clapped. Don't get stuck at the top. I think you're still going to get a little bit more time. Again, it's playing out kind of how we were expecting here, where we get up here by 40. We kind of probably dance for another 10 minutes. And then the last move is going to leave us at the top or in the middle. So we'll find out. And obviously, it could change. What am I sipping on? So, honestly, my girlfriend, she just slid in here, and she just slid me a Starbucks. So I'm drinking a pineapple matcha. I have a ham and Swiss croissant, too, but I have not enjoyed it yet. So that's it. I had a carbo, but then she just pulled up on me with that. So I said, okay, yallah. So God bless. Yeah, girlfriend answers with the W. So we need on Powell Day. Amen. Amen. No pumpkin spice. No pumpkin spice. I'm in Powell spice, Habibi. Today is Powell spice. Let me order the pumpkin. The pumpkin Powell. Give me the pumpkin Powell spice. The pumpkin spicy. Give me the spicy Powell. Please give me the spicy Powell. The spicy Powell? No, Powell. Not spicy Powell. Powell. All right. It's doing it slow. I mean, the timing is key. Ba-da-ba-ba-bap. Better warm up that Titanic song. As long as we don't get 100 basis points, we're going to be good. We're coming up here now, 10:42. Get ready, Chad. In a couple of minutes, we will begin. We will begin our analysis. We will be embarking on a journey, Chad. Man, I hope you're ready. 3879. Get into that top end of the range with all of it. Ooh. I'm hyped too. I know I need to go to the bathroom. That's it. I'll be right back. And I love you. And did Scott Miniard again? Oh yeah, Scott Miniard. You get him for a little bit. All right, follow me on Instagram at the Trading Fraternity. I love you.
When you are in the Fed room. And then finally, breaking down the chairman's news conference with some post-Powell commentary with BlackRock's Jeff Rosenberg. And of course, sitting next to us, Scott Minerd, which I cannot wait to hear from.
It's going to be interesting today, to say the least. And what we're going to do is inform you with different opinions. Leading on opinion through all of this most uncertain 2022 has been Scott Minerd. He's Global Chief Investment Officer of Guggenheim. He and I are grievously concerned as Aaron Judge go to the Dodgers or to the Mets. We'll talk about that another time. But that's the stakes involved today. Why is this Fed meeting different than any other?
This sounds like we're having the Passover. The message here has got to be around the Fed's credibility on fighting inflation. And that is, it's not just about what rate increase we're getting today. It's going to be in the statement that we see and what comes at the press conference. But, this debate about 75 basis points or 100 basis points, it's interesting. I told someone this morning, I said, if I were sitting on that committee, I would argue, we know it's coming, raise rates 100 basis points. Let's send a real message here. But
that's Scott Minion,
I don't
dude.
think
He's
we
making
have
his
the guts
rounds.
to do that.
Why do you think they won't do that?
They just don't have the guts to do it. Or
what would happen if they did? What do you actually think would happen if they did?
well, I think, John, let the market sort it out. I think the bond market would probably rally because they would say, you know what, these people are really serious. And the ultimate decline that I think we're going to see in stocks, it may accelerate it, but let's get it behind us and have it over.
One thing we haven't taken seriously over the last few months together.
Interesting. He said Fed does not have the guts, baby. That's it. So, Chad, get ready. It is now 1:45. You're going to start getting all of the commentary heating up now regarding the event. Everybody will start getting ready. 1:45 in New York. So let's give it a second. I feel, again, we're still up here. Again, 3880. 15 minutes left. All right. Let's pull these up. Okay, nothing yet. It's dry. Haven't heard anything. Cheniere plant to repair in Louisiana. All right. So get ready, Chad. Good luck, Chad. Good luck. I hope you're ready. That's oh, man. I know. I think we've been getting ready all day. It's just going to be excited. I mean, you are, like I'm saying, babe, you get to witness the winds of history today. So statement at 2, followed a half hour later. Press conference. Here is the first report. Today's Fed decision comes 8 weeks after the Fed's last meeting, one of the longest intermeeting periods of the year. While some folks spend parts of August on beaches or otherwise enjoying some downtime, Fed watchers and economists have been busy over the past 2 months. Policymakers convened at the central bank's annual research symposium in Jackson Hole in late August, where Powell pledged to take forceful and rapid steps to rebalance the economy and bring down inflation. The main consumer price reports published since the Fed's last meeting showed a moderating of inflation, but at a pace that's likely too slow to satisfy policymakers. So giving you a little bit of the background, that's the first one. Again, we're coming up here towards the high, 13 minutes left. The August Consumer Price Index report released last week was so disappointing that it pushed the odds of 100 basis point coming out of this week's meeting. These forecasts have abated somewhat in recent days as most Fed watchers anticipate another 0.75% hike. That would be the third straight hike of such projections, bringing the range to 3 to 3.25%, the highest since 2008. Oh, UVXY on the low too right now. Uh-oh, they're even starting to dump it a little bit. So, again, you're at that point here. We have 13 minutes. So, again, if we dance here for 10 minutes, the final move, we're either going to be in the middle or we're going to be towards the highs. So, get ready. So, this is from Anna Wong of Bloomberg Economics. She says, quote, the FOMC is set to raise interest rates by 75 points for a third straight meeting. A bleak global economic outlook will likely keep the central bank from more aggressive 100 basis point moves. For Powell, even more important than exact size of the hike will be the signal that the FOMC is committed to keeping rates high for as long as inflation remains above target. How long will that be? We expect the median dot in the new plot to suggest that rates will remain in restrictive territory until 2025. Okay, so that's a big one. That's a big one. So some people are saying that when you go look at the terminal rate, it's probably going to be higher than 4 all the way to 2025. So literally, dance, hit the range a little bit, give it some time. 12 minutes, Chad. Sam Stovall, chief investment strategist at CFRA Research, he says a 100 basis point hike would unnerve Wall Street, as it would imply that the FOMC is overreacting to data rather than sticking to the game plan. Again, that's what I was telling you earlier. His analysis shows that the Fed is hiked by 100 basis points 7 times since World War II during the 1978 to 1981 period. Following those hikes, the S&P average returns over 1, 3, and 6 month periods, down 2.4, down 1.3, and up 0.1, aka market has never reacted positively to 100 basis points, and there has only been 7 since World War II. So it gives us a little bit of a fun fact coming into it. So even if most don't see the Fed raising by 100, forecasts for further rate hikes have increased substantially over the past 8 weeks. Economists and market participants now see another 75 increase in November as highly likely, followed by a hike of either 25 or 50 in December. The terminal rate of this tightening cycle will peak at 4.5, pricing shows, compared with 3.3 following the July meeting. So again, that's what we've been talking about. They think it's going to be 3.3, 3.4, where a lot of people are saying 4.5 now. So here it is. And again, as mentioned, we're going to get an update on the economic projections, including all the important dot plot. They get released once a quarter, so they haven't been updated since June, which at this point feels like a century ago. Economists expect the Fed to raise the federal funds rate, inflation, and employment while trimming growth projections. Today, we'll get a forecast for 2025 for the first time. Hot dog. So let's go. 10 minutes remaining, Chad. And then the report comes out. So 10 minutes left. You're dancing around right at the level. Just get ready for the final move. And then we get it's like the final move before all the moves start. And then, like we said, watch every 30-minute window for that next 2 hours. That will be a real driver. And a video on the high. Again, chip makers. Much of the focus today will be the summary of economic projections, the likely revisions, the Fed forecast for real GDP, unemployment, and inflation can be seen, while changes in projections for the federal funds rate, you could visualize those, but that's what we're waiting on. Again, SCP is going to be big, my friends. Final countdown, 9 minutes. 9 minutes. Like the video. Like the video. If you ain't liking the video right now, I don't know why you ain't liking it. Just like the video, man. Hit a subscribe button or something, man, or at least smile. Oh, maybe I get it, though. You might be shitting your pants. I feel you. I definitely feel. It's a wild day, man. We have a lot. It's going to be a good one, man. Going to be a good one. Ba-da-pop-pop-pop. Help. Well, right now, nobody could help you at this point. I could answer a couple questions, but I hope you got it finalized. So here are expectations. Summary of economic projections. The first to include the FOMC outlook for 2025. It'll show rates in restrictive territory through 2025, unemployment above long-run rate, and inflation not returning to 2% until 2025. In the dot plot, we expect several members to see the need to raise above 4% from 2022 through 2024, with rates peaking above 4.5 in 2023 and staying above 4% in 2024. Again, summary of economic projections. If you see anything past 4.5, it's going to be bearish, okay? That's what that expectation is telling you. Unemployment outlook will be raised across the forecast horizon to 3.9 in 2022, 4.1 in 2023, in a range of 4.3 for 2024 and 25. A revision of the committee's forecast for the longer run is to be above 4, and small upward revisions this year for headline and core PCE, with larger revisions in 2023 and 2024. Powell will use the press conference to hold rates, to emphasize the committee's determination to hold rates for higher and longer. 8 minutes. Fed forecast visualizer, how the market has moved. Again, these are just the rates. Again, this is where all of the terminal rate and Fed futures, this is just how much it has been changing and why whatever they forecast here now. Again, these are what the Bloomberg is forecasting. These are where the futures are at. These are where the market is pricing. And then this is consensus. So there's a wide range today that you got to keep in mind. Fed critics have called particular attention to the quarterly forecast, which have proven woefully optimistic. Let's see what reactions the new predictions get. How much higher will they lift off employment rate, last seen in June as rising to 4.1 in 2024? For his part, former Secretary Lawrence Summers said this month there was a risk the jobless rate may need to surpass 6%. It was 3.7 in August. In financial markets, the key is when is this over? Optimism that inflation would recede, allowing the Fed to pivot to rate cuts next year, drove a summer rebound in equities, but Powell in his jacket hole remarks punctured that optimism. A key thing to look for today will be the new median estimate of policymakers for the policy rate at the end of 2025. Is there any relief built in, or do the new projections stick with higher for longer theme that Powell has telegraphed in August? So get ready. It's going to be a good one. So what I did too, I saved the estimates. I have them up on my other screen. I have them saved so I could compare them quickly again. Right when the report comes out, I am going straight for the, what's it called? I'm going straight for the SEP. So I'm not even, I'll get you headlines and I'll read them. But I'm literally going to ignore this statement until I'm just going to see the initial number, and then I'm going straight to economic projections. That's it. Again, all we have to do is just wait for it. Here it is on the website. Go to meeting calendar or monetary policy, meeting calendar and information, and this will show up in about 6 minutes. Let's see. Fed unemployment forecast will be one key metric to watch until Powell's Jackson Hole. The Fed has been talking about a soft landing. Economic projections at June reflected this thinking. Mike Volgenzang, chief investment at CapTrust, said the market is expecting Powell to be in full hawk mode, and so anything less than hawkish, I think, will be met with a big market rally. Stocks have rallied on the days of recent Fed decision. Analysts from Bespoke shows that the Fed began its current hiking cycle. The S&P has risen more than 1.4 on all 4 Fed decision days, with gains of 2% or more 3 of the 4 days. So again, a lot of people are saying full hawk. That's why they're saying it will be bullish if anything happens. Anything happens. So, yeah, if I miss any super chats, members, I hope you know I love you right now. We're going through a lot. So if I kind of miss anything, don't hold it against me. I'm going to try to give you the most pressing information right now. So I love you. I see it all. We'll talk about it after. I'll thank you right now, though. God bless you. But don't even literally focus on the market. We do all of this for free, man. So just hit a like on the video. Go share it. Say what's up. You know what I'm saying? But let's get into it. And I hope you're focused. 4 minutes, ladies and gentlemen. So U.S. CPI, let's see, demonstrates what we could expect a very hawkish Fed today. Removing the lag, rental prices and shelter. Well, what are they saying? So after looking, the August CPI was a shocker for the Fed. So they're saying if you exclude all of everything, if you exclude all of the bullshit, even then they're saying the Fed still has to raise rates here. Or they're saying it's going to be a hawkish one. SPY coming up here. 4 minutes left, Chad. So there it is. Final move. We're going to be at the top. We are going to be at the top, ladies and gentlemen. I hope you're ready. So I'm hoping Powell gets asked about the outlook on quantitative tightening. There are a number of folks on Wall Street seeing risk that the Fed will need to scale back from the $1 up to $95 billion a month pace that isn't now running. JP Morgan analyst this month said there's increasing concern over a potential early exit. What's Powell's take? We will find out soon, ladies and gentlemen. So you're going towards the top. Jerome getting ready. It's lit. I'm going to get up Apple. I'll watch the chip makers. Actually, I'm going to need a UUP bond and XLF chart. I would watch banks. Again, I'm only holding the Wells Fargo, and we're going to see what we do from there. The analyst comments are coming in slower now, Chad, so get ready. It's about 2 minutes. 2 minutes, 2.5 minutes. You're nervous? Don't be nervous. It's just going to just get ready for movement. And that's why I hope the range is wide enough. Don't trip out too hard. Get ready. Netflix on the high. Google. Angelo Manalatos and Erica Alderberg, they note that quantitative tightening ramped up to full speed this month with the Treasury runoff fixed at $60 billion, while mortgage-backed security runoff will average $22 billion through the year-end. Quote, Fed Chair Jerome Powell may be asked about MBS sales in the press conference, but the committee will likely want to run off to continue at full speed for a couple months before seriously thinking about MBS sales. So let's go, man. It's a big one. Oh, my. So, again, we're near the top end, but it's chilling out. 2 minutes. Minute 45. Vomit on his sweater. Ma spaghetti. Ah. Oh, Chad. Get locked in. All right, man. It's close. God bless you all. Live to fight another day. It's an honor, Chad. It's an honor. I hope I see you on the other side, okay? I hope I see you on the other side, my friend. So God bless you. And then, hopefully I see you by December, fourth quarter, man. Wow. Ira Jersey. Okay, this might be our last one until the release. He says, showing economic momentum may be a mid-cycle phenomenon after the initial phase of recovery, and 10-year yields have tended to fall during such moves. Exception was 2004 when interest rates continued to climb. Given our view the Fed will continue to hike to at least 4.5, we believe a sustained Treasury rally is unlikely in the near term. Ira Jersey says bonds, TLT is going to dump is what he's saying. So let's find out, Chad. 45 seconds left, baby. Here it is, Chad. I hope you're ready. Send out this stream alert. Good luck, Chad. Good luck. All right, let's see, man. Again, straight to summary of economic projections. That's all we're going to need right here. I'm going to go straight to it. That's the first thing I'm keeping it up on my other screen so we can operate fast here. 15 seconds, Chad. Let's go. Moments away. Again, economic projections. We have a couple of estimates. SPY's running early. It's making an early pop on that one. I don't know why. Hold on. Is it out? They raised rates 3.75. 75 basis points shows 4.6 and 2 point. It's bearish. I haven't looked at it, but initially I need my initial 4.6 terminal. They went slightly above it. It's not uploading on the website yet, but I'm seeing it. They anticipate ongoing rate hikes, takeaway, long run median. So again, first move down, I might be down to believe it. You could still bounce. Hold on. Don't get it twisted, but right off the bat, it looks like we got a 4.6 terminal rate. Ooh. So, all right, this is tricky. They have 4.4 by the end of the year, 0.1 below, and then every year next year. But then 2025 isn't bad. 2025 is at 2.9, so that's kind of optimistic. 2023 is bad. That's above 4.5 now. So again, like we said, anything above 4.5, people won't like it. There's a couple of mores in there. We are coming down. Wait for a little mini bounce, but initial reaction is negative so far. Yeah, 75 hike all expected, so no 100. This is literally the dot plot in the Fed futures. They're going down even more, Chad. Where's the ZQ? Yeah, the ZQ's that just shot up literally. You're up $300 on the ZQ now, and that's it. The dot plot, it's all about 4.6. So you could still bounce. This is the initial move down, and that's what you should probably believe. But just get ready. You're gonna have Powell and everything else, so you can get a pop. I can't believe the dollar just moved 0.5% off of that. But that's the negative right there. Again, there's a lot I'm missing. I haven't read the statement, but I'm just telling you right now. Summary of economic projections. It went one below danger zone and then one above, and then 2025 seems very optimistic. So get ready. You might get another bounce here, and then it goes. YCL's moving. What is it? No, YCS. Oh, that one flipped the yen. Oh, man, the yen is going down big. So watch out. I think we might get a little bounce here, but overall it is negative. So another 125 basis points spread out over 2 more meetings, November and December. So based on the dot plot, that means we're going to get 175 and then 150. So that's it now. That means by minimum, based on that, if that is an optimistic projection, it's saying you're going to get one more 75 basis point hike and then one more 0.5 basis point by the end of the year, assuming the data doesn't get worse. So if any inflation data gets worse, then that's it. Let's see. So we're up on the MES. I don't have the NQ. Again, things aren't moving. It's not too much. You're just giving up the 0.5, 0.7 from earlier. Chip makers, the dollar is moving aggressively. The committee reiterates previous language is highly attentive to inflation risk, and the language changed with regards to describing inflation as remaining elevated. That's it? No way. That's it, bro. This is all summary of... Dude, look at this. These are your only changes from last time. Nothing. Oh, dude, that's very bad. Yeah, that's negative. All right, I think first bounce. Get ready. You'll get a Powell bounce, but no, that's not good. So literally, what I just showed you right there, bro. They're not. Literally, all that changed was recent indicators. They took out softening, added one more word, change the rates, and that's it. This is like Jackson Hole, low key. Yeah, he didn't do anything. All he did was he said jack up the dot plot and then just fucking don't. That's it. All they did, that's literally all that's happened. He listened to the Fed futures, jacked up the dot plot to put it at the danger zone, and then they didn't change anything. That's actually wild. That's probably the least amount of changes. So, yeah, I'm leaning bearish now. I mean, we already were coming into it. Again, notice how the banks are hitting a new low. See if they go down, but wait for one little mini bounce here. That's what I'm going to wait for. Again, first 30 minutes, it's only been 4 minutes. So at 30 minutes on the dot, I want you to really pay attention to where we're at. And then once Powell opens his mouth, you're going to get another move. And then about another 15 minutes after that, we'll kind of see. But my initial take is very negative off of this one. Again, he may have just blessed new lows. Yeah, 381, that's it. If you break this 380, oh shit, I didn't even realize that. No, we were here yesterday. We're chill. But you got to watch out here for 382. Because if that falls, then we're going to really have a problem. Google at 100, watch out for that. No, it's bad. Again, I'm just saying the summary of economic projections, terminal rate 4.6 for next year. Again, the Fed futures are already moving, and you know now the smallest rate hike you're going to get by the end of the year will be 50 basis points based on that dot plot. So that alone is saying bigger rate hikes still, and then if data gets worse, that's it. We're clapped. We are clapped. But watch out, though. Bounce when Powell opens his mouth. You're already at the 380 level. This is huge. There it is. So that might be your first bounce right at the dot. So literally, we just hit the 380, bro. You just flushed that and got a bounce here. We might bounce a little bit, but give it some time. It's literally only been 5 minutes. But let's see the most hawkish dot plots. Now see the Fed fund rate nearly 5% in 2023. In June, the highest dot was 4.4 by the end of 2023 by Neil Kashkari, most likely. Only one dot in 2023 is lower than currently priced in the over OIS markets. The Fed substantially revised down GDP forecast with the median now at 0.2, down from 1.7 in June. So let's see. You might be able to make another bounce off of here or another flush. But again, you're going to get a little bit of the movement and then wait coming into the press conference. That's what you're going to have to watch out for. The minute he opens his mouth, it could move. But this is kind of a shock. Again, the fact the dollar is up another 0.5%. They barely made any changes. And both GDP and Fed funds rate both kind of surprised a lot more than what we got here. The financial condition tightening trade is on, selling stocks and bonds and buying the dollar. No, it came out. Again, the big reaction was the summary of economic projections. That's why I'm saying, though, watch out and be careful. If you notice, I'm not adding anything right now, and I want to wait a little bit just because this is the first reaction without Powell opening his mouth. It was just because the summary of economic projections, it was so big this time around. So you still got another half of this move right now, but that's it. I mean, it wasn't priced in. That's what I was saying with the ZQ trade, because if you look at the ZQ now, that thing is rocketing. And it's because the Fed funds rate, the Fed futures were pricing in a terminal rate below 4.5. So now the Fed just said, yeah, actually, we think the rate is going to be at 4.5 by 2023. That means the whole bond curve was fucked up. That's what I was saying all day this morning. So that's why literally instantly all the Fed future plays moved. That's why the bonds and the dollars, they had a knee-jerk reaction to it. It's because the Fed is literally just said right now, 7 minutes ago, they said we expect rates to be at 4.6% by the end of 2023. That is what Jerome Powell and the Fed thinks. So get ready, though. We still have another move as part of it. This is not over, Chad. So that's the first move, initially negative. Let's see here the key takeaways. Fed raises main rate by 75 basis point as anticipated to the range of 3 to 3.25, while new projections and officials show a median estimate of 4.4 and end of 2022 and 4.6 at the end of 2023. When Wednesday's decision was unanimous, the dot plot shows 10-9 majority in favor of hiking above 4.25 this year, suggesting a fourth straight 75 increase in November. Policymakers expect rates to be cut in 2024 to about about 3.9 to 2.9 in 2025. Statement is virtually identical to prior FOMC meeting in July. Fed says recent indicators point to modest growth in spending production compared with July's language and data. GDP growth markets down to 1.2 in 2023 and 1.7 in 2024, below longer run trend. Unemployment seen rising to 4.4 in 2023. So there it is. Big bounce on the top. Again, but just don't forget what I told you. I would believe the first move. So that's it. This is all I need to see, but let's see where we are around 30 minutes in. But that initial move down, I believe it. So even if literally we might even close green today, believe it or not, but I would believe the downside coming into this week. Again, shit just changed. If otherwise, that bond place should not have moved. The December futures, it could come back down, and we're going to find out. But again, initially, there is a decent amount of negativity baked into this, and you just got presented with a couple of literally new changes, like literally new updates on the economy, new updates on rate hikes and rate cuts. Even by the end of the year now, off of what we just got, we know 75.5 basis point rate hikes are coming next. And if inflation's any higher, well, then there you go. It's even going to get worse. The rate was only 0.75. That one wasn't the issue. 75, that was chill. This was all about the summary of economic projections. Again, a lot of this stuff has already just fell. So right here, again, they changed literally the terminal rate. The Fed is literally saying that they don't plan to cut rates to 2 until 2025. And then that means the Fed isn't going to cut rates till 2024. So, like, you got to read that, and then they have now lowered all of their GDP projections lower than the beginning of the year, and then almost a 1.5% lower than where they were at just 3 months ago. Surprisingly, the unemployment shit they didn't really jack up unemployment. They're high. Honestly, I think they're smoking crack as it relates to the unemployment because they literally think unemployment is not going to move. So we'll find out. 348. But yeah, by 30 minutes, initial move down, but just give it 20 more minutes and we're going to see what happens from here. Why are you so surprised? If you've been watching the watch list, if you were here all day, you saw a lot of this called out and I told you what to watch for, how I feel, held the plays. We got upside and downside. We've closed trades out. So right now, I'm living in the moment, my friend. There is a lot going on, too. Again, we have headlines and other things going across the board. Another interesting, the dot plot, there was one dot above 4.5 in 2025. The next highest dots are at 3.5. Fed Clarita said this was a hawkish 75 with the dots. He adds there's traditional models and guideposts aren't working. It's best to wait for data inflation. Sarah Hunt, Chief Market Strategies at Alpine Woods, she says the downgrade of economic projections is probably the ugliest part of this, especially when combined with a dot plot that says higher, faster, and longer. I don't know. We might come. I'm just worried. So literally, I'm bearish, but I'm worried about Powell, the Powell talk, because once he starts talking, he might be able to move the market a little bit bigger right here. That's the only thing. But this is the bounce that I'm talking about now. This might be your last chance. If it is really going to flush, then that's it. How much are we down right now? We're down 0.6. And as of now, this is a very rare Fed reaction. Usually we are up by this time now when it's all said and done. So give it a couple more minutes. It's either going to turn into a big down streak or we're going to chill out around here and level out until Powell starts speaking. Let's see. Google's are up, IYT, the other stuff. Netflix are almost positive on that, but still down on that. Tesla, the Yang is doing great. Powell is going to be in 15 minutes. Paint it red. It's a big level. You already broke 383 again. We briefly hit 3820, then bounced from there. So let's see what happens on this one. So why not 100? Only one big point policymaker saying that a lot of tightening is already done. Hasn't been fully worked into markets. Yeah, bro, that was just bad. Again, some people are pointing out the GDP. That's what that Sarah girl said. Who was it? Sarah Hunt. But then, again, I think it's this terminal rate. They did it so artfully. They put the terminal rate 0.1 below this year and then 0.1 above next year. honestly savage, like absolute sicko mode by Powell, if you think about it. I don't know if you guys are following. Like, you got to remember, I was saying it all day. I said 4.5 once we figured that out. Dude literally put it one below and one above. All right, we're coming back down here now. Watch out. I mean, if we flush to 3.8, I mean, you might really want to just test the 3,800 here. That's going to be the fear. NQ. All right. 2 years, 4.1. Yeah, it's already bad. Right now, everyone has to rebalance. Dude, they're changing all the December rate hikes. Everything has to readjust now. And then we're going to see, and there's going to be a little bit of overshoot and then some undershoot. And then we're going to come right back to it. Banks are leading the way lower. Watch Meta and Google. And then if the chip makers, they still have cushion on the day. Watch, I know the speech hasn't even started yet. So 75, the big story right now is that summary of economic projections just got washed. And then pretty much they're really expecting higher, bigger, larger rates there. Oh, it's a big, it already flushed. Damn, I just missed it. Oh, 805, big bounce. You're getting like a bounce flush type move here. Hold on, or at least the NQ. I was going to open up a trade. I'm going to back out. I'll just hold what I got here. I need to see the Powell. Powell needs to open up his damn mouth. That's the next part of this. So this is the first half, but like I'm telling you, you can still bounce in the next 15 minutes, okay? And like I'm saying, though, just believe this first move as far as tomorrow, but you might be able to bounce coming into Powell. So just watch out for that. No, I mean, again, watch out for this flush, but this is a big level here. Again, because anything below here leads us a lot lower on that. Oh, where is my MNQ? I forgot about that old one. Oh, that one's still down from earlier. Despite the hawkish dot plot, record number of policymakers still see their inflation forecast is on the upside. Not a good sign for risk markets. Bro, the Fed is crazy. Jay Powell steps to the podium. Think you know what pain is. Yeah, Google below 100s is a big deal. I mean, keep your eyes out for it. Surprisingly, dude, Netflix is holding up very, very well. Again, you're only down $14 on that one. Let's see. You're kind of coming down. It looks like the SPY wants to hit it, man. Dude, this one, that's it. No, I mean, this is just part one. That's it. That's why it's like, if anything, like still holding Netflix, Tesla, some of those, just like, this is still the move. Again, right now, you see it, bro. People are tweaking out right now here at the lows. It's either we're going to flush really big or not. He just finds a way to bounce every time. That's the NASDAQ futures. I'm looking at those. SPX 382. Again, you're getting really, we hit it and bounced up there. Maybe it goes below a little bit, but if it could catch support, I mean, you should get some here. But watch out. Clarita says the lag of monetary RNS log as investors think. Selling off a tiny bit more, but you're doing the dance here. It's either going to have big flush or big pop. I want to make these trades, bro. It's just, this thing is just, the futures are insane right now. Bro, this bids and asks are just jumping like 10 points at a time. Again, you are fighting here. Dollar is still elevating. You got about 13 minutes. So, again, we are still pretty low 15 minutes after the report. Usually, the past reports have not been this low. Big flush. We're going to find out. XOP, Conoco, yeah, I guess the low ticker's kind of leading it now. Q. That's the NASDAQ right here. I'm saying that 1180, bro. You could just bounce 50 points so fast. And it looks like not enough just yet. It's going to be wild when Powell starts speaking, considering how low we are. I haven't even taken a look at the bonds. I could just assume they're going nuts. They have rebounded, so that one might be a little bit better here. And then we'll see. This is better than sport, bro. This is big, man. Sports doesn't even, bro. A lot of money just moved around right now. So more from Ira Jersey. He says all the attention is on the 2022 and 2023 dot plots, but the significant dispersion of 2024 and new 2025 is interesting. Some FOMC members see 100 of cuts in 2024 with more in 2025. Long-term dots are basically the same, which isn't surprising, and about a third of the committee sees cuts to 2.5 by end of 2025. So, bro, it's crazy. Again, I think it just, even don't forget, Powell didn't change anything. So that's some of the negativity that we're going to be dealing with here. Is that literally, like, even during the little, like, writing of it, it was, dude, they changed one line from last time. And then Ira Jersey is pretty much saying that if you, just because they added a new date, if you really think about it, he's just saying nothing has happened. The dot plot is the same, but now it's just higher. It's forecasting the higher terminal rate. Yeah, TLT's rock. That TLT might be pointing towards the bounce here, low key. It just kind of depends. And then, like we're saying, wait till you get Powell speaking. You can still bounce after Powell speaks. We've seen that before. And now, if you bounced 1% almost, you would just get pretty much back up to open. Okay? But again, believe the first move. 30 minutes in now, 15, 20 minutes. It's a solid down move. I think you're going to watch this get reflected over the next couple of days. Yeah, again, with the dot plots and what they said, pretty much now, based on what they said by the end of the year, the Fed is pricing in literally 1.25 points of rate hikes by the end of the year. There's the pulp. I'm shorting any big bounces. Higher, that's the longer. That don't kill me. Can only make inflation last longer. I need Powell to hike the rates now. Because I can't wait much longer. I know he has to be wrong now, but he just does that often. You know, yeah. I feel you, bro. I feel you. Yeah, chip makers, watch those. There's still stuff that are up right now. Let me check. I need to check the ZQ. Fed futures, again. Those moved up a lot. They were up way, way more after the release, but the fact that it's moving, I mean, says something. So little bounce, 9 minutes left. 9 minutes left, ladies and gentlemen. And then Powell speaks, and then we're going to see Omar Sharif, Inflation Insight. He says the 2023 dot is 4.4, is very evenly split between 4.125 and 4.375. There are 9 dots at 4.125 or less, 9 at 4.3, and 1 at 4.6. So this 10th dot is the median, but if one were to slip, the median would have been 4.1, so that should temper a bit the odds that 75 is a lock for November, although it seems likely. They're doing the math. So they're saying the 10th vote on the dot plot is enough to swing you from 4.1 to 4.5 if he changes. So they might try to use that as the bullish narrative. But see here again, if Powell starts talking and we don't have any bounce, that might be one of them. But let's find out here. See, Apple, Google it. Waiting 8 minutes. SOBR, that was running yesterday. That's on the high right now. That's grasping at straws. I mean, it's a good point. I mean, literally what he's saying, and I think it's what I told you earlier, even by looking at 4.4 and 4.6, I don't care the makeup of the dot plots, but literally that's assuming inflation data does not come in bad. So all it takes is one bad set of data, and low-key, that dot plot will get outdated very, very quickly. So, again, they're saying we have not had 100 basis point in the last 30 years. So the last 4 right here, these are the ones you've been dealing with since, like, 1990, and then the last 3. Help me hold the Apple puts. Well, now you want to decide if you're going to take profits or not, because I think you're going to get a downside move tomorrow or Friday, but in the next 30 minutes, I think a bounce might be able to happen. I'm not betting on it, but I'm watching out for it. Again, we have to listen to what Powell says. So just like I showed you guys yesterday, today was easy. Just in the sense, all you have to do is look at this. I didn't even read this statement today, believe it or not. I've only read highlights from it, but I did not even read this statement. Again, we were able to really determine today very quickly just off of this, right? So it's going to be the same thing here. We got to listen to Powell, watch out for key language. If he says anything, I'll call it out, but that's really going to be the next step here. But again, just keep in mind the next 30 minutes, and then keep in mind coming into tomorrow and the rest of the week, and then just watch out. The bonds are already moving, TLT. The dollar is making what do you say, stupendous? It's a stupendous or spectacular move. I don't know what to call it. It's wild. It is wild. 6 minutes till Powell, though. No, Powell has not talked yet. This reaction was huge, and this was all because of economic projections. So we are going to see step number 2, my friend. That's their music. Sensational. 5 minutes, Chad. So we might cool down a little bit here. I mean, above or below. If it gets a little higher, it's at the range. That'll be good. But please don't forget what I told you. This was your first move. It's very hard on the post-Fed to go down and stay down for 30 minutes. You got to understand that. The last couple ones, it's either immediately green, immediately red, but it will not hold the move if it's not going to stay down. So, again, we could still go up, but I'm telling you, remember this first 30 minutes for the first 2 hours of tomorrow, okay? But we still have the rest of the day. You are now bouncing above. 5 more minutes till Baby Powell comes on any bounce during the talk. I mean, VWAP dropped noticeably on that one. Green at close. I mean, it's still on the table, or we could end up probably right where we were at before all of this happened. But just don't underestimate it. We've seen it before, and we're gonna watch a wild one right now. Hopefully, if Powell answers the questions like they wrote that statement, it might be a bad one. That's it. If Powell is really quick and concise, I mean, that's it, game over. So we're going to find out. We are going to find out. You're getting a little bit of a move, 4 minutes here, and we're going to have it up here. Steve Jerome, senior portfolio at Federated Hermes, says that the message, at least ahead of the press conference, is that the Fed is finally laser-focused on inflation. That part of the mandate reigns supreme, and no pivot is incoming in the short term. When the Fed said pain, they meant pain, and today's release put some numbers behind that. For equities, it's probably not impossible that we see a rebound, perhaps later this week with the aggressive shift in the dot plot. There's probably less risk going forward on yet further hawkish tilts. We may be around peak hawkishness here. And then he said, while President Joe Biden has now put his stamp on the Fed, with 5 of the 7 board members being his picks, it's notable that none have tilted dovish. No dissents here. So that's the other one they're bringing up. Steve Matthews, he says, this is supposed to send the message. We mean it this time. We're not pussyfooting or fooling or messing around this time. That's a direct quote. I'm reading it. The mistake up to now has been to walk on eggshells in fear of recession. Higher employment forecasts are a fair warning. They will inflict pain, and this has just began. So a few more minutes till the press conference. We'll have to see if he opts for a shorter statement at the press conference. That's what we were just saying, like he did at Jackson Hole. That came after a summer where Powell talked about the Fed policy in a nuanced way, saying that he'd do what needed to get inflation down, while at the same time explaining that after some time, rates could come back down. His Jackson Hole remarks, just 5 pages, were more like a parent trying to make a very clear point to a child who refuses to behave, quick and very to the point. Gone was the nuance. Will we get more of that today? Wow, I'm glad they're asking the same question I am. I don't like it. You're selling off into Powell. Honestly, you're going to probably break below 3.820 until Powell says something to give us a bounce, okay? So get ready, though, man. 2 minutes. This is it. But you're making a move. That was going to be your upside. If you can't hold it, that's not pretty, man. That is not pretty. Damn, 10K? Damn, I'm not even looking, but like the video, show some love. We do it every day, baby. It's free 99. Like the video. Let's see. Let's see if they could get me out of shadow ban. That's it. I don't know. I love y'all. Like the video if you hear my voice, baby. And get ready. You're going to hear me shut up in a minute because that's when Pow Pow's coming on. Oh, man. What a day. That's their music in the background. I could play it on this one. Yeah, there it is. We'll get you a small Powell up here. So 1 minute, chat. It's going to start. This will be very, very key. Let me refresh that. Call premiums. God bless you, man. We love you. We appreciate y'all. Again, if you ever need anything, news, plays, breakdown, it's here. Okay, here it is, chat. Good luck, man. Keep a lookout. I'll give you random call-outs here and there.
Good afternoon. My colleagues and I are strongly committed to bringing inflation back down, and we're moving expeditiously to do so. We have both the tools we need and the resolve it will take to restore price stability on behalf of American families and businesses. The economy and the country have been through a lot over the past 2.5 years and have proved resilient. It is essential that we bring inflation down to our 2% goal if we are to have a sustained period of strong labor market conditions that benefit all. From the standpoint of our congressional mandate to promote maximum employment and price stability, the current picture is plain to see. The labor market is extremely tight, and inflation is much too high. Against this backdrop, today the FOMC raised its policy interest rate by 0.75 percentage point and anticipates that ongoing increases in the target range for the federal funds rate will be appropriate. In addition, we are continuing the process of significantly reducing the size of our balance sheet. And I'll have more to say about today's monetary policy actions after briefly reviewing economic developments. Recent indicators of spending and production have softened. Growth in consumer spending has slowed significantly.
So just get ready. This is pre-written.
Reflecting lower real disposable
He's probably
income
going to
and
flush
tighter financial
up
conditions.
until he says something good, and that's what you got to watch out for.
Activity in the housing sector has weakened, in part reflecting higher mortgage rates. And after a strong increase in the first quarter, business fixed investment also looks to have declined in the second quarter. Despite these developments, the labor market has remained extremely tight, with the unemployment rate near a 50-year low, job vacancies near historical highs, and wage growth elevated. Over the past 3 months, employment rose by an average of 375,000 jobs per month, down from the average pace seen earlier in the year, but still robust.
All right, that's not off of anything, and nothing he's saying is new.
Including for
so the
workers
that's
at the
it. That's
lower
just the
end of
market
wage
doing its thing.
distribution, as well as for African Americans and Hispanics. Labor demand is very strong, while labor supply remains subdued, with the labor force participation rate little changed since January. Overall, the continued strength of the labor market suggests that underlying aggregate demand remains solid. Inflation remains well above our longer-run goal of 2%. Over the 12 months ending in May, total PCE prices rose 6.3%, excluding the volatile food and energy categories. Core PCE prices rose 4.7%. In June, the 12-month change in the Consumer Price Index came in above expectations at 9.1%, and the change in the core CPI was 5.9%. Notwithstanding the recent slowdown in overall economic activity, aggregate demand appears to remain strong. Supply constraints have been larger and longer lasting than anticipated, and price pressures are evident across a broad range of goods and services. Although prices for some commodities have turned down recently, the earlier surge in prices of crude oil and other commodities that resulted from Russia's war on Ukraine has boosted prices for gasoline and food, creating additional upward pressure on inflation. The Fed's monetary on wages and prices. The median projection in the SEP for the unemployment rate rises to 4.4% at the end of next year, a half percentage point higher than in the June projections. Over the next 3 years, the median unemployment rate runs above the median estimate of its longer-run normal level. Inflation remains well above our 2% longer-run goal. Over the 12 months ending in July, total PCE prices rose 6.3%. Excluding the volatile food and energy categories, core PCE prices rose 4.6%. In August, the 12-month change in the consumer price index was 8.3%, and the change in the core CPI was 6.3%. Price pressures remain evident across a broad range of goods and services. Although gasoline prices have turned down in recent months, they remain well above year-earlier levels, in part reflecting Russia's war against Ukraine, which has boosted prices for energy and food and has created additional upward pressure on inflation. The median projection in the SEP for total PCE inflation is 5.4% this year and falls to 2.8% next year, 2.3% in 2024, and 2% in 2025. Participants continue to see risks to inflation as weighted to the upside. Despite elevated inflation, longer-term inflation expectations appear to remain well anchored, as reflected in a broad range of surveys of households, businesses,
Nothing is new
and
on this. Keep
forecasters,
watching on here.
as well as measures
Shout
from
out all the
financial
new people,
markets.
bro. Like the video. I appreciate
But that
y'all.
is not
Y'all turn it
grounds
on.
for complacency. The longer the current bout of high inflation continues, the greater the chance that expectations of higher inflation will become entrenched.
Stocks are now in the green.
The
You're
Fed's
back to
monetary
green,
policy
ladies and
actions are
gentlemen.
guided by our mandate to promote maximum employment and stable prices for the American people. My colleagues and I are acutely aware that high
You see
inflation
how high we go
imposes
till the
significant
questions
hardship
start.
as it erodes
That's
purchasing power.
But again,
especially
I'm
for
negative
those
coming
least
into
able to meet
tomorrow.
the higher
I mean,
costs
think
of
about it. We
essentials like food,
called
housing,
this
and
one out for this
transportation.
one, so this isn't that scary.
We are highly attentive to the risks that high inflation poses to both sides of our mandate, and we are strongly committed to returning inflation to our 2% objective. At today's meeting, the committee raised the target range for the federal funds rate by 0.75 of a percentage point, bringing the target range to 3 to 3.25%. And we are continuing the process of significantly
Either
reducing
VWAP
the
or
size
the
of our
high
balance
of the
sheet,
day.
which plays an important
By the
role
time he starts
in
talking,
firming the stance of
you'll have
monetary
something
policy.
there.
Over coming months, we will be looking for compelling evidence that inflation is moving down, consistent with inflation returning to 2%. We anticipate that ongoing increases in the target range for the federal funds rate will be appropriate. The pace of those increases will continue to depend on the incoming data and the evolving outlook for the economy. With today's action, we have raised interest rates by 3 percentage points this year. At some point, as the stance of monetary policy tightens further, it will become appropriate to slow the pace of increases while we assess how our cumulative policy adjustments are affecting the economy and inflation. We will continue to make our decisions meeting by meeting and communicate our thinking as clearly as possible. Restoring price stability will likely require maintaining a restrictive policy stance for some time. The historical record cautions strongly against prematurely loosening policy. As shown in the SEP, the median projection for the appropriate level of the federal funds rate is 4.4% at the end of this year, 1 percentage point higher than projected in June. The median projection rises to 4.6% at the end of next year and declines to 2.9% by the end of 2025, still above the median estimate of its longer-run value. Of course, these projections do not represent a committee decision or plan, and no one knows with any certainty where the economy will be a year or more from now. We are taking forceful and rapid steps to moderate demand so that it comes into better alignment with supply. Our overarching focus is using our tools to bring inflation back down to our 2% goal and to keep longer-term inflation expectations well anchored. Reducing inflation is likely to require a sustained period of below-trend growth, and there will very likely be some softening of labor market conditions. Restoring price stability is essential to set the stage for achieving maximum employment and stable prices over the longer run. We will keep at it until we're confident the job is done. To conclude, we understand that our actions affect communities, families, and businesses across the country.
He's going to end
everything we do
usually
in service
first
to our
three
public
questions,
mission.
you're going to get another move.
We at the Fed will
and
do
you're right
everything
at
we
VWAP.
can
This
to
is a
achieve
great point
our
for it to
maximum
happen.
employment and price stability goals.
But get ready for bigger
Thank
moves,
you, and
bigger
I look forward
candles
to your
once
questions.
the questions start flowing.
Hi, Chair Powell. Thank you for taking our questions. Gina Smirlik from the New York Times. I wonder if you could give us a little detail around how you'll know when to slow down these rate increases and how you'll eventually know when to stop.
Okay, this one could move. This could move it a
So
lot.
I will answer your question directly, but I want to start here today by saying that my main message has not changed at all since Jackson Hole. The FOMC is strongly resolved to bring inflation down to 2%, and we will keep at it
That's
until
negative.
the job is done.
That initial answer.
So
let's see.
the way we're thinking about this is
that's a weird way
the
to answer.
overarching focus of the committee is getting inflation back down to 2%. To accomplish that, we think we'll need to do two things in particular to achieve a period of growth below trend and also some softening in labor market conditions to foster a better balance between demand and supply in the labor market. So on the first, committee's forecasts and those of most outside forecasters do show growth running below its longer run potential this year and next year. On the second, though, so far there's only modest evidence that the labor market is cooling off. Job openings are down a bit. As you know, quits are off their all-time highs. There's some signs that some wage measures may be flattening out but not moving up. Payroll gains have moderated, but not much. And in light of the high inflation we're seeing, we think we'll need to, and in light of what I just said, we think that we'll need to bring our funds rate to a restrictive level and to keep it there for some time. So what will we be looking at, I guess, is your question. So we'll be looking at a few things. First, we'll want to see growth continuing to run below trend. We'll want to see movements in the labor market showing a return to a better balance between supply and demand. And ultimately, we'll want to see clear evidence that inflation is moving back down to 2%. So that's what we'll be looking for. In terms of reducing rates, I think we'd want to be very confident that inflation is moving back down to 2% before we would consider that.
Steve.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Steve Leisman, CNBC.
Kind of a short
Can
answer.
you talk
besides
about how
the
you factor
caveat.
in the variable lags on inflation and the extent to which the outlook for rates should be seen as linear in the sense that you keep raising rates, or can you envision a time when there's a pause to kind of look at what has been wrought in the economy from the rate increases? Thank you.
Sure. So, of course, monetary policy does famously work with long and variable lags. The way I think of it is our policy decisions affect financial conditions immediately. In fact, financial conditions have usually been affected well before we actually announce our decisions. Then changes in financial conditions begin to affect economic activity fairly quickly, within a few months. But it's likely to take some time to see the full effects of changing financial conditions on inflation. So we are very much mindful for that. And that's why I noted in my opening remarks that at some point, as the stance of policy tightens further, it will become appropriate to slow the pace of rate hikes while we assess how our cumulative policy adjustments are affecting the economy and inflation. So that's how we think about that. Your second question, sorry, was?
Is there a point in time you can see pausing? Is it linear that you keep raising rates?
Okay, that second question. This might be enough to take us to the top a little higher, and then watch how the market stabilizes from there.
Oh, there you go. Is it linear? Do you keep raising rates, or is there a pause that you could envision where you kind of figure out what has happened to the economy and give time to catch up in the real economy, the rate increase time to catch up in the real economy? Thank you.
So I think it's very hard to say with precise certainty the way this is going to unfold. As I mentioned, what we think we need to do and should do is to move our policy rate to a restrictive level that's restrictive enough to bring inflation down to 2%, where we have confidence of that. And what you see in the SEP numbers is people's views as of today, as of this meeting, as to the kind of levels that will be appropriate. Now, those will evolve over time, and I think we'll we'll just have to see how that goes. There is a possibility, certainly, that we would go to a certain level that we're confident in and stay there for a time. But we're not at that level. Clearly, today we've just moved, I think, probably into the very lowest level of what might be restrictive, and certainly in my view and in the view of the committee, there's a ways to go.
Okay, Rachel.
Hi, Chair Powell.
New high of the day. It's going to get interesting from 3,900 right there.
The projections show the unemployment rate rising to 4.4% next year. And historically, that kind of rise in the unemployment rate would typically bring a recession with it. Should we interpret that to mean no soft landing? And is that kind of rise necessary to get inflation down?
Right. So you're right. In the SEP, there's what I would characterize as a relatively modest increase in the unemployment rate from a historical perspective, given the expected decline in inflation. Now, why is that? So really, that is what we generally expect. Because we see the current situation as outside of historical experience in a number of ways, and I'll mention a couple of those. First, and you know these, but first, job openings are incredibly high relative to the number of people looking for work. It's plausible, I'll say, that job openings could come down significantly, and they need to, without as much of an increase in unemployment as has happened in earlier historical episodes. So that's one thing. In addition, in this cycle, longer-run inflation expectations have generally been fairly well anchored. And as I've said, there's no basis for complacency there. But to the extent that continues to be the case, that should make it easier to restore price stability. And I guess the third thing I would point to that's different this time is that
back at 3,900
part of this
here.
inflation is
Again,
caused by this series of supply shocks that we've had, beginning with the pandemic and really with the reopening of the economy, and more recently amplified and added to by Russia's invasion of Ukraine, have all contributed to the sharp increase in inflation. So these are the kinds of events that are not really seen in prior business cycles. And in principle, if those things start to get better, and we do see some evidence of the beginnings of that, it's not much more than that, but it's good to see that. For example, commodity prices look like they may have peaked for now. Supply chain disruptions are beginning to resolve. Those developments, if sustained, could help ease the pressures on inflation. So let me just say how much these factors will turn out to really matter in this sequence of events, it remains to be seen. We have always understood that restoring price stability while achieving a relatively modest decline, or rather increase in unemployment, and a soft landing would be very challenging. And we don't know. No one knows whether this process will lead to a recession, or if so, how significant that recession would be. That's going to depend on how quickly wage and price inflation pressures come down, whether expectations remain anchored, and whether, also do we get more labor supply, which would help as well. In addition, the chances of a soft landing are likely to diminish to the extent that policy needs to be more restrictive or restrictive for longer. Nonetheless, we're committed to getting inflation back down to 2% because we think that a failure to restore price stability would mean far greater pain later on.
Are vacancies still at the top of your list in terms of understanding the labor market and how much room there is there?
Yes, vacancies are still almost 2-to-1 ratio to unemployed people. That and quits are really very good ways to look at how tight the labor market is and how different it is from other cycles, where generally the unemployment rate itself is the single best indicator. We think those things have for quite a time now really added value.
So literally dollar, Fed futures, and bonds are all now chilling out from the meeting. So that's part of this move. But again, we were saying,
Nick Timmeros of the
drop,
Wall Street Journal.
come back to the top, and now we're going to dance around here. But don't forget the early move. We can still close green, though.
There's still a way to go. But I imagine you have to have some idea about how you're thinking about your destination, whether it's a stopping point or a pausing point. And so I was wondering if you could discuss how you are thinking about, as the data come in, where that destination is, how it's moving up if inflation doesn't perform as you expect. Do you want to have a policy rate that's above the underlying inflation rate, for example? And do you have an estimate for where you think the underlying inflation rate might be in the economy right now?
Well, so again, we believe that we need to raise our policy stance overall to a level that is restrictive. And by that I mean is meaningfully putting meaningful downward pressure on inflation. That's what we need to see in the stance of policy. We also know that there are long and variable lags, particularly as they relate to inflation. So it's a challenging assessment. So what do you look at? You look at broader financial conditions, as you know. You look at where rates are, real and nominal in some cases. You look at credit spreads. You look at financial conditions indexes. We also, I would think, and you see this this is something we talked about today in the meeting and talk about in all of our meetings, and you see this, I think, in the committee forecast. You want to be at a place where real rates are positive across the entire yield curve. And I think that would be the case if you look at the numbers that we're writing down and think about you measure those against some sort of forward-looking assessment of inflation expectations. I think you would see at that time, you'd see positive real rates across the yield curve, and that is also an important consideration.
Howard.
Hi, Howard Schneider with Reuters. Thanks for the opportunity. I just want to be clear on the steps. You say it's meeting by meeting, but it sure looks like we're going 75, 50, 25. Is 75 next month the baseline?
So we make one decision per meeting, and the meeting decision we made today was to raise the federal funds rate by 75. You're right that the median for the year end suggests another 125 basis points in rate increases.
That's what we were talking about. The two left.
But there's another fairly large group that saw 100 basis points addition to where we are today. So that would be 25 basis points less. So, we're going to make that decision at the meeting.
That's not good.
We didn't make that decision today. We didn't vote on that. I would say that
we're
committed
on the
to
table
getting
still.
to a restrictive
I don't know how the
level
market will take it, but I think that's negative.
For the federal funds rate and getting there pretty quickly. And that's what we're thinking about.
So just as a follow-up to that, I'm wondering about the sort of risk management considerations here, given there's some discussion now of overdoing it. What's the incentive to continue front-loading right now? Is it lack of progress on inflation seen in the CPI reports, or is it a motivation to get as much done while the job market is still strong?
No, he said 100 higher.
So what we've seen
I think
is
he said some saw
inflation
at 100 basis points
our expectation
higher.
has been that
if he's saying
we would
100,
begin to
then
see
it's
inflation
bullish,
come
but
down,
I
largely
thought he said
because
100
of
higher.
supply side healing. By now, we would have thought that we would have seen some of that. We haven't. We have seen some supply side healing, but inflation has not really come down. If you look at core PCE inflation, which is a good measure of where inflation is running now, if you look at it on a 3, 6, and 12-month trailing annualized basis, you'll see that inflation is at 4.8%, 4.5%, and 4.8%.
So if I heard it right,
a pretty good
or if I
summary of where
misheard
we
it,
are with
it's
inflation.
bearish, but
And
otherwise,
that's
if it's
not where
not,
we
we'll
expected
see.
or wanted to be. So what that tells us is that we need to continue, and we can keep doing these, and we did today do another large increase as we approach the level that we think we need to get to. And we're still discovering what that level is, but people are writing that down in their SEP where they think policy needs to be. So that's how we're thinking about it.
Let's go to Colby.
Thank you. Colby Smith with the Financial Times. Chair Powell, how should we interpret the fact that core inflation is still not forecast in the SEP to be back to target in 2025? And yet the dot plot projects cuts as early as 2024. And does that mean there's a level of inflation above the 2% target that the Fed is willing to tolerate?
So I guess core is at 2.1 in 2025, and in the median, and headline is at 2.0. So that's pretty close. I mean, we write down our forecasts and we figure out what the median is and we publish it. So it's not. I mean, I would say that if the economy followed this path, this would be a pretty good outcome. But you're right; it is a tenth higher than 2%.
Okay, just as a quick follow-up, I mean, if the concern is that underlying inflation is becoming more entrenched perhaps each month, then why forego the more aggressive 100 basis point increase today? And does that risk having to do more later on?
Yeah, so we, as we said, you know, at the last press conference and in between that one and this one, we said that we would make our decision based on the overall data coming in. So if you remember, we got a surprisingly low reading in July, and then a surprisingly high reading for August. So I think you have to, you can't really, you never want to overreact too much to any one data point. So if you look at them together, and as I just mentioned, if you really look at this year's inflation, 3, 6, and 12-month trailing, you see inflation is running too high. It's running 4.5% or above. You don't need to know much more than that. If that's the one thing you know that this committee is committed to getting to a meaningfully restrictive stance of policy and staying there until we feel confident that inflation is coming down. So that's how we think about it.
Victoria.
Hi, Victoria Guida with Politico. I wanted to ask about the balance sheet. You all have left open the possibility that you might sell mortgage-backed securities, but we've seen significant slowing in the housing market. Mortgage rates have gone up significantly, and I'm just wondering whether conditions there might affect your plans for how quickly you have the runoff on the MBS side.
So what we said, as you know, was that we would consider that once balance sheet runoff is well underway. I would say it's not something we're considering right now, and not something I expect to be considering in the near term. It's just it's something I think we will turn to, but the time for turning to it has not come and is not close.
Well, and will conditions in the housing market affect that decision?
I think a number of things might affect that decision, but the main thing is we're not considering that decision, and I don't expect that we will anytime soon.
Thank you, Neil.
Thanks. Neil Irwin with Axios. A number of commentators have come to the view, and including over at the World Bank, that simultaneous global tightening around the world creates a risk of a global recession that's worse than is necessary to bring inflation down. How do you see that risk? How do you think of coordination with your fellow central bankers? And is there much risk of overdoing it on a global level?
So we actually, my colleagues and I, a number of my FOMC colleagues and I just got back from one of our frequent trips to Basel, Switzerland, to meet with other senior central bank officials from around the world. We are in pretty regular contact, and we exchange. Of course, we all serve a domestic mandate, domestic objectives, in our case, the dual mandate, maximum employment and price stability. But we regularly discuss what we're seeing in terms of our own economy and international spillovers. And it's a very ongoing, constant kind of a process. So we are very aware of what's going on in other economies around the world and what that means for us and vice versa. The forecast that we put together, that our staff puts together and that we put together on our own, always take all of that, try to take all of that into account. I mean, I can't say that we do it perfectly, but it's not as if we don't think about the policy decisions, monetary policy and otherwise, the economic developments that are taking place in major economies that can have an effect on the U.S. economy. That is very much baked into our own forecast and our own understanding of the U.S. economy as best we can. It won't be perfect. So, I don't see it's hard to talk about collaboration.
So literally, if you've been watching here all day,
very different
I want you to just notice
rates. If you remember, there were coordinated
30 minutes
cuts and raises and things like that at
watch
various
the first
times.
15 minutes,
really,
but you were right back at open 30 minutes or 15 minutes after he started speaking
again. Our contact is more or less
So again,
ongoing,
the timing of all of this, I hope you're seeing it.
But there's a lot of information
So keep
sharing,
this in mind
and
for
we
tomorrow.
all, I think, are informed by what other important economies that are important to the United States are doing.
Craig.
Craig Torres from Bloomberg. Chair Powell, you talked about some ways the higher interest rates are affecting the economy, but we've also seen a resilient labor market with durable consumption, strong corporate profits. And I'm wondering what your story is on the resilience of the economy. After all, you and your colleagues said, well, we started tightening in March when we were talking about interest rates in the future. And indeed, Treasury rates moved up. So we should have had a lot of tightening taking effect. Why is the economy, in your view, so resilient, and does it mean that we might need a possibly higher terminal rate?
You're right, of course. The labor market in particular has been very strong, but there are the sectors of the economy that are most interest rate sensitive are certainly showing the effects of our tightening. And of course, the obvious example is housing, where you see declining activity and of all different kinds, and housing price increases moving down. So we're having an effect on interest-sensitive spending. I think through exchange rates, we're having an effect on exports and imports. I think so. All of that's happening. But you're right. And we've said this. This is a strong, robust economy. People have savings on their balance sheet from the period when they couldn't spend and where they were getting government transfers. There's still very significant savings out there, although not as much at the lower end of the income spectrum, but still some savings out there to support growth. The states are very flush with cash. So there's a good reason to think that this will continue to be a reasonably strong economy. Now, the data sort of are showing that growth is going to be below trend this year. We think of trend as being about 1.8% or in that range. We're forecasting growth well below that, and most forecasters are. But you're right. There's certainly a possibility that growth can be stronger than that. And that's a good thing because that means the economy will be more resistant to a significant downturn. But of course we are focused on the thing I started with, which is getting inflation back down to 2%. We can't fail to do that. If we were to fail to do that, that would be the thing that would be most painful for the people that we serve. So for now, that has to be our overarching focus, and you see that I think in the SEP in the levels of rates that we'll be moving to reasonably quickly, assuming things turn out roughly in line with the SEP. So that's how we think about it.
Mike, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. In a world of euphemisms that we live in here with below-trend growth and a modest increase in unemployment, I'm wondering if I could ask you a couple of direct questions for the American people. Do the odds now favor, given where you are and where you're going with interest rates, favor a recession? 4.4% unemployment is about 1.3 million jobs. Is that acceptable job loss? And then given that the data you look at is backward-looking and the lags in your policy are forward-looking and you don't know what they are, how will you know, or will you know, if you've gone too far?
So I don't know what the odds are. I think that there's a very high likelihood that we'll have a period of what I've mentioned is below trend growth, by which I mean much lower growth, and we're seeing that now. So the median forecast, I think, this year for among my colleagues and me was 0.2% growth. So that's very slow growth, and then below trend next year. I think the median was 1.2, also well below. So that's a slower. It's a very slow level of growth, and it could give rise to increases in unemployment. But I think that is something that we think we need to have, and we think we need to have softer labor market conditions as well. We're never going to say that there are too many people working, but the real point is this: inflation. What we hear from people when we meet with them is that they really are suffering from inflation, and if we want to set ourselves up, really light the way to another period of a very strong labor market, we have got to get inflation behind us. I wish there were a painless way to do that. There isn't. So what we need to do is get rates up to the point where we're putting meaningful downward pressure on inflation, and that's what we're doing. And we certainly don't hope. We certainly haven't given up the idea that we can have a relatively modest increase in unemployment. Nonetheless, we need to complete this task.
But how will you know, or will you know, if you've gone too far?
It's hard to hypothetically deal with that question. I mean, our really tight focus now continues to be ongoing rate increases to get the policy rate up where it needs to be. And as I said, you can look at this SEP as today's estimate of where we think those rates would be. Of course, they will evolve over time.
Chris Rugaber.
Thanks. Chris Rugaber, Associated Press. I wanted to follow up with what you just mentioned about the labor market. You've said several times that to have the labor market we want, we need price stability. And you've suggested maybe there isn't a trade-off in the long run. But in the short run, there is a lot of concern, as people have been expressing here, about higher unemployment as a result of these rate hikes, or as a result of the rate hikes. So can you explain, though, what about high inflation now threatens the job market? I mean, you seem to suggest that high inflation will eventually lead to a weaker job market. So can you spell that out a little more for the general public and how that would work?
So for starters, people are seeing their wage increases, their wage increases eaten up by inflation. So if your family is one where you spend most of your paycheck, every paycheck cycle, on gas, food, transportation, clothing, basics of life, and prices go up the way they've been going up, you're in trouble right away. You don't have a cushion. And this is very painful for people at the lower end of the income and wealth spectrum. So that's what we're hearing from people is, it very much that inflation is really hurting. So how do we get rid of inflation? And as I mentioned, it would be nice if there were, a way to just wish it away, but there isn't. We have to get supply and demand back into alignment. And the way we do that is by slowing the economy. Hopefully we do that by slowing the economy, and we see some softening in labor market conditions, and we see a big contribution from supply side, improvements and things like that. But none of that is guaranteed. In any case, our job is to deliver price stability, and I think you can think of price stability as an asset that just delivers large benefits to society over a long period of time. We really saw that for a long time. The United States had 2% inflation, didn't move around much, and that was enormously beneficial to the public that we serve. And we have to get back to that and keep it for another long period of time. To pull back from the task of doing that is you're just postponing. The record shows that if you postpone that, the delay is only likely to lead to more pain. So I think we're moving to do what we need to do and do our jobs, and that's what you see us doing.
Thank you for taking the question, Mr. Chairman. Edward Lawrence for Fox Business. So you had said that Americans and businesses need to feel some economic pain as we go forward. How long from here should Americans be prepared for that economic pain?
How long? I mean, it really depends on how long it takes for wages and more than that, prices to come down, for inflation to come down. And what you see in our projections today is that inflation moves down significantly over the course of next year, and then more the next year after that. And I think once you're on that path, that's a good thing, and things will start to feel better to people. They'll feel lower inflation. They'll feel that the economy's improving, and also if our projections are close to right, you will see that that the costs in unemployment they're meaningful, and they're certainly very meaningful to the people who lose their jobs. And we talk about that in our meetings quite a lot. But at the same time, we'd be setting the economy up for another long period. This era has been noted for very long expansions. We've had 3 of the 4 longest in measured history since we got inflation under control. And that's not an accident. So when inflation is low and stable, you can have these 9, 10, 11, 10-year, expansions, and you can see what we saw in 2018, 19, and 20, which was very low unemployment, the biggest wage gains going to people at the low end of the spectrum, the smallest racial gaps that we've seen in since we started keeping track of that. So we want to get back to that, but to get there, we're going to have to get supply and demand back in alignment, and that's going to take tight monetary policy for a period of time.
As a follow-up, what is that economic pain in your mind? Is it job losses? Is it higher interest rates on credit cards? What is that economic pain?
So it's all of those things. Higher interest rates, slower growth, and a softening labor market are all painful for the public that we serve. But they're not as painful as failing to to restore price stability, and then having to come back and do it, down the road again, and doing it at a time when actually now people have really come to expect, high inflation. If the concept of high inflation becomes entrenched in people's economic thinking about their decisions, then sort of getting back to price stability, the cost of getting back to price stability just rises. And so we want to avoid that. We want to act aggressively now and get this job done and keep at it until it's done.
Nicole from CNN. Thank you, Chairman Powell. Nicole Goodkind, CNN Business. Existing home sales have fallen for 7 months straight. Mortgage rates are at their highest level since 2008. Yet mortgage demand increased this week, and housing prices are still elevated. Now, at the end of your June press conference, you mentioned plans to reset the housing market. I was wondering if you could elaborate on what you mean when you say reset, and what you think it will take to actually get there.
So when I say reset, I'm not looking at a particular specific, set of data or anything. What I'm really saying is that we've had a time of a red hot housing market all over the country, where, famously houses were selling to the first buyer at 10% above the ask before even seeing the house, that kind of thing. So there was a big imbalance between supply and demand. Housing prices were going up at an unsustainably fast level. So the deceleration in housing prices that we're seeing should help bring sort of prices more closely in line with rents and other housing market fundamentals. And that's a good thing. For the longer term, what we need is supply and demand to get better aligned so that housing prices go up at a reasonable level, at a reasonable pace, and that people can afford houses
this
again.
Is a big
we probably in the housing market have to go through a correction
early, it'll be
to
negative.
get back to
Otherwise,
that place.
You still got
There's
20 minutes
also
left.
longer run issues though with the housing market,
point.
as you know, where it's difficult to find lots now close enough to cities and things like that. So builders are having a hard time getting zoning and lots and workers and materials and things like that. But from a sort of business cycle standpoint, this difficult correction should put the housing market back into better balance.
Shelter made up such a large part of this hot CPI report that we saw. Do you think that there is a lag and that we will see that come down in the coming months, or do you think that there's still this imbalance that needs to be addressed?
I think that shelter inflation is going to remain high for some time. We're looking for it to come down, but it's not exactly clear when that will happen. So it may take some time. So I think
be careful on the
hope
futures.
for the best,
I wanted
plan
to make
for the worst.
5
So
different
I think
trades,
on shelter
but,
inflation,
the
you just got to
spreads are
assume
just
that it's going to
jumping
remain
wickedly.
pretty high for a while.
So you got to be careful on that. But I'm just still riding it through again. I believe the first move, but it might take a couple of days. Everything's playing out exactly how we said.
You've talked about the need to get real rates into positive territory, and you said earlier that policy is just moving into that territory now. So I'm curious, how restrictive is rates at 4.6% expected? Is that expected to be next year? How restrictive?
So I think if you look, when we get to, let's assume we do get to that level, which I think is likely, what you're going to do is you're going to adjust that for some forward-looking measure of inflation, and that could be, you pick your measure. It could be, there are all kinds of different things you can pick and you get. But what you'll get is a positive number. In all cases, you will get forward inflation expectations in the short term, I think, that are going to be, assuming that we're doing our jobs appropriately, that will be significant. So you'll have a positive federal funds rate at that point, which could be 1% or so.
XLF is about to break through the lows before NASDAQ and SPY.
Positive when we get to that level. And let me say, we've written down what we think is a plausible path for the federal funds rate. The path that we actually execute will be enough. It will be enough to restore price stability. So this is something that, as you can see, they've moved up, and we're going to continue to watch incoming data and the evolving outlook and ask ourselves whether our policy is in the right place as we go. Thank you very much.
Okay. I think I might be bearish now, simply because he ended that early. I mean, I thought we would have went on for another 20 minutes. So he went through a lot of questions. Again, it's everything I was telling you guys. I'm going to believe the first move. It may take a couple of days. Like I told you, 30 minutes. We were at the low. So watch for 30 minutes to be at the open, literally on the dot. And now we're waiting for the next. Give it 15 more minutes, and we'll see where we're going to be. But I'm holding what I'm holding coming into it. Again, I think it's very hard to trade right now. I'm telling you, I wanted to make like 5 or 6 different trades on that. But the futures, dude, I'm telling you, the spreads are wicked right now, and it's moving a lot. But and overall, though, I still feel the exact same way before. It's very, very simple, man. What he said was negative. I know he was talking for a little bit, but like I'm saying here too, notice that's early. Usually we end this around 12:30, 12:45. You see what I'm saying? So he was pretty concise. He was pretty quick. They didn't add much words. A lot of the speech sounded the same, but dude, it's all about the summary of economic projections right now at this point. Again, data could change it. We kind of have a plan for the Fed futures. They've moved a little bit, so they might move. But, I mean, I think you could still even go a little bit higher than the highs here, above 3,900. But I'm still pretty bearish over the next couple of days. I just don't like it. Again, the economy, the GDP, and then down to the where they see terminal. I think people are going to have to digest that over the next couple of days. But again, I think today we're gonna move very bot-like, more or less. Again, it's no coincidence. I told you to watch the clock on the watch list yesterday, and literally you notice how everything is moving there. Again, 30 minutes, 15 minutes at a time. It's sticking to those very, very key. So hopefully you have enjoyed it, man. Shout out to everybody here. Do us a favor. We're going to put in this work every single day. Hopefully we see you tomorrow. But like the video. I mean, we got a lot of people in here. I'm just testing something because I have been clapped a couple of times. So just hit that like video, okay? God bless you. We love you, baby. But honestly, I think I don't know. We're not in the woods. I mean, I don't want to say it, but I do have to say it. It's what I said at the beginning of the week, and everything else, man. It's a lot. It's just very, very simple. I think Powell just blessed new lows. So I think Powell has given us his blessing to go to new lows. Again, I don't care what I'm seeing in the market right now, just in the sense that is how we played out here too. So maybe we can make a quick test here, but I just don't like what he said. Again, summary of economic projections, I'm just taking that as negative. Both the economy, the GDP, unemployment stuff, I don't see it as good. So I think we're going to get more volatility, but we'll find out. I mean, if the market wants to be positive about it, but I did not, again, I'm believing the first move, like I said. That's all it comes down to. Like button's the first. Well, thank you. I appreciate you guys. For real, man. You know, we're here every day. Free 99. I just want to check something. So if you could hit the like button, it would mean a lot. And we love you. And God bless you, man. And just get ready, though. I mean, this is going to go beyond just today. That's how I believe right now. I really think I'm believing this first move. That's it. It's hard to stay down on the first 30 minutes of Powell Day. Most of the time we've gone up. And then now that it did the sell-off, come right back to open 30 minutes within, like literally, I don't know if you guys have been watching, but like it's kind of scary how we've called it, and that's the problem, that's why I'm saying it's just like I got to believe what I'm seeing. If we could call it from the beginning and all of that, obviously things can change, but it's moving way too close to that, and I have to take the data. The data wasn't good. I'm believing the first move, and then we'll see what happens. We will see what happens. Nothing was negative about the speech. His speech was actually perfect, but it was the summary of economic projections. That's it. That's the only thing that it's at a very weird spot, but it is higher than some people expecting. Some of the market has calmed down, but now as other data comes in, I mean that is probably the most volatile asset class in a weird way because the bonds can move and Fed futures and everything else. But it's kind of clear what he doesn't like it, and they kept it short and sweet, but that's it. They factored GDP 1.5% lower from 3 months ago. They raised the terminal rate to 4.5 by 2023, and then again they're saying about at least 4 million jobs or 1% of so-and-so people are going to be losing their jobs there if the unemployment goes up to what they project. So that's just the negative part. It's all projections, so that's where I think people could write it off. And again, you get these moves. Like we said, I mean, as we were dropping, remember I was saying wait till the questions start. It will go back up till open. We said second or third question. So this is normal, and I'm not questioning how the market's moving today. I'm just saying we got data. You got a little bit of a reaction, and now just don't forget that data as we move forward. And that's it. I mean, there's definitely going to be digestion off of this move. If you think we went through all of this to stay at the same price, nah, you know what I'm saying? So we'll find out. Again, a couple of people have weighed in on it. I forgot one other fund said we might test new lows too, but that was what I was saying there at the beginning of the week. So let's see what happens, and then, we'll go from there. But I'm not buying anything on the long term, not yet. That's it. I'm just going to wait. Because now if I'm expecting new lows, I think if we sell off in the next couple of days, then we could start buying. But right now, I'm still riding everything. Again, we took profits on the upside early in the morning. We still got some of these puts. Some of them did work, but not really. Again, that back and forth. But either way, I mean, just still riding. And honestly, I hope you realize how nothing, as far as my attitude towards it, has really changed from even Monday. So keep that in mind. Why not short? Because I don't know. I just don't want to take the risk there, and I have exposure. So the question is, double down on the risk with what the data is saying, or kind of just ride it out, wait for the next step, and then if I could get more confirmation, I could just hit the move a little bit harder, or otherwise we let it kind of do its thing and then go from there. So I am considering adding more, but I don't want to get caught up in any of the bigger swings there, but that's why I'm holding it. So it's like I haven't moved anything else. Really, I haven't moved too much. But also, too, it's hard to trade right now. Like I'm saying, I wanted to make a couple of trades, but you should see the bid and like these futures and how I trade with the market orders. I would have to be like very specific, and it's moving way too fast right now for me to add it with everything. So it's better to just hold what I got, at least in my opinion. We're still going to lose 20% of your cash value. It depends what you're buying, and then you have to realize you've already lost that value. It's not like you're going to lose an additional 20% when the S&P is down 20%. And if you're going to put your money towards stocks, then there's no way you're going to lose as long as the S&P 500 is down and you're holding cash. Because then that means you could buy 25% more S&P than you could have 12 months ago. Jackson Hole for clear vision. Earnings may clap the market. Definitely. I mean, again, it feels like Jackson Hole a little bit, but even then, Powell's first question, he said, "Don't forget what I said at Jackson Hole." That was the most hawkish thing I heard out of all of it, and then all the other stuff. But we're coming down now. You broke the level. Maybe we flush from here. We'll see. See, bro, just crazy. I could go make a short on this. I'll show you what it looks like. But dude, the swings are wicked. I'm just scared of the spreads. Yeah, there's NQ. But we're below it. Dollar's still up. And he kept it short. The ZQ shot up to $400 and then came right back down to break even. So now it's down again. So the Fed futures, they've rocketed up after the summary of economic projections, and then it cooled down. And that's what I think it is. I think if you saw the data was bad. But as you got distracted and listened to Powell, you're like, okay. You know what I'm saying? It's not that crazy. Oh, no, I traded the NQ earlier today. I've been going on it. I'm just worried about the move here. And again, I have positions that are working for me, and we got to cut out an upside position. So I'm not too again, at this point, anything lower from here, we're going to start making more money on the plays as it comes back down. But there is opportunity for quick moves. But it's like, dude, it's moving 100 points on the futures. It's actually wicked. Last 10 minutes. Well, we got about 40 minutes. We have a lot of time coming into it. Keep them working all the hard ways. Maybe we could also bounce coming into close. It's kind of hard to do. Again, today is not really, even then, it's not about today. Where you close doesn't matter. All you got to understand is that the first set of data was bad. At least that's my take. Some other people had it. You could choose to be bullish. You could interpret it how you want. But in my mind, nothing about today was good. And that's just what I'm keeping in the back of my mind here. So, but it's like, don't, like, that's what I'm saying. The moves are wicked. It's moving 100, 200. You could try to trade that if you want, but if you're kind of seeing this swing here, it's like there might be opportunity for more volatility down the road as we keep going. So that's really all it comes down to. And then we'll see. I am getting antsy. I do want to trade something, but again, like I'm saying, we're holding stuff. Amazon, Nvidia. Chips are still up, though. They're the same problem. Yeah, that is the problem. Again, there's no rate hikes priced in anywhere till the end of next year. Tell about how much options are expiring. Now they should get options after this week. I think find the balance, compare both, and that's all you got to do. Just make sure whatever play you want, just double check if there is an alternative or not. That's all it comes down to. So it's like, look at the options, ask yourself how much it would charge on the same risk. How far out of the money are you on the option at that price? Would it make more sense to align yourself with shares at that price or do a credit spread? But it's hard for me to blindly say something is good or bad right now, where really my mentality has been all about look at alternatives. So if you want to make a play, just run through the alternatives before you make the play. That's it. So if you think that, and there could be a chance the option premiums have decayed and all of that, we do have very heightened volatility, but no matter what, just look for an alternative and then try to figure out, okay, where can I get the best bang for my buck right now in this type of market? Yeah, TLT is more bullish than bearish. So that is the weird part about today when it's all said and done. But remember, TLT has sold off heavy coming into all of this. And then you also have the dollar too. SPY puts in the money, they will get assigned. If you're on SPX, it settles into cash. Is Clarita live right now? That's Fed Clarita. He's talking about the labor market. That's weird to have a post-Fed person after Powell. So we might come a little lower. This is kind of a danger zone. If you bounce from here, you'll go to 360. I guess that'll be like a couple $100. I might be down to take this one. But big volumes coming in. I just don't like it. Every move I want to take, the spreads are like a whole 2 points. And then it has a candle, and then it just goes literally 180. All right, I shorted a quick one. Let's see. Let's give it a try. Shorted a big one on the ES just in case. Oh, I'm already up 100 on it. Oh, now I'm down. Shit. It's moving way too much. 100, 120, 150, 175. Okay. Okay, I don't know how much I just made on it. I think I made like $200 or $300 off that. Well, we closed out of that one. All right, I hit one. I got it out of my system. Which one was it? Short 3864, 5 points. Yeah, it's like $200. Not bad. I'll take it. I just need to get it out of my system, man. Just get it out of my system. Don't worry, we're doing good. That's quick. Yeah, very, very quick. I've done it a couple times on there. Again, we're flushing now, though. There it is, and now we could ride the other ones. Again, I still have the mini ESs that I'm up on. I don't know how much it was. It was a couple seconds. It was like literally 25 seconds. Again, I did that with the NQ earlier today. Not till it flush. You still acting bullish. No. Again, I'm in everything. Again, if you're just don't get emotional right now. That's all I'm saying. That's one thing I want you to like understand right now is from Monday, I have not changed anything. Okay? And that's it. And even on the plays, I told you on the upside and how we flipped it. But that is a big point I need you to understand. Is because, like I'm telling you, everything else is emotions. If you really, really want to think about it. Then 100 points again. Dude, the NQ is crazy if you're going after that one. But there it is. You broke through the level right there. 3835. You're short flush the market. Maybe. I don't know. Buy both sides. If it goes a little lower, just wait, though. We still have some time for an end-of-the-day move. Yeah, that's what I say. We might bounce on there, but let it go lower. If it goes lower, I'm going to buy it. But if we kind of bounce here, that's it. Yash on the high. Big money rug pull. Again, Powell ended early. Yash is on the high. I don't know why. I mean, it could even bounce here, but I just think I'll buy one if it goes a little lower there. Yeah, Yash. I'm still down on the Yash. I want like a real green day, though. Like I'm saying, I need to go up. I need it up. And all the other ones are moving down only 30 on the Netflix, the Yang. Come on, Tesla. Still getting crushed on some of them, though. Tesla. Apple's coming down. Let's see. This is a big level, you guys. Again, these ranges here, just remember, we haven't broke 3,820. We barely went below it. So you got to watch. But we are coming down a little bit more now. Mm, 38179. TLT is still on the high. Yeah, I don't know what's happening with Yash. That's 12% on that. But again, we haven't really seen it hold up anything. Where's the damn dollar? Dollar's staying calm down. It's back at the rate when before. Again, that first move off the dollar was crazy. Well, we are coming down again. 3832. The red start was the true momentum. I mean, that's what I believe. And even then, even beyond the movement, just that summary of economic projections was not good. And that's it. But I'm believing it. I don't need to confuse myself with it. And it's just going to be a matter of time. And just don't let the next 30 minutes throw you off. Is XLF leading? It's about to go through the bottom. Again, Tesla's coming down now. SPY is near the low. You just got to watch at 3821 on the SPX. Which I believe is about 380.20 on the SPY. That's what you want to see. Again, 381. XLF is leading now. Again, that's what we were talking about all week with the bank stocks, and there you go. So those you could factor that into tomorrow if you'd like, but just keep your eyes on them. Yeah, and he said nothing has changed since Jackson home. That's it, man. You're flush. Man, if I even held that one, it would have been greater. Holy flush. XLF's leading it. I think we might hit a new low if XLF is already doing it. But again, keep that in mind coming into tomorrow. 3823 on the SPX. Again, 380.20 on the SPY. You are starting to flush right now. Oh, let's go. If any of the other ones get bigger, could be decent. Yeah, FedEx low. Watch out for that. But again, it's dancing around here, so just watch out. URI painting the low ticker. It might just be with everything else. It looks like we're going to break it. You're right at the cusp. 3 points away. You're like 0.3 away here, again, or 0.5, give or take on the SPY. Yeah, a lot of things are coming back. Again, there's still a lot of meat on the bone. Again, there's still some recent plays we're down on. So that's what I'm saying. It has to go a lot more below here, though, but yeah, UUP is just right where we started. Again, that move was crazy on UUP. It shouldn't have moved like that, but it did show kind of a negative reaction. SPY's dumping. SPX now, you're about to get the flush. Just prepare for big volatility here. Again, it's going to do the bigger candles because anything below here, I mean, I don't think we've gone below here. Again, it's just 3,800, and you have not been there in a very long time. 20 DRV on the high. Yeah, Google at 100. That's not, again, 102 cents. You saw it when it broke last time. 380.45. You're getting close there on the SPY. SPX has broke the level. So SPX has gone below it. It's bouncing back up into it. See what the SPY does. Again, who knows? You have 30 minutes left, but I wouldn't, just don't bank on anything. We're just moving right now. So it's like take profits if you want to, but all I'm saying is like it's hard to determine here. The candles are going to start getting bigger. 380.40. DRV on the high. Man, this looks like an extended hours chart. Give you one more. Dollar is starting to climb again. 380.20. You're right at the level. We were priced in at 75. Yep. 100%. Newsom with immigration reform. Watch out. It was like a mini bounce, but it's not holding there. Again, SPX is kind of tweaking. Bro, I want it to go like, do I not even have the I don't even think I have the 3,800 listed here. I don't even think I got levels for this, bro. I think we're out. That's it. We ran out, man. I'm sorry. We're closed now. Let me see. All right, little bit of a bounce there. Okay, I got some for you. Please hold. I was like, what the hell is this? Okay, none of these are drawn out, though. But it says literally 3,800 and 37.3. That's literally it. I mean, it's very, very weird ones here. But yeah, 373. That's the next one after 3,800. But you're getting the bounce there. 27 minutes remaining. I guess we did go a little bit lower. I could be down to buy that one. Fuck, I was not thinking. I just wanted to see if it was going to flush. All right, I'll wait, though. If it does come back down a little lower with enough time, maybe, but who knows. But the thing about that, I'm just saying, look how violent these moves are. It's not like they're not building up like these, like, you know what I'm saying, where it's like turning around. It's just literally a U-turn at every single moment. I'm at 374. Well, guess what, though, now? There's one more thing you all need to consider. Very big. Very, very big. Don't forget about it. We brought this up, too, at the beginning. There's one more factor beyond just the rest of the week and all of that, and I want you to really think about it with some of your plays. Maybe you do, depending on what you have, but there's one more thing, one more element, two more elements, I would argue, but they're kind of the same. Yeah, these are very, it's not hyperbole or murder, not Russia, fuck Putin, fuck Russia. No, I'm talking about that. There you go. The Japanese yen, and the Bank of Japan Thursday night, and then the European Central Bank, the UK. Rest in peace to Queen. They have that next, so that could move. And remember now, you got Powell out the way, but we got a little more. I mean it. I'm not joking. I mean it. Be a J. That's what's happening. So, yeah, keep that in mind, for real. But, again, you have two more central banks and all of that stuff, so that's going to happen. And then we still have to deal with all of the Russia pain and everything else that we're dealing with. But we're coming right back down. A little bit, but the dollar, it's just going to be weird. Again, 25 minutes left, Chad. So just be on the lookout. Again, 3,800 is the next level, and then 373 on the SPX. Let's see. 6J. No, yeah, that's chilling coming into it. And crude is still down. SPY is coming back down. This is the lowest we've been in a while, man. That's actually crazy. Again, I don't even know. Like, the last month you haven't been down here. Last 180 days. Last time we were at this level was roughly around, July 11th. That's it. You're now getting to the low ends of the level. And the first time we got around here, this was around May, June levels here. It's been quite a while since we've actually been down here. That's actually the wild part. And we've been so slow near the lows. So that's what I'm saying. It's just like, keep in mind the trend and how this started out. We're going to find out. Volume 78 million. That's light. I guess we have 20 million, but compared to the last couple days, it'll be a big one, but it honestly seems a little bit softer. All right, we're coming down. I mean, it might have a crazy flush or the crazy bounce. Like I said, if it could really flush, I'd want to bounce it. But it's 23 minutes left, and then we're like right there. Close your puts. I mean, to be honest, I want to take one of them. I want to take one of the mini futures, but like I'm saying, I just genuinely believe that was very bad. So I want to hold it, but I do. I mean, it wouldn't be bad to take some profits. But we've got some good profits here today either way. But I do want to hold. But I'm in the back of my mind, something does want me to just take a little, though. Flushing tomorrow. It doesn't have to necessarily be a flush, but we'll see. And even then, where we close right now, I mean, whether you're going to get 3,800 or not, that will say a lot. Because, again, this was already a line in the sand. You got to realize, even like, where was it? Like 383? Even then, but this is a big line. You're flushing now. You broke the level. You broke the level. So new low on the SPY and the SPX, and the futures are coming down now too, That's a whole new low on all across the board, every single thing you could think of. But the dollar's not moving, but that's okay. Like I told you guys from the beginning, I don't expect the dollar to move much than where it's already at. So I think that was just the negative reaction, and then we're coming down though. But let's see, that could break out. Watch for 3,800. That's it. It's another 10, 20 points. It's still a big move. I think that would take the SPY to like 379 or something like that. Jeez, look at this. Up and down. That looks like a beep, beep, beep. You know, like the little heart chart. 380.11. Yeah, dollar move. It already moved, exactly. But see, if it does get up, that's painful. That's a problem if the dollar can hold those levels. XLF is leading the way down. Google has now broken 100. Honestly, you just want to see Tesla and Apple give up relative strength, and then you might see a little bit more panic there. But that's it, bro. This is a fat level for the last like 3 or 4 months, and you're seeing it's flushing. It might bounce at 3,800. It might bounce. It might go a little bit below, but then I think it might bounce at 3,800. So just give it there. And then that way we close at 3,800 and then leave all the move to the gap up or gap down, and then you put the ball in the court of Asia and Europe. Maybe. Again, volume's getting big. You got big flush volume there. Just watch 380. I don't know where it's going to end on the SPX. Could even bounce here for a little bit, but I think we might test it and then bounce and then call it a day. I think 378 will be there, like 379-ish. Flat will be 3,800 on the SPX. Yeah, Lynn Timber. You want to dance. You want to ball. See, then we're about to go positive on the Netflix, so that's at least decent. Let's see, XL at 379, 51, 41, 3809. Let it drop a little more. Early market on close, 98 million to the sell side. That doesn't seem too bad. But at least today's hype was pretty short-lived, though. But we're going to see. Low ticker is flooring it. Again, XL, bro, even your good industries are just dumping now. That's why I'm saying what you want to watch out for is Apple and Tesla. And now watch for the ones with relative strength to start giving back a little bit more. Because now, if this turns into risk off, everyone's going to sell everything, no discrimination. So that's why I just keep that in mind. Let's go a little lower, Habibi. A little lower. 10 points. 20 minutes left. 19 minutes. We're going to get capitulation. I mean, 3,800 is a fat line in the sand. Again, we've had so much market moves around here that it's a very, very big level. So we'll find out. But it's going to take a couple of days. But at the very least, I think Powell we could test new lows. I think Powell has given the blessing. That's it. When it's all said and done. Powell you could test lows. It could happen tomorrow. It could happen in 2 weeks from now. We're still going to have other data, but until if the data changes bad, it will instantly drive us to lows, because that's what you got to realize. The summary of economic projections today, they are one data set away from being even worse than where they're already at. You see what I'm saying? So that's why it's like I think Powell gave the blessing. He was very negative. It was a short speech. The initial data, the numbers, the writing, what it says in writing for a potential pivot, all of it is bad. All of it is a lot of time. But I just think Powell has blessed it. But the market is on crack, and you're going to watch people go up and down, and there's a lot of emotion. So I can't predict that, but I could tell you it's a bad interpretation, or at least that's how I am with it. And then it's just a matter of time. It will test lows. Again, just like the yen, it could test lows, but it could also have a face ripper that if you're not positioned, you're going to get clapped. You see what I'm saying? So you got to keep that in mind. Yeah, he did say he could get it, but you have to realize when you look at the past economic projections, they actually looked like he might be able to pivot. But this time around, they've raised them. So if you look at where the Fed sees rates by the end of 2023, nothing about that says rate hike. Even if Powell says, I'm going to stop raising rates, at the end of the day, people will ask the question, then why was the projection so far off? Again, that's what we asked at the beginning of the year. So it's just, I didn't even look at the butterfly. It actually might not be making that much because we're going down fast. It actually says we're up $500, but the idea with the butterfly, we make more money if it goes down slower, believe it or not. It could do both. We could run and still hit new lows now that we're starting from down here. Exactly. I think that's a great way to kind of get your head wrapped around it, where it's just like you got to realize we can keep going down, but you're going to face your enemy, which is these random 4% pops out of nowhere. You see what I'm saying? It's the same exact dilemma with the yen right now. Yeah, Meta's getting clobbered. Bro, banks are leading the way down, though. That's it. So watch out here, Chad. Again, we are still at the low. You're 10 points off the SPX to hit the 3,800 mark. I'm telling you, this is the line of defense. You've even held up 385, 383 so much better. Again, the SPY is below 380, but the SPX is a little bit above. There is the flush. Now, even Tesla is hitting new lows. Watch for the relative strength to give up on these. That's going to be the next stage of it, but we'll find out. 307. Meta's about to disappear. IWM broke 175, 3085. Again, watch out. Just see what happens at 3,800. It will either be a massive flush or not. Again, 3802. I don't even have the line. Oh, my gosh. 3,800. Bro, you're like right there. 3802. First move, believe, baby. Amen. Amen, baby. Amen. Today was a good one. Either way, I'm just the fact, like I'm saying, we shouldn't feel confused. Again, if you've been watching the watch list, even the early call outs throughout the day, this one just doesn't, like, it's just sad because it sucks, but this is not like this. You should not feel confused. Give yourself time and just get ready for the next couple of days now. That's it. You're breaking it now. Oh, no, the SPY is flushing a little bit more. SPX 3801, 3,800. All right, how much lower is this going to go? I think the next level, what did I say is the next level? 3734. It's a little bit lower than here. 3799. Oh, my gosh. 15 minutes left. Dollar is climbing up on it. Tesla, again, watch for relative strength. But banks are leading the way down here. 3803. Okay. I went to the upside real quick on the SPX or the ES. I could still get flushed on this, but I don't think it'll be too big. Lancet. Nope, down 100 now. That one did the opposite of what they usually do. So again, you can see that one here. Still have the other short though. We'll see how it plays out. 62.50. Right before the 10-minute rig, yeah. Again, I mean, this is a hard level. I mean, we've seen a lot of knee-jerk react. It's either going to shoot me down $500 or rip me up $500 is kind of how I'm viewing it. And then I'll probably cut it before then. I'm down 100 on it. You can see it right there. 3802. Well, let's see if it even has it. Nope, it doesn't have it. It's coming lower. Down 175, down 200 on that now. We got 3 minutes till 10-minute rig. I'm at 3819. So I'm already down 4 points on that. 3,800 defense. Even rum is dropping. 3,799 down 250, down 230. Buy the dip, man. Buy the dip. Nah, I'm not holding it. This one I'm gonna dump it in 10 minutes at the very, if not sooner. 100. SPX is trading. It's a little bit weaker than the SPY, or the futures are. Dude, but it's fighting here. Yeah, dollar's climbing. Bank's still at the low. Let's see if they get any sort of bounce. I'm down 280 on that one, though. Not looking pretty. 2 minutes till 10-minute rigged. Play the Titanic. We might have to. Yeah, low ticker's picking up again. You have like another 20 points there on the downside. No more punch, you addicts. I know. Nope. Not working. Down 275. 370. Come on. I mean, this is going to be the battle. The battleground, then we'll see to where we go from here. 3798. Down 280. Market on close, I think it was only 98 million to the downside. But, dude, it looks like it's flushing, but we're not seeing the moves. 7379. Stop. Close. It's not with, again, I'm giving myself a bigger range. 249. There it is. Ten minutes remaining. It's a short-lived bounce, though. Any TLT bullish on noises? 3,800. I don't know if we stay pinned. 10-minute rig coming in now. So get ready. Dollars at a high. Either going to be big or going to be small. $3,803. All right, we're up on that now. He needs to fight. Oh, man, back down 100. Oh, that 10-minute rig just smacked it. A lot is happening coming into it. They're getting a lot of movement. A lot of movement on 10-minute rig, ladies and gentlemen. AVC sale. I'm waiting for it a little bit. Come on, just give me it out. Let me, All right, I took $25 on it. I didn't like being down to 300. I think I had it, though. I think I had it. But we'll take it. Again, we're still doing good, though. Still doing good on those. Damn, I should have held it. Y'all, I got a little nervous there. I was like, oh, man, it's either going to be a 500 flusher. And I only took literally 20, 30 bucks off that. I would have just made another 100. Just a little bit more. I'm holding my puts overnight, yeah. I'm holding whatever I'm holding. I mean, it's kind of obvious here. Just literally, that's just what it is. You know what I'm saying? It's the first reaction was bad. Yeah, scary trade. Scary trade. It's good. It's so, I'm telling you, I've never seen that many, like, huge-ass moves. Oh, yeah, the Netflix. You could cover the Netflix at break even now. Or I forgot about that one. That is now positive. Wow. You did it. We did it. 9 minutes left. Oceans to the upside. Look at the daily candle now. It's crazy, bro. Scare it. Scare it. No Hail Mary, no tail fairy. 809. Yeah, that bounce there at the end wasn't there. Got out of that trade, and that's it. Still in covered calls. That's up to you, but you want to wait till it probably was higher there, but we're going to find out. No, the bid and ask are awful. It happened exactly as you said. My prediction for tomorrow, it just really depends, but I'm just, again, you should already know I'm pretty bearish at this point. And then I think we're going to have volatile pops. There's going to be volatile pops in the market up until till we hit a new low. And then that's it. But the timing and everything else, we got to watch the Fed futures and all that stuff. So if anything, we'll see. Again, we're going to get a lot of digestion. Just be on the watch list. We'll give you the updates. If not, we'll see you here in the morning tomorrow. But, I mean, that's there's so much it's riding off of. Like, you see what I could answer a lot of the questions very specifically, but I just don't want you to miss out from the broader factor, and it's what the first move showed us. Today was bad. The data was bad. It was not good. You could choose to digest it positively. I'm sure there's people who could justify it, but in my mind, just don't forget it. And that right there, the bad data, the bad reaction to this, it just puts me in a corner where I'm saying, okay, now, like I said, from Monday, it's not like I'm just coming up with this idea. From Monday, Sunday, we were saying, if anything, Powell is going to have to bless new lows. And this type of data, this type of negative response that is still very variable, that's it. So we're going to get random pops, and you're going to get other things in the moment. That's why I'm using shares, and I'm giving myself wide ranges, but overall I'm bearish, and that's it. Up until something changes. And if it changes, you will watch me close out a majority of these, and I will tell you. But that's how I'm feeling for now. But like I said, if it does change, my plan is to get upside quickly, just like you're seeing. I'll even buy the 3,800. I don't care, even if it's painful. But it's like those are how we could get some upside plays, and we could position quickly. But until something changes, all that's happened today was very negative, and everything got worse today, at least in my mind. But until it gets better, then that's it. Yeah, you have Bank of Japan. So watch out. This could be a bigger flush of 38. It might flush quickly and then bounce, but we will see. So the long term, no, fuck out of here. Come on, man. According to today's data, we won't have to sell our long term till 2024 if Powell isn't going to cut till 2024. So no, nothing about the long term. I'm just saying wait now, because then if we test new lows, we're going to get our long term discounts probably a couple percentage points lower, and there you go. But if anything, I think we might need dividends. If Powell is telling us they're going to keep this pain for another year, maybe a dividend stock could go where we want it to. 3,800 again. I really want to play it again, but that's it. That last one was close. I'm gonna go home a happy camper. We realized good. I realized still over 500 in profits realized today, and then we have all of these open, and then now we got other plays working for us. The Netflix is back, baby. $2. We could get $2 profit. Amen. 9 handle on Nike. Oh yeah, actually though. Google 100 support achieved. SPY coming down here. Same thing with the SPX. Yeah, Google is holding that 99 though. Yeah, you can tell that it's not doing anything. Bond yielding. Apple starting to go down again. Relative strength to weakness is what we want to keep our eyes out for. Where's the banks? 378.39. Wells Fargo 32. Damn, 2.5. Banks, you might have meat on the bone with those, low key. Or at least Wells Fargo. Any of the banks that are still kind of elevated, like Wells Fargo, maybe Morgan Stanley, these ones might have meat on the bone right now. But we'll see. Again, that's just what we were bringing up from the beginning of the week. It sucks. So listen, with puts, this is all you got to be careful about. With shares, you got to do it small. But if you're opening a downside position after 2.5% down, you are going to be overpaying for it, okay? So just keep that in mind, is that if you open any new short position right now, it's going to have a little more risk. So position small if that's what you're going to try to do. New low on the SPY, 3796. Uh-oh. They are bullish for banks, but again, like I said, watch their reaction, though. If the banks start throwing up and not going up, then that's showing them they're not liking it as of now. So I said, watch the banks. I said it since Monday. Watch them to be a leading indicator. And if you notice anything about today, any new lows were hit by XLF in the banks before anything. So you hit a new low on the market before the SPY did at this moment. So as we were touching the previous lows, the banks were already leading the way. So if they're reacting negatively, they don't like it, even though they can benefit off of more rates. They're more worried about the other economic projections that were included in the summary of economic projections. Again, the banks are going to respond very sensitive to that. Damn, we got to land this bitch? Oh, no way. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're making our final approach. To make our final approach, if you guys are holding on to any bags, please throw them in the overhead bins above or firmly beneath your seats. We'll be coming through the aisle with a trash bag if you'd like to dispose of those bags. But as we make this final approach, we're going to be landing here into the second link terminal. Second link terminal in the description. That's going to be your nightly watch list and main channel layover around 4:30 p.m. Pacific time. And then if you are going to be hanging around for the real estate flight, that'll be taking off promptly around 6 p.m. Pacific time out of the Colt Real Estate Terminal. As always, we appreciate you guys' business as we make this final approach into San Diego International Airport. It's about 76 degrees and sunny, looking like a beautiful day unless you were long and short on the S&P and had to wait for Papa Powell to destroy it. But we are no longer under COVID guidelines, so no masks are required, but we do ask that you exit one row at a time and drop a GG on your way out. As always, we appreciate you guys' business. If you're interested in your Colt Rapid Rewards program card, please flag down your flight attendant, and we'll get you that as soon as possible. As always, thank you for flying with the Colt, and hopefully have a wonderful evening. Let's go, baby! 1 minute! Go, 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 ladies and gentlemen. This was a wild day. 3 out of the last 12 Fed days have been negative. Today is one of them. You are closing below 3,800. You have less than 30 seconds left, Chad. You need to finalize your play. Speak now or forever hold your peace. Ladies and gentlemen, this is your moment, but bring it home. Death and destruction coming into Powell. Oh, that's, dude, it's flushing. It's not even defending 3,800. Oh, my God. I thought it would. Oh, whoa, whoa. I thought it was going to hold 3,800. That's crazy, Chad. Oh, bring it home. Wrap it up. Oh, there it is. Ding, 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 ding. Oh, no. Let's go, baby. Ah. Wow. Wait, this is crazy. Hold on, Chad. Hold on. I think we're dumping more after hours. Hold up. No. This ain't even stopping, dude. Hold up, Chad. No. Don't leave. I need my GGs, but, bro, this is still going. 3,800 flat on the ES. Bro, you're dumping after hours. That means people do not want to... Bro, you just dumped another quarter after hours. Holy shit. Yeah, Oceans is in play if you want it, or you could just go for the futures at this point. Watch out. The futures might defend 3,800. Wow, that's crazy. Okay, hold on. I need my GGs. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, are you kidding me? That is the day, Chad. There's a lot going on, but I need a GG. Let's go, baby. Wow, good game. Let's go, baby. It don't matter if you made money or lost money. At least you learned something. At least you are ahead of the game, baby. I need a GG. All my lurkers, all my laggers, all my lovers. Let's go. If you came in here, real money, came to work on your craft, really in the game, I need a good game, baby. Let's go. Bring that sportsmanship back. Amen, baby. Let's go. GG, baby. GG. That's what I'm talking about. Oh, let's go. Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? Let's go, baby. Shout out all the donos. Shout out all the Chads, all the gifted memberships. Let's go, baby. Wow. Welcome to Volatility. I see you too, Twitch. Let's go. Shout out Charlie, baby. Shout out Dennis. All the people who supported. Kobe, God bless y'all. God bless the Chad, baby. God bless the mod. God bless everybody contributing. Good game, bro. You played. Wow, we played hard today. What a day. What a day. Wow, a lot of emotions. Are you kidding me? I need me to rock. You won't see me a lot. Monday through Friday, you need me, let's talk. Oh, Chad, wow. Chad, wow. Wow. Chad, wow. How do you feel, bro? It's still not over. After hours is still dropping. How do you feel? Okay, man, honestly, if you don't know why I'm hyped, today was historical. But honestly, I don't want to come from an angle. I do not want to flex. I do not want it to be unhumble. But sometime y'all play me. You know what I'm saying? And the reason why I'm excited, because in my heart right now, I feel like a majority of the Chads have been prepared. That's it. And I'm just saying, if you've been watching the watch list, bro, even the intraday call outs on this, bro, we've been hitting it. And I'm just from like the little moves to the big ones. So I am just proud that the Chad is, God bless you. I really hope you are not confused. I really hope you are prepared. This is what I'm talking about. But anyways, Chad, it was a good one, and I'm saying, man, I do it for the real ones. I do it for the Chads, and some of y'all helped me do it, bro. I'm telling you, without this community, we wouldn't be in the game how we are, man. And with that being said, bro, if you clicked on the video, especially if you liked it, if you shared it, I just want to say thank you. Thank you for giving me your time. It is truly humbling. I love being able to share this. That's what I'm saying. Just don't play me on it. You know what I'm saying? Just don't play me on it and act like nothing just happened when we just, you know what I'm saying? But I love you. And God bless you, bro, and that's why we're here, bro. So if you came in here and contributing, if you came in here to really learn, and you had positivity, a good attitude, you had contributing info, and you did not litter, God bless you and thank you. For real, we're trading with real money. We're looking at real important stuff, but we do this every day for free. We do not ask anything from anybody. All we want is a like, bro. All we say, just give us credit where credit is due. That's all it is, baby. But for real, if you came up and showed out today, and you were able to show that love and even contribute, for real, God bless you and thank you. And I'm telling you, bro, I genuinely hope you were prepared. I genuinely hope all of this content that we put out, man, I really hope it's helping you. I hope it's controlling your emotions, and I hope you are just doing good and you are ready and prepared for the next move, baby. So shout out to bro, it's dropping again after hours. Are you kidding me? Wow, this one's wild. Look at all the members, baby. Hey, man, baby. Yeah, I don't need to check the long term. We're not buying until a couple more days. Let this shit flush. Let's hit a new low, and we'll break out the long term with all of the cash that we saved. We're not. Trust, it's very simple. You see what I'm saying? Powell, if he blessed new lows, now we wait. Let's bottom out one more time. We could go throw out some of that deposit, and then we're going to be good to go. You see what I'm tell me it doesn't sound like a plan, and then that's it. And then if it bounces up, we still keep holding. Maybe grab an underperforming dividend stock if it really bounces around midterms. Otherwise, that's it, bro. We got a plan, baby. We got a plan, baby. But Chad, for real, though, thank you. If you really did show love today, if you really weren't, trying to play it, don't try to play me like that, you know what I'm saying? But for real, you were showing love and really engaging with everything we did today. It was a very historical day, man, I'm telling you. And even where we go from it, God bless you and thank you for the opportunity. And just don't forget, man, you see it. Not only do I think we are a rare stock community because of what we provide, how we provide it, and what we do it for, but above all else, man, just look at that chat right there, okay? Just look at that chat right there and look at all of those membership badges. I'm telling you, that will stand out. And I got to thank these guys, bro, because these are some of my best friends, to be honest. I'm telling you, the way they've shown love, again, even at times when everyone gets crazy, you see how they hold it down. But members, thank you for your support through all the good, the bad, the ugly, from down to top to where we are at now. I just hope you know I love you guys, and thank you for helping keep this community alive. Thank you for contributing, and thank you for being a part of it, for real. Nobody asked you to do it. Nobody required you. Nobody gave you an extra incentive. Y'all were paying some credit before anybody else, man. So God bless you and thank you, and I love y'all. And let's go, baby. I told y'all. But God bless you. And last but not least, stream alerts. You didn't miss anything. Again, some of the quick ones you're missing out on, like the 30-second trades and all of that. But stream alerts, again, this one ain't even the big one. But I'm telling you, once it gets there, you could be working, do whatever you want, and you'll have the stream alerts, and you're going to get hit up at the right moment, baby. And you won't miss anything. And God bless you, my friend. Oh, my gosh, dude, what? And Charbo, these guys going crazy again in the Twitch. Charlie. Oh, Trips Crown Gaming, baby. Let's go. I know there was another one. Oh, man, God bless you. For real, thank you guys. All of y'all, man. For real, like I said, we don't expect anything. So if you did give a dono today, especially if you help pay for a membership for someone, bro, that's super dope. And just thank you again. It's crazy how y'all keep it alive, but for real, way to hook up everybody. That's what I'm talking about. 4,000 likes? Are you kidding me? Oh. Wow, are you serious? Wow, 4,000. Oh, come on, like the video. I just want to see it, for real. I hope I see you tomorrow. If you haven't liked the video, the fact that there's so many people here right now, just like the video. Let me see. We're trying to test here. But again, man, it's free 99 every day. Yeah, it's 4,000, bro. 4.1. Are you kidding me? Wow, Chad. Y'all ready to go. Thank you, though. Honestly, especially with everything, man. I love it. Hard. Amen, baby. Amen. 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 I love it, man. So God bless. That is the day, bro. That is the day. This is the day we worked very hard for. We had to do a lot. Amen. Amen. Oh, man. Amen. But, Chad, look at all the members, too. Honestly, members, thank you. Stream alerts as well, too. Again, everybody, man, even if you aren't a member, bro, for real, if you just really came to play, I'm telling you, that means so much, man, and I love it. I love being surrounded by this many people who are serious. I don't like being surrounded. If this many people who aren't really, like, you know what I'm saying, that doesn't get me excited. But, you know, with the quantitative tightening and everything, I'm glad to see a lot of you guys kick it into gear, bro, and it means a lot, and let's keep going. I told you, you're living through history, so you can make it, Chad. Let's go. But, Chad, that is the day. Check out all the links. Again, especially if you're new. Again, today may have been cool. We had a lot of good call-outs, but for real, go watch the watch list. We post it every day. You will not miss anything. And I'm telling you, you'll see it and you'll see the plan. Go watch Monday's watch list and you'll see how it all applies, and it's wild. But second link, nightly watch list, 4:30 p.m. Pacific time, the Trading Fraternity channel. We'll see you there. Shout out to the members. Oh, baby. Third link. Oh, yeah. First link for the Scream Alerts Bootcamp and Real Estate course. Check out the new channels. Again, Colt Real Estate, 6 p.m. Pacific. You guys know we have a real estate team that does over like $150 million a year in sales, and it's led by some guys who are some of the best people I've ever encountered. I met these guys like in 2014, like 7-8 years ago. Oh, stop playing with me, man. Stop playing with me. You know what I'm saying? But check it out. 6 p.m. is free. You could tune in. It literally costs nothing. Whether you are an agent already or you're not in it, whatever it is, whatever your real estate involvement, I'm telling you, we're trying to make the biggest real estate network out there. It's free 99. Hopefully we see you there. But check that out for sure. For sure. Then follow me on Instagram at the Trading Fraternity. When you follow me, a fake Josh will follow you. So report him, okay? And that's it. If he ain't offering you merch, that's all. Again, everything's free. Only thing we charge for is the merch, baby. Otherwise, it's all freemium. So I love you. God bless you. And God bless you. Amen, 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 amen. That's it, man. So check him all. It's called PHILO. Follow me on Instagram. How the option pricing. How to set up the dividend. That's it. You already know this, Chad. And finally, Chad, it's very simple. Very simple. The prayer request wall. We do things different. You should have probably noticed that by day one. The vibe here is different. You should have probably noticed that by day one. And this is what we believe, Chad. That's it. I like to pray for everybody. This is a tradition that me and my mom do for everybody in here. And honestly, I love it. And if you ever want to do anything for me, just pray for me. But fill it out. Even if you don't fill it out, we're going to pray for you. Don't worry. I'm not going to tell your friends. You're not going to turn into assault if you click on the link or anything like that. It's really not that serious, man. All it comes down to is we're rooting for you, whether it's success or even if you're going through issues, man. I hope you know you have a group of people out there really, really genuinely praying for you. And we do meet up. And we're here every single day, bro. And you'll see us more than you'll see a lot of people, man. So we love you. God bless you. Pray for me. I'm praying for you. It's as simple as that, Chad. Let's go, baby. Wow. But that's the day, Chad. That's the day. Don't even believe in Jesus, but Josh got me praying for y'all. Amen, bro. Amen, bro. You're a vibe, bro. That's what it is. I think you look at you fit in just fine. You know that? Amen. He is on the same. He's like, I feel you. Amen. 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 But that's it, Chad. I don't know. I'm waiting for the few. Do you guys want to stay here or not? Like, I don't know what to do right now because I really feel like the day is over. But then I'm also like, man, this thing is lurking. You know what I'm saying, Chad? I better see y'all here tomorrow. That's all I'm saying. Or even by Friday. Yeah, tomorrow's only Thursday, bro. Oh, my gosh. Oh, my God. Bro, I'm telling you, it's wild. It's wild now. This is where, and who knows? And honestly, like, I hope you guys understand it. It's just like we could be down here at lows, but it's just be careful of the volatility. And I really hope that what we were saying before the event, remember what I told you, position light, so that you could handle a wide range. Remember that. You already knew coming into this, but it's the same thing now over the next couple of days. You just got to be positioned in a way where you understand that it could move up while still coming down. Does that make sense? I'm expecting upside moves into the lows, and that's all you got to think about. So let's have some fun, Chad. I want to stay. I just want to see the flush. Is the Bank of Japan tonight? So make sure you're subscribed with the bell. I thought Bank of Japan was Thursday night. But if it is tonight, I will go live at night if I could make a play on it. But we'll see. Because it's hard. It's hard, man. That's why even with the real estate stuff, you guys got to realize, like, even some days, man, especially after a Fed day of, like, 7 hours, bro, of, like, trades and sweating and, like, reading. I get really, really tired by the end of the day. That's why, like, the Wednesday real estate stuff, I've been missing it a lot lately. So just keep that in mind. I will try my best even for the yen, but it does get a little difficult. That's it. I thought it was Thursday. Hold on. Let's go to the trading economics calendar. Oh, shit, it is tonight. Damn, okay. So we'll see. I'm going to try my best. I'm going to try my best. Start earlier. No, I mean, even then, though, but it's hard because, again, there's the watch list and then all of that. And then if I get one other thing, it gets clapped on the next day. But I'm going to try my best here, especially with all this. We might have a full schedule today of Jerome Powell, Colt Real Estate at 6 p.m. And then 9 p.m. we're going to have the what's it called? The Bank of Japan. But either way, keep your eyes out for that, okay? We're going to see what happens, baby. We are going to see what happens. But, Chad, that is the day, man. So we'll see where we go from here. I pray to God you are prepared for everything, and I really hope you got advance warning. I hope you're feeling good. I hope you've been controlling the emotions, and let's keep running it, Chad. But go read the books, Richest Man of Babylon, Proverbs New Living Translation, and The Strangest Secret in the World. But before we go, Chad, let's run it up. And I better see him on the watch list. Called Diamonds by Uncle Answer. If you have not been exposed to the Uncle Answers for your trading career, like, even if you don't even like the cult, man, I'm just saying, if y'all have not incorporated Uncle Answers, are you even a trader? That's all I'm saying. There's not much trading music out there, but shit, I'm just saying. I know somebody's like looking at this screen hella side eye right now, and they're like, what the you understand, man? Sincere thanks. Well, thank you guys, honestly. Let's go. Keep it up, man. This is why I hope you realize, even a couple weeks ago, I've been telling y'all, focus. Let's go. There's a reason for it. I want everybody in the game, but guess what? Today is over now. I mean, the futures are still going, but today is over, dude. And that's what sucks. No matter how good today was, how good we did, we could call out every single move to a T, but we still got to get ready for more, man. And that's why I say it. So can't get too excited, can't get too down. And that's it, man. Let's just keep running. It's not my birthday, but thank you for the happy birthday wishes. I appreciate it, baby. It's a good day, though. It's a good day. But let's go, man. And for real, just stay focused. And like we've been talking about, man, if you control your emotions, take a step back a little bit, control the sizing, just look for alternatives, whether you're going to trade an option, a stock, a spread, whatever else it may be. I just want you to go and look for alternatives and just be smart in this market. And then, again, use the experience over the last couple of months and this last year to really guide you. Again, we've seen this volatility and everything else, so let's run it, baby. Let's run it. But ladies and gentlemen, that is the day. I love you. I hope you had a wonderful day. I'll see you on the watch list. Again, we're going to have a lot more for the rest of the week, and we got to keep going. So let's go from there. Yeah, Jordano, I'm going to hit you up with it. I'm going to have a call afterwards, and then I'll get you on an email, or I'll have Lending Tips hit you up on it, baby. Amen, amen. But let's go, baby. I hope you're ready for it, Chad. Thank you once again. I love you. God bless you. And don't forget why we're here and why we do what we do. And we'll do it for free 99, baby. And why faith, hope, and love all day, every day. Every single day, baby. Why? Finger to the sky, baby. To God be the glory, and through the grace of God alone. Amen. Amen. Oh, man. Let's go. 3,875. Let's go, baby. But that is the day, Chad. I mean, it might flush a little bit after hours. That's what's sad. Is because, like, I don't know. Okay, I'll stay for a second. I'm going to stay for a little. Hold on. We have to watch this together. I'm going to watch it with you. Fuck out of here. That's it, man. Because damn well, if I turn the stream off, I'm going to be looking. I either have to look at it or I have to walk away. I don't know if you're like me. That's it. I'm either going to, if it's in front of me, I'm going to watch it. Otherwise, once I walk away, I ain't looking at it again until I get to the watch list or the next morning. That's it. 3,800. Bro, well, this is important because, again, the SPY and SPX, they all close low, but the futures, that's going to be, the ES is literally right at 30. That's what I'm looking at. I'm not even looking at SPX. So it's wild. That's wild. Break the wrist, walk away. We're only 4.5 off the lows. That's huge. That's the crazy part. Just don't forget this volatility is like low key. That's huge. And then let's see, we have the European Central Bank, or we have UK. And then we're going to have the Bank of Japan and then a bunch of other ones. And then we still got to go through any other data set. That's the big thing that I think a lot of people, I think a lot of people are going to take today at face value, which still wasn't good. But even if you look a little deeper, man, I'm telling you, all it takes is one bad data set and that whole SEP is shit. That's it. Literally, we're talking 4.6 terminal by 2023 or 2024, but that's assuming you don't get one single bad inflation print from here. That's it. All it takes is inflation to go up one more time, and then those bonds are going to get washed. So it may not happen. It may not happen. That's the thing. That's going to be the uncertainty, but that's the next level where I'm like, okay. But like I'm saying, though, just get ready for upside even during the down. Again, I think new lows got the blessing, but you might get a lot of these crazy moves. And I'm telling you, today was absolutely wicked. The size in the U-turns today, I don't know. Did you guys feel it? Because I was like really looking at bids and asks today, but like, bro, I'm telling you, this was just like reversal. You did not get one building up moment at all. It wasn't this little stuff or anything. It was just reverse, 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 reverse. It was crazy, man. It was crazy. Yeah, the nuclear talks in Russia, that is something we can't forget, and it is part of it. But damn, man, we even closed at 379. Quite the roller coaster. All right, I don't think we're going to break it. We might. If it hasn't broken it yet, it might do it. But, Chad, that is the day, man. So I already told you what it is, bro. Finger to the sky. I love you. I hope you have a wonderful day, man. And peace out. Oh, hey, wait, Josh. I think we got a power booty. Okay, love you. Bye. I tell you, take a look at the market. You know why it's down? They need the truth stock market. I've been telling you this. It's very simple. Very, very simple. You see the market, it's down. Your 401k down. You know why? Because I'm not the one controlling it. You could sign up for Truth 401k at morganstanleytruth.com. This is bullshit. These guys, they don't know what they're doing. I told you, beginning February 2016, I told you Jerome Powell's a jackass. He has no idea what he's doing. I met the guy. He's tall. He looks like a big figure. Oh, wow. The SPY just broke 3,800. Oh, Truth 3,800. But seriously, I talked to the guy. I said, what are you doing out here? He doesn't know. He's a numbnut. Numbnut. He has no idea. Ah, fuck you. Huh? Hey, fuck you, Trump. You're a numbnut. Huh? What are you pussyfooting around like Jerome? Fuck you. It's simple. We brought hope back to the country. Huh? You see that? Look at the SPY. Yeah, your SPY's gonna come back one day. But you know what we did? We transitioned. We had the clean energy, and you have a new thermostat. Huh? Come on, it's not hyperbole. I mean it. You got a new touch thermostat with the cool digital numbers. What? Oh, fuck, the ES is breaking. Wow. That's crazy. No, I'm not joking. Look at the screen. It's just coming down. It's supposed to be a 30. But listen, it's not going to change the midterm. So I'm confident. I'm worried. I'm not worried. It's just the same thing. But listen, Chad. Where am I? Fuck it. I don't even. Forget it. Okay, but still, okay. Have a good day. Happy Kwanzaa. I gotta go. Hello. I'll see you. Fuck. Give me this Zantac.